the worst union in professional sports. And part of that is the transient nature, the length of career, all of that regarding, what happens in the NFL. But if they want to hold tight to something, and maybe it's right now, you get 18 months of health care coverage when you are done, and that's for a vested player. Maybe you want to up that to 5. Maybe you want lifetime.
Because if you are going to take on more of the brunt in season, longer season, especially late in the year when everybody says everybody's hurt, everybody's beat up, you're more susceptible to something catastrophic. And being covered beyond your playing days, it matters.
And not just workers' comp covered, but your entire body and your family.
Yeah.
That would be something that I think guys would be interested in. But the problem is they don't know they need that until it's too late.
Yeah,
and then it's guarantees in contracts. We've seen guarantees go up, but it's going up a lot for quarterbacks, for wide receivers. How about guaranteed contracts? Just get rid of everything else, but go fully guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to get that.
Okay, then
but it is the only sport without them, right? I mean,
if we don't, then hey, you know what? We don't need an 18th game.
Yeah,
you can play hardball.
Yeah, I think the money though, extra game on the TV package. Bigger salaries. I mean, that's going to be why they do this. The fans want an extra game, right? Especially if you're swapping it out for a preseason game. You go from 3 preseason down to 2, 1 home, 1 road. Now you get 9 home games every year, not every other year for a season ticket holder.
I don't know. Season ticket prices are going up.
Well,
we talked about that.
Might as well
want to pay for another one?
I'd rather pay for another regular season game than another preseason game because that's what this would turn into. Because right now you got to. That's the thing with season tickets. You have to buy the preseason games. You get stuck with them. And in the years where it's 2 home preseason games, that means 1 fewer home regular season game. This would even it out. It would balance it out. 18. Now the only downside, it's not the owners, not the fans, it's not the high-end players. It's the guys who aren't high-end players. It's the guys who aren't going to see the big money, who are going to get one more game of this, get beat up.
So they're all making a lot of money. So let's start with that premise.
But they're not all Chris Jones. Read my point.
Correct. But here's the other thing: is when you have one less preseason game, veterans and 2 through 8 for me, I would have been fine with the extra regular season game. You get a little bit older in your career, and that's where 17 games, 18 games, it starts to weigh on you. But early on in your career, especially for those guys that you're talking about that are not the Chris Joneses, they're not the guys that are making the big money, they need those preseason games to be able to show their wares, to be able to make a team, make a practice squad. That's where they get that opportunity. It's already down to 3. And then it's going to be down to 2. It's going to be really hard for some of those undrafted free agents to find a home.
Some rapid-fire response in the ticket text. This one says, I'm selfish. I'd love another home game, but I think they need to expand the rosters a little bit to allow for some of the wear and tear. Another one says, NFL constantly changing rules like kickoff so the game seems safer, but then they add a bunch of games. We're headed towards 50 flag football games before you know it. Last one says, I don't like the idea of expanded NFL season. I would rather see college football take over December with a great playoff structure. 18. Be here before you know it. Nothing official, but this is where things are headed.
Well, be here before you know it. It's going to have to be something that's collectively bargained. So the earliest it could happen is 2030. I believe that's when the CBA goes through. And if they want to do it earlier than that, they're going to have to open it up. And again, that's where the players union has to step up. Yeah.
All right, college basketball. We are in the month of March. Michigan, terrible. Michigan State, and treading water probably in the tournament, but the buzz, not what it typically is this time of year. You March 6th and you get ready for college basketball to really heat up. I don't feel the excitement, and I don't think we're alone locally. We need to have a conversation about where this sport's headed and what they could do to fix it. It's next, 97.1. feels like we've been heading this way for years, but it's reached a low point. College basketball, the excitement, it's just not there. I speak for myself. I know I speak for John. He came in today and goes, I'll take you behind the curtain. He goes, how about Illinois and Purdue last night? Fart sound, like no one cares.
Right.
And that's a top 25 matchup. But both those teams are perennial tournament chokers, and the interest level in the sport's at an all-time low. Like Zach Edey is looking to be back-to-back player of the year, and he probably doesn't have an NBA job waiting for him.
No, and we're just wondering, can they actually get out of the first weekend?
Oh, right.
They might be the number 1 overall seed and still not make it out of the first weekend.
But as much as I think, well, maybe it's us locally, we don't have very good teams. This is a problem nationally. And a couple little notes that I saw yesterday. One was USA Today's Dan Wolkin. He wrote the article, the column, Women's College Basketball More Interesting Than Men's College Basketball. And the point of his article is as much about the women as it is about the men. He points out Caitlin Clark and the star power, and she's putting eyeballs on the women's game. His point is the men don't have that guy. Sorry, Zach Edey, right? Many of the great men's players go to the G League, or they're coming internationally, or they're one and done, and there's no continuity. There's no year 1 to year 2 to year 3. What Caitlin Clark did last year helped build Caitlin Clark, the phenomenon, this year. We don't see that in the men's game. So the star power. He points out the coaches. You got Dawn Staley, you got Kim Mulkey with the suits and the crazy outfits that she wears. In the men's game, there's no more Krzyzewski. There's no more Roy Williams. There's no more Jay Wright or Jim Boeheim. And you still have some legends, but Izzo not what he once was, and you start looking around. Lack of personality, lack of star power, lack of continuity. The product itself, it's not what it was in the 90s. It's not what it was in the early 2000s. It's sloppy. It's guys shooting too many threes. They're not NBA players. They can't make those shots.
Right.
It's turnovers. It's missed free throws. It makes for a sloppy, fun tournament, but when you're watching the product in season, it's a tough watch. And his point about the women's game being a better watch, there's at least one number that justifies his argument, and that's ratings. Fox Sports said their women's games slightly outdrew their men's games this season.
Some of that has to do with the fact that there was a story and the fact that they're not putting on as many women's games as they are men games. So they're putting on the premier matchups of the fan bases that are going to be tuning in to watch their teams. A top 10 matchup between Ohio State and Iowa this past weekend. More people are watching that because they're interested in Ohio State. They're interested in their team. Same thing with Iowa. And the fact that there is a story, there's how far can Caitlin Clark take it?
So my question is, how do you pinpoint what's happened to the game that used to be so much more entertaining this time of year? 248-539-9797. I know we'll all watch when the brackets come out, but it feels like obligatory more than it does maybe the excitement of what it was 10 or 15 years ago.
Yeah, or are you? I mean, right now, okay, we're sitting here, we're a week away. The women's Big Ten tournament starts today. The men's will be next weekend. The NCAA tournament for the men will start the weekend after. Are you right now looking at it going, I'm going to fill out a bracket like I always do? I'm excited about filling out this bracket. I'm excited about March Madness. Or are you, wow, it's almost here. Surprised that we're only 2.5 weeks away. Surprised that it is the end of the college basketball season, and you're looking at it going, I haven't watched hardly anything, and I don't know that I've missed it at all.
Yeah, pinpoint it. What's the issue? What's keeping you away? Why has the sport suffered less interest than ever before? 248-539-9797. I wonder, too, I mean, talk about this when the brackets come out, but I feel like less people fill out brackets now because you can just bet each individual game. Now, I think that helps the interest, too, but the brackets, why would I put together what I think is going to be a perfect bracket only to have it come crumbling down 6 games in, 10 games in, when I can bet each game, and as soon as that game's done,
I could
if I lose, I'm right back in the next game. My bracket doesn't die ever if I just bet the games themselves. Maybe gambling's part of it.
I'm sure it is. For us as a family, I'll do it as a family.
Yeah.
But, other than that, I don't really have an interest of trying to keep up with. And part of it is that there's so many. We talk about expansion, the college football playoffs of the NCAA tournament. There's so many games. And you're looking at, okay, well, what did I pick in this game? Like, I don't even know who's playing in this game, let alone where they're ranked, what they did all season long. And you're going through, and sometimes you're just circling a team because it's Wichita State, whatever it is. But then following it and all of the games that there are, it just seems exhausting.
There was a line in the USA Today piece, the Woken piece, and it was, does anybody have strong positive or negative reactions about, who are the two coaches he referenced?
John Shire and Tommy Lloyd.
Right. Now, Shire, maybe, if you even know he's Duke's coach.
You probably
and you do
because
it's Coach K and it's Duke and it's a big name. Tommy Lloyd. I know he's Arizona's basketball coach. Right. I don't think most people know that he's Arizona's basketball coach. So let alone strong feelings, positive or negative. People don't even know who he is. I think that's part of this is you just don't have a familiarity with the coaches and the teams and the players. College basketball, maybe even more than football, has really become year to year, where the game's best players either go pro or hit the portal. You don't see a guy's journey from his sophomore to his junior to, forget about, a senior season.
Right. And then
if you are, it's because you're not very good. Otherwise, you'd be in the NBA, so it does water down the product.
And you hear stories like, what we had at the update. Coach Izzo and Chris Villar had it, hey, show up tonight to support our seniors. Like, it's sometimes those seniors have only been there for a year, and then you have a season like Michigan State had. It's a little bit underwhelming. It feels like it's just not college basketball anymore. It's just not college athletics anymore. These players are getting paid. They have the freedom to move around. They're free agents. And now all of a sudden you're asking a fan base to support guys that have only been there for 6 months. Show your appreciation for a senior who's only been here for 8 months, and he's not even going to identify as a Spartan later in life.
In some instances, you're right. I also love Izzo making sure to remind everyone this is not his last senior day. Yeah. For anybody who's calling for my head, it's not my last senior day. All right, Tom, maybe it's getting you a little bit. Ticket texters. People are salty because the Blue Bloods aren't Blue Bloods anymore due to NIL. Mid-majors are now just as viable to win as Kentucky, Duke, North Carolina. We saw last year FAU and San Diego State make a run, and I do think it gave people that Cinderella upset, anything can happen March. But regular season-wise, it doesn't create these big juggernauts that people are pulling for or rooting against the Blue Bloods, to their point.
Right. And so, okay, your definition of blue blood can be whatever it is. But let me ask you this. Is there a team outside of these that I'm going to talk about that could win the national title? Houston, UConn, Purdue, Arizona, Auburn, Tennessee, Duke, North Carolina, Alabama, Iowa State. And I'm kind of being generous with Iowa State. Yeah, you look at those and you say, okay, well, how many blue bloods are there actually in there? Again, it goes to your definition of blue blood, but it's not like you're sitting there going, oh, okay, well, it looks like, this is a year for Bradley or Butler or, insert any long shot.
Listen, it'll be fun when they hit the buzzer beater, but before that, it's not getting anybody excited.
Yeah.
And
You're welcome, Greg.
It's a fun little moment between you two.
Yeah, Bradley.
Ticket Texter says college basketball has lost its soul with all the movement due to name, image, and likeness in the transfer portal. What's scary is I believe this is a preview of what will happen to college football soon. Alex and Clausen. Another one says it's a combo. Our local teams stink, plus no star power nationally, no dominant teams, no elite rivalry, plus the portal. That's from Jody in the D. Another one says, here's how you fix it. When your coach punches another coach, you fire him right away and you save your program.
Probably a good standard to live by.
That'd be a good way to run your team. Couple more. 248-539-9797. Nothing beats the buzzer beater and the drama of the first 2 days of the tournament. That's why I said we'll all find our way back on the couch the opening days of the tournament. But it doesn't change that the sport isn't what it was, and it doesn't provide the same level of excitement that it once was.
And when a Purdue loses to a 16, and that 16 moves on, like, how much excitement does that 16 seed generate, other than the fact that it's just a Cinderella?
It's good in the moment.
Yeah.
Like UMBC was big when they beat Virginia. First 16 to do it, right? Or Purdue, seemingly every year, every other year, losing to St. Peter's or somebody like that. It gives a fun moment, a feel-good moment. Everybody enjoys that moment. But that's one singular moment over what is an entire season.
Mm-hmm. It's a singular moment, not one shining moment.
No, it's not. Says the athletes believe they're bigger than the sport now. Too much money is involved, and it's changed the product. I get players want to be paid, but this is what the consumers are left with. Derek in Brighton. I don't mind that guys get money off their name, image, and likeness. We've had a couple people reference it. It doesn't bother me that someone could benefit, but it is kind of ironic that in an era of name, image, and likeness, you can't name many of the names. You can't recognize many of the images, and there's not a lot of likeness for you to relate to right now with these guys. I think that's the oxymoron of this whole thing. College basketball kind of becoming a parody of itself in some ways. Another one says it's pretty much turned into the G League. It's guys who want to get to the NBA. They want to play to get to the NBA, and you don't get a chance to know your team or your guys. They don't grow over 2 or 3 years. Hard to really care, hard to be invested.
I think that's legit.
That's the nature of it. You guys want to jump the line, weigh in, 248-539-9797, phone calls and ticket text. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They take the time to get to know you, ask you questions, and they're going to work with you to build a plan that fits your unique financial situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
College basketball, the interest level is at a low point. The women's game outdrawing the men's game. Lack of personality, maybe more personality in the women's game. Which product is better? And the bigger question just is, how can the men's game get back to being more culturally relevant outside of a couple weeks in March where we know you're going to watch because you watch? But right now, it doesn't feel like there's much anticipation or excitement as we sit here on March 6th. Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. Says, basketball is watered down Dollar Tree soup. The product, watered down.
Dollar Tree soup.
Can you get soup at the Dollar Tree?
I don't know.
For sure.
Can you?
Like you can get everything at the Dollar Tree.
Oh, but not a hot soup. You can just get a can of soup.
Oh, yeah, like a soup in a cup.
Oh, okay.
Was that watered down if you get it at the Dollar Tree?
I don't know. I mean, it's you just add water.
Yeah.
Another one says, okay, on the point of it being a watered down product, let me try to help the ticket texter out. It's guys who, or the best of the best, are one and done, or they go to the G League and they never show up to begin with. So the talent level is gone. Another ticket texter brings up, long gone are the days of the Cassius Winstons. You got more athletes now that, in their mind, aren't even playing basketball, that are going into other sports. And on top of it, if you do get a great player, or a player that you think can be a great player, they hit the portal and they transfer. So you don't really have...
Yeah.
What's the opposite of watered down? You don't have a hearty product. Concentrated product.
Yeah. Here's the thing, too, is it's just the style. I mean, do you like watching the style of basketball that it is now, where in the NBA, right, and we talk about guys that change the game as it is, Steph Curry has changed the game. And it's much more about being able to shoot the three than it is about running a half-court offense. There's very little defense played. And a lot of times it's just a one-on-one, can I beat this guy? It doesn't feel like it's just not an interesting game to watch, is my point.
And that's fine if you feel that way. I would tell you, at least in the NBA, the guys can pull off the moves. Like, to me, it's college basketball players trying to masquerade as NBA players. You aren't Steph Curry. You can't do what Steph Curry does. Most of these guys in the fast break, you can't reliably hit a jumper. You need to go to the rack. You need to get to the hoop. You need to pass the ball and share the ball. You're not all NBA players as much as you'd like to act like you're NBA players. You can't use the NBA game at the college game. I think they've tried to, and it's made the product worse. You don't have, and I get it, the NBA frowns upon low post, back to the basket. But college basketball at its peak, there was a little inside, a little outside, a little give, a little take, a little ball movement. Mm-hmm. By and large, I don't think the product is close to the NBA product. The NBA product, at least those guys are talented enough to play that way and get away with it.
Well, that's why they're professionals.
Yeah.
And I mean, higher paid professionals, because college athletes seem to be professionals now too.
Texter says, I just watch Iowa women's games and nothing else. I don't have a personal connection or interest in any player in the men's game. Just don't care anymore. I think that was kind of the point, is that at least you have a star in the women's game and you got some storylines in the women's game.
You have a recognizable name and a recognizable star.
Yep.
But what happens next year?
It'll go back down. I mean, they'll have the same issue if they don't replenish with stars. But the women tend to stay longer. They're not running out to the WNBA. So you may get more continuity in the women's game than you do in the men's game. Texter says, note for Roberto, at 8:55 a.m., John says, no one's going to be worried about the size or the length. Please keep that as a drop. Thank you. Another one says, guys, last year's tournament was the most watched ever. This year will be even more with gambling and increased interest. Sounds like you're speaking for the butthurt Michigan fans that have an 8-22 team this year, Tim in Livonia. I don't think this is a partisan issue. I think Spartan fans would concede, too. This is not a particularly interesting season of college basketball. I don't think you have to be a fan of either Michigan or Michigan State to look around and go, this isn't a good year of college basketball. I mean,
so, to your point, and I just want to get back to this because I was curious. We talk about college basketball and there's no personalities or you don't know who they are, and it's a one and done type of situation right now. Or it's to the G League or it's overseas. So in the WNBA, because I thought this was true, but I wasn't sure. Players are staying longer because they have to.
Correct.
It's very much like the NFL
or
baseball. Yeah. All NCAA players who are turning 22 years old in 2024 can forgo any remaining eligibility in college and enter the draft. So it's international, but it's funny because the international players who are turning 20 years old can enter the draft. But if you're, U.S. born, you're going to a college here in the States, it's 22. So you are developing your skills more before you go to the WNBA. That's what I like about the NFL. You are developing your game, right or wrong, in terms of limiting an individual's ability to go and play professionally. You are developing your game before you get to the NFL.
Would it help if Michigan basketball was 22-8 as compared to 8-22? Yeah, it would. It wouldn't change the systemic issues that plague the sport about lack of continuity and stars and lack of them and lack of personality. Would it help if Michigan State, instead of being on the right side of the tournament bubble, was firmly in, and we were talking 1 seed or 2 seed, and could this be the team that breaks through not just a Final Four but a national? Yes, that would help us locally. It'd make it more interesting for you listening, but it doesn't change the big picture issues that exist with college basketball. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Since football ended, I only watch the Red Wings. Says, I've started watching replays of Monday Night Raw from back in the day, too. It's more entertaining than anything on TV right now, aside from Red Wings hockey. Matt in a truck.
I mean, that's part of the deal that's going on here locally is Michigan basketball is terrible. Michigan State has underperformed expectations. And now you have a Red Wings team where we are excited about hockey. We're talking about the game tonight, and you're going to be forced with a decision. Do you watch Michigan State basketball? Do you flip in between Red Wing hockey, Michigan State basketball? Like that's where you're kind of at.
Well, the Wings play a little later, so you should be able to get in a good chunk of both if you're interested in college basketball. Quick note on the Red Wings. They did not play last night. They play the Avalanche tonight at 9:30. The Islanders sneaking up right now in the standings. The Islanders 4 points back of the Red Wings.
And Tampa, correct. But I don't care about Tampa. I care about the Red Wings. Right, but my point is the Red Wings have 2 games in hand on the Tampa Bay Lightning. They're both tied at 72 points.
So you would say the Islanders are chasing the Lightning, not the Red Wings?
Well,
more chasing.
Yes,
okay.
It's more. Yeah, I mean they're not alone in this battle. And it's going to always kind of go back and forth between, the Red Wings. Last weekend, it was 4 back of Toronto, 8 ahead of the cut line. Now it's 4 ahead of the cut line, but you're right there with Tampa, and 6 back of Toronto. So you're shifting in between. And yeah, I mean, that's part of what's exciting about watching the Wings right now.
There is a tension, right? There's stakes. There's stuff on the line. Tonight in Colorado without the captain, can you hold some ground? Can you steal a point or two? It's a reason to watch. And when your team doesn't play, you're at least checking the standings. Oh, the Islanders won last night. The Devils didn't, much to the dismay of Cash the Ticket listeners.
Last year at this time, we weren't scoreboard watching.
We were not doing that at all. One little note. As much as the Islanders are fast approaching, the bigger story may be the Flyers. The Islanders are in that same division. If the Islanders pass the Flyers may drop out of this. Their next 10 games, they play the Panthers twice, the Maple Leafs twice, the Bruins twice, the Lightning, the Hurricanes, the Rangers, really good hockey teams in the next 10 games. So a lot of teams chasing a lot of teams. It's not just the Red Wings that have to be worried. In fact, the Flyers may be the team that bows out of this too before the season's over. 248-539-9797. We get this stuff to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, because what are we going to be talking about tomorrow morning?
Red Wings.
Yeah, guarantee you. And whatever happens with the Flyers, they're tied right now. Yes, they are third in the Metro, but they're tied in terms of points with the Wings, with Tampa. And we mentioned it, the Islanders, the Caps, the Penguins, the Devils. Everybody thought, hey, all right, they fired their coach. They're going to get a win. Not so fast, my friend.
Yeah, that was not our finest moment.
Well, but it was one. I mean, I know that Greg is all over that. Hey,
especially
in hockey, yeah, the fired coach and the bounce back game and the response of the team. You're not alone. I'm not trying to call you out on that one.
Listen, our record is what it is. We went 2-1 last night on the podcast. It just sucks when the one you're the loudest about, the one that you're the most boisterous about, when you maybe cost a locket and it ends up 5-3 Florida against the Devils. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Coming up next, I saw something, and it begs a question of AJ Hinch. Just how great a manager do we have here in Detroit? We'll get to that coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you want to watch a great sporting event, why not dive into the best pool in history at Stadium Swim? And it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen at Stadium Swim. And it's America's favorite place to watch all your great sporting events. They've got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, one nonstop party going on every single time the puck is dropped, ball is tipped off, or kicked off. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Mentioned I saw something regarding AJ Hinch. Begs a question. As the Tigers gear up for the season, just how great a manager do we have in Detroit? John, he's the betting favorite to be AL Manager of the Year, plus 550. Yet, the Tigers aren't the favorite to win their division, and they're only expected to win between 79 and 80 ball games.
Does that put them second or third?
Third in the division. If you finish third in your division and you lose most of your games, can you be Manager of the Year? Something's got to give. Either he is that difference maker and the win total's wrong, or the win total's right and he's not as big a difference maker as made out to be. And I like AJ. I think he's a good manager, but that doesn't add up.
Well, you got to have the Jimmies and Joes. And I think the Jimmies and Joes that he has this year is better than he's had in the past few years. The lineup that he's going to be able to put there, as of now, if healthy on a regular basis, is going to be better, the best he's had since he's been in Detroit. But he's got to find a way to motivate. He's got to find a way to get this team to perform better in April. To me, that's where your games, where that difference is going to be made up, because they have started so poorly over the 3 seasons that he has been manager, and then they dig this hole, they try and dig out of it. Last year, they did all they could to try and dig out of it, but they couldn't, and they came up short. This year, they're going to have to find a way to be better in April, and a good manager will find ways to be better, even if it's just simply by 2 or 3 games this year, because last year they were better than they were the year before.
I have the numbers in front of me because we've referenced this a couple times. AJ Hinch's first year, they went 8-19 at the end of April.
Okay, give him. Yeah, it's a bad.
Not good.
First year though.
7-13 at the end of April the next year. Not even close to 500. And last year they were 10-19 going into May 1st. When your division is as bad as it is, when 85 wins is in the neighborhood of winning the division, you can't be 7, 8, 9 games below 500 before we get to May 1st.
No, 10-19. So if you're playing just shy of 30 games, if you could be 14-16, 2 games under.
I know it's a losing record, but it would seem like
but
you'd at least be in the fight.
You get to the end of the season and you win 78 games, and you're just simply looking to get to 500. All right, if you want to get to 81 games, you win 4 more in April. And then maybe you're able to claw 1 or 2 extra out throughout the course of the season, find those hidden gems, come away with a couple of wins, and then you're looking at, instead of just being a 500 team at 81, you're looking at 83, 84 wins. And is that going to win you the division? Probably not, but at least you're in the race at the end, and then you can make up some more at that point.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, does AJ Hinch have any pressure this season? And maybe it's not that he's going to get fired or anything. He just signed an extension. I think he's generally a good manager. Maybe it's the mystique of AJ Hinch that is in trouble. Because if this team goes 80-82, that would be playing to the roster's capabilities, right? No one thinks this roster is a 90 or 100 win team, but I think it would really take a hit. His reputation as this soothsayer that can, turn water into wine, manager of the year favorite, his reputation would take a hit. In that sense, is there any pressure on AJ Hinch?
So, let's just put this in terms of things that we have discussed recently. If Scott Harris has 2 strikes, how many is AJ Hinch looking at right now? I mean,
I've generally been an AJ defender, even through some of these bad Aprils, because I think his bullpen management is some of the best in baseball. Yeah. I think the lineup card that he has had to sort through the last several seasons has been a jigsaw puzzle, and I'm not really sure if there was a right combination of names that produces much more offense, given some of the black holes in the lineup looking at Javi Baez. Now, eventually he moved them down, but there weren't a lot of guys to move up. He's platooned guys. He's played matchups. He was doing a lot of pinch hitting when they picked up a little bit of ground last year in May. I do think he's a good manager. But at some point they got to start winning, right? Nobody is immune from criticism.
Right. That's that. So the question, or the point that I'm trying to get to with that question, is how much of it do you put on Al Avila? How much do you put on Scott Harris? How much do you put on AJ Hinch? Is he basically, is this the first year where you're looking at it going, what's the expectation and where should they be? Should they at least be pressing for the division? If they're at least pressing for the division and they accomplish that, then there's no pressure on AJ Hinch, or there's no hot seat. Not that he's going to be fired, because he did extend.
And I know you didn't, but I'm not the one saying he's on the hot seat. I think people took the Harris comment the other day like I'm putting Harris on the hot seat. I mean, him more than AJ. He's responsible for the roster. It has to get better. They have to find and develop some of these young players. And if they do, we'll view Harris very differently. But if they're a 78, 79, 80 win team at the end of the season, you look around and go, okay, but when are they going to develop?
Yeah, how much of it is on the roster? How much of it is on Scott Harris? How much of it is on AJ Hinch?
Like, I don't think AJ's underachieved as Tigers manager in his 3 years here. I mean, I'm sure we could find a game or two that I disagree with a decision, or you disagree with the decision, or a listener goes, hey, you should have put this reliever in or left the starter in. I generally think he's overachieved as Tigers manager, coming out of some really bad, lean years of Tigers baseball. 248-539-9797. Some thoughts on AJ Hinch. 550 plus 550 to win Manager of the Year. John, you're generally more excited about them than I am. So do you think there's, my word, value in Hinch being a guy who squeezes out an extra 5 or 6 wins, gets them from 80 to 85 or 86, chases the Twins? That's what it would take to win Manager of the Year. You got to win the division, right? They're not getting it as a wild card. A bet on them to win the division, I think, is plus 370. You're better off betting AJ to win Manager of the Year, because if they win, he's probably going to get a huge chunk of the credit for getting this young team to that place.
Well, and it's, what I'm excited about is if they can stay healthy, if Riley Green can stay healthy, Parker Meadows continues to develop. Gary Carpenter, we saw him for the first time yesterday. Can he continue to develop? Spencer Torkelson, does he pick up where he left off? There's a lot of ifs in this, but part of it, and when we talk to AJ Hinch, which we do about every other week here in the mornings, is he talks about the relationships that he's built with the players. He was a psychology guy in college, and how has he used that to build relationships and use that to help develop a player like Spencer Torkelson. If AJ is not the manager for Spencer Torkelson over the last couple of years, how is he different? Is he a guy that, somebody just says, he's not developing, send him back down, you crush his hopes, his dreams, and he never recovers? Is AJ the guy that's been able to do that?
It's a good question. Ticket Texture says, how does Harris have 2 strikes? Dan in a car. Strike 1 was Eduardo Rodriguez at the deadline last year, looking like an amateur general manager, team president, getting nothing for a premier pitcher. And then the second strike is an underwhelming offseason.
Yes, this is the Jim Costa strike count.
Yes, John has his own strike count, and you may have yours. But 0-2, to me, 0-2 doesn't mean you're fired. It means you got to choke up on the bat. We got to see you get on base. Yeah. That's his thing. Own the zone, Scott. Let's see you own the zone. Yes. I'd love to see him own the zone.
I know. Your strike zone is very big.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's up?
Well, a 36-year-old Detroit man is facing his 7th drunk driving charge after leading police on a high-speed chase in a stolen vehicle. So the man was spotted by Berkeley police. He was speeding. He was running red lights. This was on Woodward really early Tuesday morning. The vehicle was just reported stolen out of Auburn Hills 20 minutes before that. When police tried to pull him over, the guy wouldn't stop, continued driving recklessly. Eventually, police were able to come up and confront this guy. He was under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances. The man is facing multiple charges and hopefully will never be on the road again. I mean, when you hear that, 7th, how? How is this guy's,
how do you get to 5? At some point, someone's got to take it away.
Getting behind the wheel, so it's pretty crazy. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Somebody in Michigan is $1 million richer.
Oh, wow.
Yes, a $1 million winning Mega Millions ticket was sold online to a Michigan player for Tuesday's drawing. So if you purchased one, you probably got a nice email waiting for you if you haven't looked yet. There was no big jackpot winners. However, there was this one person here and then one person in California that won $1 million. So the next drawing is set for Friday with an estimated jackpot of $687 million.
Wow. That's a lot of money.
It's a ton of money.
Typically, my rule of thumb is once it makes it into your news, I have to at least consider buying a ticket. Yeah.
You have to get it because the only way you can win is if you play.
Right.
And you never know. At least go get one. The chances of you winning are so slim, but you got to do it. Got to do it anyway. Comedian Nick Swartzen had to be escorted off stage. This was about 20 minutes into his comedy show that he was performing in Colorado over the weekend because he just started acting very bizarre, very belligerent, very strange. And people who were there said some of the attendees were really uncomfortable by what they were seeing. Some had to get up and walk to the restroom or kind of leave. Others say they were cheering him on. So let's take a listen.
I wonder what happened leading up to that.
There had to be more. I mean, obviously it wasn't funny and he was
Right.
just talking kind of slowly and jabbering on and on and on, but was he making like
Inappropriate
gestures
jokes?
or
Yeah.
like what was he doing? But either way, yeah, the lights just kind of whoop, off he goes. Goodbye.
Made a quick decision.
He hasn't
there.
commented on this at all quite yet. There's a new TikTok trend that's taking off, and you may want to try it, or maybe you don't want to try it. I wouldn't want to try it, but it's chugging olive oil. Right from the bottle. I mean, there's other ways to do it too. Some people are taking shots of olive oil. You can mix it with your coffee, apparently,
Really?
or you're just taking the bottle and
Yeah.
getting after it. Yeah, I'll pass. But apparently, this is a thing. And experts are saying there is a lot of positive things that you can get from olive oil if you're if you're using a high quality extra virgin olive oil. There's, anti-inflammatory properties, antioxidants. It's got healthy fats. In fact, it may protect against cancer. It helps your cardiovascular health.
Sure, but not chugging it.
Well, I was going to say, we use olive oil at home, mix it in instead of butter, but the amount matters too.
It does. And they're saying, you need about 1 to 4 tablespoons, that experts are saying, and use it with your food. Don't just chug it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not going to be chugging it.
No, me neither.
It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. So find something you like, something with favorable odds, put down your $5, and then you get $150 back if your bet just simply wins. Bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and so much more. So explore what FanDuel has to offer, and you can visit them at FanDuel.com/Jansen and shoot your shot. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
talked about the Lions and a splash list that started with 3 or 4 names, got to about 6 or 7 names that would qualify as a splash. Mm-hmm. They did make a move already, John.
They've made a couple of moves.
Well, we were off the air yesterday. They added or re-signed a corner. How big a deal? Emmanuel Mosley. 1 year, we do not have the terms. What was your reaction to the deal? I know Doug and Gator got a chance to talk about it a little bit yesterday. It broke during their show.
Yeah. It's giving a guy a shot. I would be surprised if it's more than maybe a little bit more than veteran minimum, because you got a guy that, does he have talent when healthy? Sure. But he was coming off of one ACL, played for 2 plays, and tore his other ACL. Just that alone, what's he going to be? And he probably knows that his options are limited, so he's going to stay in Detroit, see if he can, resurrect his career. He's going to be unavailable for training camp, probably be unavailable, start the season on the pup. When he comes back, we're going to be playing the same game that we did this year.
I know.
And so I have no problem with them re-upping this. I am curious to know how much.
It's $5 million last year. Probably less this year.
It's probably half, if not less than half of that.
So it's not really going to change the amount of money that they have to play with starting really next week and into this legal tampering period. Move made sense last year. It was part of 3 moves they made to address the secondary. Cam Sutton, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and Emmanuel Mosley. Reviews on that group were underwhelming.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 of the 3 got hurt, and Cam Sutton, not a number 1 corner. That's going to be a position, regardless of this Emmanuel Mosley thing, that they need to address, because Mosley is not a guy that they're going to count on at all this season. It will be a happy surprise if he gets back out there and regains his form. I mean, if he's not in camp, they're not going to expect him to be there in week 1. They're going to need to have
somebody else.
The 2 deep will not include him. So I think that's part of that.
No, and I think it's interesting. And it's one of those where, hey, if it pays off, this could be one of those gambles that pays off big for them. It could also be and
it's low risk, high reward.
Yeah, there's very little downside to this because they're not committing many resources to him.
He is. You said they've several guys they've brought back. Badgley, the other one. Did I miss a different line that they've brought back?
Yeah, Jalen Reese-Maben.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah,
Germ.
Signed as the highest special teamer.
A Pro Bowler on the special teams this year.
Yeah. So
do you expect, because this is the time where we would hear about re-signing your own. Do you expect anything else before? Like, Jonah's going to hit free agency and see what the market bears. Graham Glasgow would be one I would be curious if they get something done before free agency officially opens.
Yeah, because he's the one. He would be the biggest concern right now, because you still have under contract Amon-Ra St. Brown. We've heard about the conversations going on, what that's going to be. It'll eventually get done. We've also heard about Jared Goff. Now, the question is, do you do that before free agency starts so you know how much money you have to spend? Or do you do it after you sign a couple of big fish, or at least a couple of free agents, so you then know how to better structure those contracts? That's really going to be the question. And I don't know what Brad Holmes' philosophy is going to be. And some of it's going to be how aggressive do they want to be in free agency?
The names. And people, if you missed it, Odyssey, rewind, use the app. Anything you missed during the show, our show, any show, you can go back and listen. The names that we would put out there as the splash moves: Chris Jones, Danielle Hunter, Christian Wilkins, a trade for L'Jarius Sneed. That to me is tier 1. Those are not the only guys that would register as a splash. You included
Jonathan Greenard and Bryce Huff, as well as Michael Onwenu, the only offensive player I think that we're really talking about.
Yeah, and
as a splash guy.
It shouldn't be forgotten that they need to make sure the line stays the strength of this football team. As we all rightfully eye defensive difference makers.
Yeah.
Make sure that you secure your mask before securing a mask for another on the airplane. Make sure the line stays a strength.
Yeah, and if you have obvious needs, you have to address something. You want to do that in free agency. Brett Holmes talked about that. To what level do you want to? How much do you want to rely on the draft at 29? I think it would be very curious to see who they would get as a corner to complement Cam Sutton versus be CB1. I mean, again, it depends how this draft plays out,
and
how it falls.
Sitting at 29, I mean, you're going to kind of have to react
It's a deep draft in talent. I think they're going to get a really good player.
Well, and Burkett's mock, and I don't want to spoil this, Doug, you've seen Burkett's mock, yes?
Yeah, we're not giving it the full Carson Anderson mock treatment.
Well, why
We'll
not?
talk about
Well,
it.
no,
Because we did one yesterday.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was against Dave. I'm like, Dave's a good guy.
No, Dave's the best. But
Yeah, well,
no, Dave's mock sucks. That's why we're not
You're
doing
like, this is kind of a low rent deal, so.
No, we might have overdosed in the past on mock drafts, so we're trying to.
Well, the beautiful thing is
we're recovering mock draft junkies here.
we had to overdose in the past.
That's true.
We don't have to now.
You're like Jimmy. Jimmy's like the parent. He's like, Doug, I was looking in the cubicle trash. I saw
That's
right.
another
mock draft.
printed up and thrown away.
Doug, you need help. We'll get you an intervention.
It's okay. I'm self-medicating, and so we'll talk about it.
Okay.
It's
You like what
interesting.
they're doing, right?
I do. I mean, look, I very much. I mean, yesterday was one of those signs that, oh yeah, their own guys, they can sign them now, and so we're actually going to open with talking about that.
And we just kind of stumbled into it because you're not going to have to wait for the Jonah Jacksons or the Graham Glasgows or the Chauncey Gardner-Johnsons.
You don't have to.
But to John's point, he said you might want to base on if you're aiming for some other guys, you want to make sure all the money's in the right places.
Yeah, it's what the variable, the unknown variable, is how much are people asking for, and
Right.
if it's a number you're happy with, you sign them right away.
Yeah.
And if it's not, okay, see what's out there and circle back.
I know, because everybody's excited about, the Lions have, the cap went up. Well, cap went up for everybody.
Of course.
And, Chris Jones, would you love to have him here? Is he going to get overpaid by somebody? Possibly. I mean, I don't think Kansas City overpays him. And I don't think Brad Holmes is in the business of overpaying free agents. So one of 30 other teams could go out there and say, you know what? We just want to make a big splash. Chris Jones, here's $35 a year. That would be overpaying.
Yeah. We also have some good Scooby from in the NHL regarding the trade deadline and the Red Wings. Talked with some inside sources today. Let's go.
Sources say. All right. Yeah.
I don't know what Scooby is.
I was saying, what's Scooby?
That's your scoop.
Scoop.
Oh, okay.
Scooby.
Yeah.
Scoop.
I think it was more with a P than a B.
I got excited. I started. thinking
I heard the
about
beat.
youth.
Ruh-roh.
Exactly.
Would have worked.
Carson Anderson next,
For the
97.1.
meddling kids. What a week. What a week it is in sports. The Red Wings, we've just passed the 53-hour mark until the trade deadline. At this hour, one has to thank the general manager, Steve Yzerman, is working the phones. High probability that the framework for some deals have been established. Whether or not they pull the trigger, that has yet to be seen. In the meantime, we inch closer to the free agent period in the National Football League. That is coming up on Monday. And things could be afoot with our Lions. They were yesterday with the signing of Emmanuel Mosley, and we can project some more on the heels of that. But welcome in, Scott the Gator Anderson. How are you today?
I'm fine, Doug.
Yeah?
Yep. Got a little surprise for you today.
You do?
I do. I don't know if I think maybe you should wait till noon for lunchtime.
For the surprise?
Yeah.
Well, I'm intrigued.
Yeah. I'm excited to see your reaction.
Okay. Good.
Otherwise, yeah, things good. Home last night watching the Pistons.
Mm-hmm.
A valiant effort by the Pistons. Alas, they were unable to withstand the daggers that were thrown at them late in the game. They kept it close all game. It was actually entertaining, I thought. And it left me thinking about the future of this team. And I mean, most games do, but when they play like they did last, it wasn't like this overly inspired game, but you see moments where this team has talent. And it's so damn frustrating that they can't put it together for 48 minutes so they can start winning some games. I wouldn't expect them to be a 40-win team, but I mean, my God, do better than 8. And last night was on full display again. I mean, the addition of Fontecchio, Simone can shoot. And he can also play some D, and I think it's a pretty good addition to this team moving forward. But with the other players they have here, their own draft picks, these guys all show more than flashes of being competent players. But for whatever reason, they just go into lulls for too long a period of time. That they turn the ball over way too often at the most inopportune times. They leave guys wide open at the most inopportune times, and you have what you had last night.
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember the last time they played the Miami Heat?
I saw a stat last night that showed that Isaiah Stewart had 14 boards and 14 points, but that's all I remember.
The reason I bring it up is it was the second game of the year, and Gator had texted me. This is the second game of the year, okay? They lost by 1 point to the Heat, who went to the NBA Finals last year.
Yeah.
This seems fun to watch. This is going to be like a good year. This is going to be a fun season.
Freezing cold takes.
No, not. I agreed.
Thanks.
I saw that, they played. I agreed. I was only like 2 games in, and I'm like,
but they
not
were
not bad. All right. I mean, could have won that game, didn't, but that's okay. They played well, and like 8 wins later.
I mean 7, not even 8. It's
no, but I meant after. Because I think they had won a game before that, but
it's so brutal. It's just because they, like I said, there's flashes. Like you watch Jalen Duren play, and Jalen Duren looks like he's going to be a superstar at some point, and this is just year 2, and you have to keep that in mind. And it's hard to keep that in mind when the team has been so bad for so long, and then epically bad as they are this year, and record-setting bad. And it's like, is there any end in sight? And yeah, there is, but I don't know how patient we're going to be. I wrote on my show sheet, 3 years from now, how are we going to be viewing this team? Are they going to be good? Are they going to be great? Or are they going to be a completely different-looking team because they've just blown it up?
Well, let me start with this. 3 years from now, I hope we are choosing to view this team because they're almost impossible to watch right now. And Gator, you ignorant rube, you are making a huge mistake when you say they show flashes, but they can't put it together for 48 minutes. Because I do it too. I go ignorant rube at times too. And that's the difference. That's what makes you bad. Everybody has talent. Everybody can show something for a brief moment in time. The greats do it all game. The greats do it all season. The good teams do it way more than they don't. And that's what the Pistons are right now. They are a bad team because while they have talent, they can't execute that way for 48 minutes. They show flashes, but right now, where they are, there's too many lapses.
But this is why it's ultra frustrating, because this is year 3 for Cade Cunningham.
Yeah.
This is well into the second season with Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren on this team. They've made some other moves and acquired some other players, and with varying degrees of talent levels. They're trying to resurrect the career of James Wiseman, and that's another one that's kind of strange, because that's another one that's like, okay, you see some talent, and then you see why a team gave up on him, and it is frustrating. But I saw a tweet yesterday, late in the show, and I forget who it was. It may have been Johnny Kane from Bally's, who had tweeted out a comparison between Jalen Duren and Bam Adebayo, and after year 2 of what these guys were, and very similar, and actually Jalen Duren looking a little better, and then letting you know that, and I think Adebayo's played 7 years in the NBA now, and he's a 3-time All-Star, 4-time All-Defender in the league. So it'll take some time, but is this where he's trending towards? And he might be. Jalen Duren is like the most exciting player on that team, because the way he plays above the rim, because the way he protects the rim, and you just want to see more of it. And of course, that's the big difference, is consistency and being able to figure it out. But the question about, this team is, how do you go from showing flashes to being more consistent?
I think
do they have the right group of players in place, the right coach, the right everything?
When the big part of your core is 22, 22, 21, 22, and 20, you're going to struggle. You just are. And they supplement that with what I think is an attempt to rotate through the bottom 100 players in the NBA by continuing to shuffle the roster, and it's not a formula for success. Unfortunately, we just have to hope that Cunningham and Duren and Thompson and Stewart and Ivey and these guys who are relatively young just blossom all at the same time, and holy crap, are they good. But
I mean, like,
it's easy to doubt. It's very easy to doubt.
Kang, did you watch it last night?
I was in and out, so I didn't get a good flow.
Because there were some really fun moments, where Cade Cunningham goes baseline and dunks it. Like, what? That's what I'm talking about. Here we go. Where you see Asar Thompson, more than one occasion, do something like that too. Asar Thompson is like, he's a rookie, and I think so much was expected of him, and I'm not sure why, just because he was a lottery pick, and you forget how young he is and inexperienced he is, but he looks like a player that's grown this year, and thankfully, because he was a lottery pick, they're going to need him in the future. But it's a cautionary tale watching this team, and it's about, I think they're also a product of what else is going on. The Lions had their success. The Red Wings are starting to be successful. We're hopeful about the Tigers, and then there's the Pistons. And the Pistons have had all these top picks, and nothing's happened yet. And we're becoming very, very, very impatient. And I'm not saying it's wrong to be impatient, but it'd be nice if they could put something together. Now they got a 6-game homestand, and yet if you were going to set an over-under on win totals, it'd be set at, 1.5?
Oh, no, over. They're going to win 3 in a row. All right, so anyway, that concludes our Piston discussion for the day. Lions with a move yesterday. Can we predict what's going to happen next based upon what they did yesterday? We'll get to that today at 10:16. Got some good Scooby from the NHL, insider stuff. We'll talk about what's being said about the Red Wings as we move in on the trade deadline Friday at 3. Hey, Wednesday is hump day at Twin Peaks, and you know what that means. Bourbon and Brews, Twin Peaks girls in their black lingerie. They'll help you through those midweek blues. Stop in from 5 to 7 to sample weekly specials. And did you know Twin Peaks has added more time to their daily party? All lodges are now open later. That means an extra hour happy hour Monday through Thursday night. Late night happy hour starts at 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday and runs till midnight. So let's think about that. Starts at 10 p.m. Hockey game starts tonight at 9:30. Detroit, Colorado. Those friends get together. So happy hour right in the heart of the game. Bring the crew and enjoy the amazing deals on shareables like $3 fried pickles, $5 hand cut and breaded to order mozzarella cheese bites. Wash it down with great drink deals like the $3 Wells and $4 tall domestic drafts. Or buy a round of cheap shots for the group priced at $3.99. To learn about all Twin Peaks specials and to find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. That's twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. All right, so yesterday near the end of the show, there was some breaking news regarding the Lions, and that was they were bringing back one of their own from the secondary, Emmanuel Moseley. And probably everybody who cares knows by now. It's an interesting re-sign given the fact that he was coming off a torn ACL in San Francisco. He then signs a free agent deal with Detroit and is expected to be a starter in Detroit when he gets healthy. He does get healthy, comes back last 2 plays, tears the other ACL. Unbelievable story. Incredible bad luck. And you just get sick to your stomach when stuff like this happens to guys that just can't stay healthy. And it's unfortunately, it's a big part of the game and it's a physical game. And his was not even a real physical play. It was just one of those, whether the turf monster got him or just, hey man, it happens when you're going all out. So he lasts 2 plays, and immediately launches into rehab and says he's going to attack this thing aggressively and all that. He made roughly $4 million his last year in San Francisco. He signed in Detroit for $3 million. I would think he comes back at less than that. But we also now can operate from a different position when it comes to evaluating moves. We no longer have to start with the premise that the organization is run by buffoons. We can actually think that we have a competent management group, right?
I like starting there. That's nice.
Right, but I mean, if previous regimes have done this, I think the phones would have been packed yesterday with what the hell are they doing? But this group has earned some patience and some street cred that we can see a move like this and go, okay, well, I guess.
Still now, a little bit of a head scratcher.
It's a little bit of a head scratcher, but we also have to think that this is the part that we can assume because we haven't seen totals. We haven't seen money. No. Have you seen money? Nobody's seen money.
No, I haven't seen money. Just know it's a 1-year deal.
Okay. So now we go, okay, can't be for that much money. We can assume that they didn't overpay for a twice injured torn ACL corner. And the ACL isn't what it used to be. Guys can come back from that. It's not the Achilles, which is much worse. And we can also assume that the medical people have cleared this and said, yeah, he should be back to 100%. And back and better than ever.
And then you ask yourself, okay, when healthy, if he's healthy, hopefully he can stay that way. But if he can, where does he fit in the depth chart? And where does he fit right now in the depth chart of the team that doesn't have that many? Well,
right now
corners?
He fits in as a starter.
Well, right now, that's right. So right now he's CB1 or is he CB2? He's one or the other. As soon
as he's healthy, which might not be, when they're ready to go for the opener, he might not be ready to go. But, yeah, I mean, given who they have under contract, he fits in as a starter because they don't have a ton of guys under contract at the position. I mean, we talked about if they decide to bring back Kendall Vildor or Dorsey, or if they decide to bring back any of those guys. Here are their corners currently under contract. Cam Sutton, Emmanuel Moseley, Stephen Gilmore, Craig James, and that's kind of it. Yeah, so
they got some work to do.
Yeah, they've got a lot of guys to sign and a lot of decisions to add. A lot of guys to add.
I feel very confident they're going to draft one.
I think that's probable. I think signing another free agent is a strong possibility. But we know. Let's also go with the warning shot that Brad Holmes gave us. There's going to be a lot of people asking him, March, April, May, what are we doing? And, is he doing that to lessen expectations so people won't be disappointed when they're not signing massive free agents? Is he doing that because they are fully committed to bringing back their own guys? If they're willing to bring back Moseley, okay, there's some assumptions we can make, right? We've already made it. Not much money, medical clearance. They liked him before the injury, and if he's got medical clearance, they should like him after the injury. Right. And he wants to be here. They have another player that got hurt last year that exceeded expectations and worked his way back in CJ Gardner-Johnson, who really, really busted his butt to make it back. I don't think we should be surprised at all if we see that guy resigns before Monday. And the question is, the only question I have with him is if he wants to be here. Like, what are his asks financially? Is C.J. Gardner-Johnson asking for something that the Lions are uncomfortable with paying? If the answer to that is no, I won't be surprised at all if it's announced that he is signed before Monday.
Well, a couple more safeties just hit the market. Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs. We're talking about Pro Bowl player, Pro Bowl caliber safeties that hit the market. So does that change things at all in evaluation of who you want to bring in, or does that help to maybe it could lower the cost?
Yeah, I was about to say supply demand, right?
Yeah.
If it adds to the supply, the demand goes down, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson might say, and his agent might look at it and go, all right, there's more added to the mix. I can come in cheaper. Now, this stuff happens. Like, I bet a lot of people are hell no on that because of the halftime video of him waving goodbye to San Francisco 49er fans. And that, it might not matter to the Lions. I think that's the kind of thing that gets played up by the fan base and doesn't put them in good standing.
Well, we haven't heard a whole lot about people complaining about that.
Well,
so I don't know if that matters even a little bit.
Well, I don't think it matters that much to the Lions unless somehow, some way, it was indicative of him.
Right, but I'm saying even from a fan base, we haven't heard fans call into the show and complain about it. So
I know I probably shouldn't care what social media says. Social media was not happy with him.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's probably maybe a bit of a mistake on my part because, but I think when any time, Josh Reynolds, there's guys that from halftime on had stuff that happened in that game that you don't want to be overly punitive about. But I'm going to assume, and I think it's a pretty safe assumption, given C.J. Gardner-Johnson's work ethic to get back on the field, that, he probably endeared himself to this management group. So we'll see.
Well, something else that they did 2 days ago, I think has an impact. And I'm not sure if it's a good impact or another, but I'm going to read between the lines and try to paint a different picture here. They re-signed Shane Zylstra, the tight end.
Yep.
And he missed all last year with an injury. So why is this impactful? It's impactful because it's a third tight end on the roster right now, along with Mitchell and their starter. So
Sam Laporta.
That guy. So what does it mean for Brock Wright, who's a free agent?
Mm-hmm.
And Brock Wright probably is going to find himself with a decent contract in the offseason here. And by re-signing Shane Zylstra, which isn't going to be for much, I don't know if it was reported yet or not, but it can't be for much at all.
I don't think it's been reported.
Yeah. So if they let Brock Wright go, because let's say Brock Wright gets a 2-year, $10 million contract somewhere else, and the Lions like, nope, we just saved $5 million. We can draft one, or we can use an undrafted free agent, or whatever the case is. We can find somebody to fill that spot. Is that a conscious move to go with Zylstra instead of Brock Wright because you need money to pay for St. Brown? And this is compounded again with that. We had that signing for a couple days ago of Mike Evans with Tampa Bay, with the original reports were 2 years, $52 million. And we're all going, $26 million a year for a guy. That's a lot. What does that mean for St. Brown? Can they get him for 25? And then yesterday the story comes out. The rest of the story comes out and says, hold on, it's not 26 per. It's actually closer to 21 per because there are other escalators in the contract that get them to that point. So, okay, so maybe it's not going to be so much. And then you had a franchise tag on the wide receiver Pittman, and he gets tagged for $21.8 million. So do we now have a framework in there what it's going to take to sign St. Brown? That the baseline is going to be about 22.
If they get him for less than 25, I will feel like they got a bargain.
Okay, because I think that's where we're
I'm kind of
trending.
wondering if the real numbers, like the incentives and all that, the real numbers are closer to 21. On Evans, the tag number on Pittman's 21.8. He could come in on less than 25. But look, we got reports late last week that they were entering into discussions. And I'm not worried or antsy about it, but it is the following Wednesday, and free agency does start Monday. Now, he's not a free agent. He's got another year left. They're looking to he's eligible for an extension, but it's just something to keep an eye on that you hope happens soon.
But all this going on, and we said there's going to be some players that we're going to miss after this season, and I think Brock Wright is probably one of them.
He very well could be.
No one's going to miss him more than Gator.
I will miss him.
I mean, we should
like
know.
Brock Wright.
Well, we know this. We should know his contract details because
Stop.
you're his agent.
Commercials on. You are his agent.
I'm not his agent.
Yeah. You are.
If I mean, I'd like
President of the fan club.
get a nice cut.
Potential stalker. Known leg humper.
Look, for a guy who's on multiple legs at multiple times,
Yeah.
you got no room to talk.
I know.
So he knows what it's like. Is what he's saying.
Yeah, I know him when I see one.
Yeah.
Look, I still though the other thing I'd love to hear. God, I'd love to hear a Jonah Jackson contract or a Graham Glasgow contract. I don't want to need two guards.
No, you don't. I'd rather hear the Graham Glasgow at this point because he's been healthy.
Yeah, and you think he's going to come in way cheaper?
I think he'll come in way cheaper. Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, talk to two sources in the NHL about the Red Wings. Let's get into that. What they told me. Interesting. 10:32 for that. 97.1 the ticket. All right, so trade deadline in the NHL coming up Friday at 3. Got to think that Yzerman's working the phones like crazy, as one would expect. And frameworks for deals are laid out all the time, and then you just do, do you want to pull the trigger? So all that stuff's going on right now. And start with this. Yzerman's inner circle is a vault. There's not a lot of leaks. You have a source, good one. I got a pretty good source or two. Finding out what Steve Yzerman is thinking.
You're not going to.
And honestly, people on the inside are like, oh, that's news to me, right? I mean, Yzerman is a vault of information.
I feel like he goes into his office, shuts the door, and then presses a button to go that opens up a secret compartment or a secret entryway into another office within his office that is totally
filled with burner phones,
exactly right. Everything's encrypted. Nothing gets out, and it's like it's all with walls of steel, so you can't. Anybody in here?
Yep.
It's all soundproofed. You can't hear anything.
Every time he makes a call, the caller ID on the incoming call, it says no name available. Right. Yeah. I mean, he's got this thing. It's a tightly run ship down there, which is fine. It makes it tougher for guys like us and for fans who really want to know stuff. So what you end up doing is you end up talking to people that are like adjacent to the Red Wings organization. And it's tough, but they, if Yzerman talks to somebody with another organization, there's no telling that organization is a vault. So you can get information out of other league sources and people that work in the game that could have some good merit. But I think, Gator, you and I are both comfortable having sources in the league. Getting anything sort of from the horse's mouth is not easy.
No.
So take that and put that into what we're about to say here. Understand that we're doing our best with what is an incredibly difficult organization. And probably, by the way, an applaudable, I think an applaudable trait is that Yzerman runs a tight ship. But I talked to a couple league sources. Let's start with Simon Edvinsson. Two different evaluations of where he's at right now. My favorite is the following. Simon Edvinsson is awesome, and he actually gets bored at the AHA level at times. But he's kind of blocked by the veterans. They have 7 defensemen up right now. They have 13 forwards and 3 goalies. That's their 23. If they don't trade anybody and want to call Edvinsson up, somebody's got to go. They have no kids to send down. And so if you want to call Edvinsson up, they have to outright release somebody, which goes to what I was projecting yesterday, the idea that they might try and move on from a defenseman. We'll get to that in a minute. Another evaluation of Edvinsson at this time is that his size and skating sets him apart. Some parts of his game need to be refined still. But if the idea that he's ready, I think he's ready. I think it's where's the open seat? Where's the open seat with this organization? And moving guys comes with challenges. One of my sources thinks it'll be tough to move on from Hull. Another one says the Wings love Mata. Gostisbehere is a perfect rental to move on from, but he brings much needed offense. Is there a market for the rest of their guys? If you can't move on from a defenseman, do you bring him up and try to send something, release somebody and hope that nobody claims him, like a Ville Husso or I don't know. Who do you want to release? It's a deep team that's getting a lot out of 4 lines. And so what do you do? So I think we have a pretty motivated GM to move on. It's just whether or not they'll be able to find a trade partner to free up a spot for Edvinsson. So, hey, that's one of the challenges, and that's what Yzerman might be dealing with right now. Any thoughts?
As far as defensemen are concerned, I mean, yeah, we talked a lot about it yesterday. If you bring up Edvinson, you got to find somebody to move out. And if you wanted to move somebody out, the only unrestricted free agent is Gostis Barron. He's too valuable to this team. If you're looking at somebody who's not getting ice time, it's Justin Hall. But Justin Hall was signed to a contract before the year began at $3.4 million a season, so he signed for 2 more years at that number. Are they going to have to, try to move him and eat some of that salary, or make it even more enticing to a team to take it on by adding a draft pick to take on somebody else's draft pick? Because is that what we're looking at? To try to create room?
Yeah, maybe.
Or is this somebody legitimately in the league want Justin Hall?
If you see him moved for almost nothing, don't be surprised. It's better than nothing, which is what they might have to do. And it sounds like Evanson's ready. Now, if they do get involved in the trade market, let's get to some of the names and the guys that are out there. Jacob Chikrin from Ottawa, but he's another defenseman. But he's 25 years old. Yzerman and Steve Staios, the GM in Ottawa, they've done business before, seem to be on good working terms. 9 goals, 21 assists, under contract through next year at $4.6 million. This might be a player they're interested in, but with a roster logjam, are they sure they want to give up anything to get get better on the blue line when they're just going to have to release guys? Noah Hannafin, again, 27-year-old defenseman. Last year of his deal, $4.95 million. They could afford that. Wings have been associated with him, according to multiple reports. But again, what's the spot for him?
Well, and also, is that a rental or is that a player that you can re-sign?
Yeah,
because if he's done after this year, I mean, I don't get the impression that the Red Wings are looking to add players just to add players. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, let's go get this guy. We need a rental, because that would signify that you think that your team is there. You just need to go over the top and compete for the Stanley Cup. I think realistically, if you look at this team, I think a realistic goal for them was to make the playoffs, and they're in the thick of it right now. But it's not like they're top 2 or top 3 in their division. They're fighting to get to top 3 in the division, but they're still a ways away. Right now, they're solidified in one of the 2 wild card spots. So I don't think they make a move to get a rental player, unless that rental player is younger and makes sense to sign to a longer-term deal.
Well, that brings us to Casey Middlestat, 25-year-old center with Buffalo. Somebody called and talked to him yesterday, so I took it to my sources. The word from inside the league is, Buffalo has to pay him this summer. They already have Thompson and Cousins for big money. You don't go get Middlestat unless you want to extend him. But I think, a 25-year-old productive player like that would fit sort of the timeline of what the Red Wings want. But I don't know, first in a prospect to get started, to get them to take your call, is what I'm guessing. So, and then can you fit him under the cap next year?
Well, and then also, again, you're talking about adding something like that, then you got to move somebody away from the roster. So do you move one of your unrestricted free agents in addition to even give up the prospect and the draft pick so you can create that space?
I mean, I would think so. I think you'd have to.
So you got, guys like Christian Fischer, Daniel Sprong.
Here's one of my takeaways, and I think Steve Yzerman is doing a great job, okay? Don't be fooled by this. But correct me if I'm wrong. In building this roster with quite a few veterans, Yzerman has made this team competitive. But it feels as though he's somewhat limited their flexibility. Would you agree with that?
For this season, for this
right here, right now.
Maybe a little bit.
Well,
if you look at defensively, because of Edvinson and where does he go?
And anybody you bring in.
Well, and right now, I guess the other thing is that with Larkin out, for the next couple of weeks, that you could add a forward and then worry about it in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, but you still have to sort it out in 2 weeks.
Exactly. Yeah. But I mean, in a way, yeah. That's again
I'm
why
not
I
mad at him. Don't get me wrong.
Not mad at all. I think another product of what's happened this year, knocking on wood, they haven't had to deal with too many injuries, and I think typically you're expecting to, and they haven't, and that's why I'm knocking on the wood that they haven't,
right?
Because you don't want to wish that, but they've had a healthy defensive core the whole season. It feels like. So that's why you're sitting out Justin Hall as much as you're sitting him out. That's why they've sat out Jeff Petrie from time to time, because they have. Edvinson has played a couple games this year with the Wings. And forward-wise, it's been kind of the same story. People want to know why isn't Bergeron up? Well, because everybody's healthy. And if it ain't broke, you don't fix it necessarily. Not that it's this well-oiled machine, but they're playing really good hockey since January 1st.
It feels like there's a bit of a game in musical chairs with the roster and Yzerman. I'm going to guess here, and you tell me if this is a safe assumption. If he can't free up a chair, they're probably not making any move. I think he's got to be trying to free up a seat.
Well, would they? I mean, I guess the other alternative is if you can't make a move, would you waive a player? Just flat out release somebody?
I mean, here are your restricted free agents, or unrestricted free agents, excuse me. Up front, Perron, Kane, Sprong, Christian Fisher.
Mm-hmm.
Is Christian Fisher the likely man? Is he the guy you want to let go? Seems to play a very important role on the blue line at Shane Gostisbehere. Again, really important role.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, we'll get to that. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, feedback coming in on a variety of topics. 248-539-9797. Brock Wright cost me a parlay by not having a catch in the game. We need just one from him so he can go. We needed just one from him so he can go. Somebody wants to let Brock Wright walk because that person apparently made a bad bet. So punish Brock Wright. If the Pistons, let me put it to you like this. If the Pistons don't win 3 in a row this year, and I have to buy the two of you lunch, because I bet you both that at some point this season the Pistons will win 3 in a row. This was like back in December, slow times December. I think I made that bet with Kang, and then I offered it to you, and you jumped on board. I'm not blaming the Pistons. I'm blaming me. I made a bad bet.
Huh. That's novel.
Bill in Newport. I'm with Gator on Brock Wright. He is a great number 2. Catches balls and blocks like a maniac in a good way.
He just reminds me physically of Dan Campbell. Big guy, muscular guy.
Yeah, I guess kind of. I could see that. Minus the flowing locks. He's Notre Dame's Dan Campbell. Texas A&M. Dan Campbell's Texas A&M's Brock Wright.
There you go.
Kirk Maltby writes this unnamed texter. Kirk Maltby, who's on the trade scout team, is currently in Nashville. Grosse Pointe sources say. How do we feel about Grosse Pointe sources?
Well, I'm not against the Grosse Pointe source. Some former Red Wings live out there, perhaps.
Grosse Pointe sources say maybe bring back Nyquist, possibly Soros or O'Reilly. Okay, somebody just sent this up, and I don't know the question. Somebody sent this text over. The answer is Jeff Petrie. I've been saying it all year. What's the question?
Of who has to go on the defense.
I mean, we can assume that's it, but I don't know. So Petrie's interesting, right? I see a lot of feedback where people say, just cut this guy. Who cares? They care. They don't want to just cut veterans.
No, and he's also, look, Petrie has his moments where you're like, you got to be kidding me. Why? And then he's also got his moments like, okay, solid play, using his size, he's physical. He also plays nearly 19 minutes a game.
Yeah.
I think maybe that surprises people that he plays that much. I mean, they really do rely on him.
Yep.
They have him at a pretty cheap price. He's going to make $2.3 million next year. I wonder if that's the type of player that you could sell to a Western Conference team that's a playoff team that is in need of a veteran defenseman. Not going to be flashy. He's just going to steady things. And what you would expect in return is nothing more than a draft pick. And if you're the Red Wings and you're looking to make space, clear some space so you can bring up Simon Edvinsson, would that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're sort of starting to wander into territory that always cracks me up, and I've called out fans that have done this, is the whole he sucks, trade him. Okay. You're basically saying, here's our player of very little value. Would you like him? And the one thing hockey people might evaluate Jeff Petrie different than the fans do, and you always have to be aware of that there's enough there that he does as a veteran in terms of providing a function at the NHL level that is valued more so than the fans who see the hesitation cleared up the boards leads directly to a goal kind of play. And that, in the league, they're more accepting of the mistake because of the functional value a veteran brings to a roster. So I'm a little torn between why would anybody want him? And yeah, if he's getting 19 minutes a game.
He's getting 19 minutes a game for a reason.
Yeah, there's a trust factor there that is and look, I can almost feel the ticket text coming in right now. He sucks. Get rid of him. I got it, but why do you think they're playing him 19 minutes a game?
Because he's a top 4 defenseman on this team. Back to that the Grosse Pointe source.
Mm-hmm.
That text. Can you read that one again, please?
Yeah, hold on for a sec. Kirk Maltby, who's on the trade scout team, is currently in Nashville. Grosse Pointe sources say.
Okay. You know who Nashville plays tomorrow night?
Who does Nashville play tomorrow night? Ottawa?
Buffalo.
Oh, boy. Which is
You want to ramp it up?
25-year-old Casey Middlestat? Do you think that's why he's there?
I don't know.
Is the Grosse Pointe sources say on to something?
I don't know. If you want to connect the dots that we like.
Yeah. Casey Middlestat leads Buffalo in points with 47. On a bad hockey team, he's plus 12. 14 goals, 33 assists. He's 25 years old. He's a pending free agent. And again, my source in the league says you don't trade for this guy unless you're signing him. But that would be a bigger time move. It's been suggested to us that Steve Yzerman has the Burns family circle of trust in effect right now. I would say that that is accurate for those who've seen the movie Meet the Parents. It's the Yzerman family circle of trust.
I like it.
Yep. Once you're outside the circle, there's no getting back in. Fucker.
You have a cat?
I don't know. Jinxie cat. He doesn't have opposable thumbs, fucker.
All right, slow down.
The name is Gaylord Fokker.
Oh, my God. Just stop. It's so close.
Don't embrace it.
Just stop.
Ben in Kalamazoo says, so what you're saying is Steve Yzerman is Batman. Yep. It's kind of what we're saying.
Yeah, he's got a cave. He's got there's a bat pole that goes well below street level off of Woodward.
Yeah.
You get those offices, the Little Caesars offices right there, the Olympia Entertainment offices. It goes well below. I mean, you know what? Actually, when we come to think about it, the Q line was merely a cover
Is that
for
what
the
it is?
Illich organization to construct the Bat Cave for Steve Yzerman.
Does he call other GMs and goes, "It's me, Steve." Who? Steve Yzerman.
You're not going to need that 25-year-old forward. Who is this? You know who this is. You saw the signal. Steve, is that you?
It leaves behind like some kind of Batman card or something.
Yzerman's traveling with the team and sees the GM and just kind of hands him his card. It just has a bat, and it's not even a fruit bat or a vampire bat. It's a baseball bat.
So we know who is in the circle of Yzerman's trust. We got to find out who Alfred is. That's the only guy that knows anything.
It's probably true.
I get the feeling that not even Chris Draper is his Alfred.
No,
You know,
it's
it's like-
not. I think it's some.
It's
Who is
somebody
it?
we
Yeah.
wouldn't suspect. Not suspect at all.
Um,
And are they part of the organization?
It's all a cover up, man.
Huh.
Well, suffice it to say, curiosity level high as we head towards this trade deadline. And they're going to have to sort some things out. Do you think he has bad offers on the table?
Did you say bat offers?
Bad.
I look at all offers.
You know, they're like, "Hey, Steve, how do we get a hold of you?" "I'll get a hold of you." And he just disappears.
Right, yeah. That's right. Hey, why did you
Yeah.
introduce you to my
Yeah,
assistant GM?
He was just here.
I don't know what happened. Anybody see Yzerman?
All right, we've got some breaking news from the NFL. The Lions don't plan on bringing this guy back, and Pistons just added somebody to the roster.
Is it bottom 100?
You betcha. We'll get to those stories at 11:02 here on 97.1 The Ticket. There it is. Taj Gibson to the Pistons. 248-539-9797. We just await the reaction. We'll be here for the next 3 hours. Am I wrong about my bottom 100 players in the league theory?
No, you're not wrong.
That Troy Weaver is attempting to cycle through the bottom 100 players in the NBA and is constantly kicking the tires on readily available players.
You're
You
not.
see what we got here in Taj Gibson? Does he fall in a long line of Pistons that you're like, yeah, Jared Roden.
Like, we know Troy Weaver likes former first-round picks, but he realized Gibson wasn't drafted in, like, the last 4 years or anything, right?
Maybe not.
I didn't even know he was still in the league.
I didn't either. I mean, I guess he wasn't. He was available. He was out of the league. He was technically not in the league. And now he's back in the league. But every time I see Kevin Knox, I was like, would this guy be on any other roster?
Guys, great news.
And the answer, of course,
We
is
just acquired Shake Milton.
yeah.
I mean, these are the names that are brought to this team, right?
Yep.
I'm concerned, though, if by signing Taj Gibson, Kang, maybe you can answer this. What does this mean for Buddy Boeheim?
Goes back into the pool of bottom 100
Yeah,
players.
right. There he goes.
I mean, it's just a constant rotation of here's our core group of young players,
Malcolm Casalone.
and we're going to parade through a whole bunch of guys that are readily available to, I don't know, rebound.
Whether trading for him or signing them, the signing names are even more unbelievable than the traded ones, right?
Yeah. Yep. Anyway. Okay, so that's the Pistons story. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, the Lions do not plan to tender restricted free agent cornerback Jerry Jacobs per source. He is set to be an unrestricted free agent. Jacobs has ball production with 4 interceptions and 23 pass deflections and 29 NFL starts. Okay, I assume you're doing that because you were going to certainly go get somebody much better, right?
Well, they did. Emmanuel Mosley. I mean, I joke about it, but that's if that's the trade-off, right? You trust Mosley more than you trust Jerry Jacobs. Jerry Jacobs fell out of favor.
Yep.
Like Jerry Jacobs it felt like he had his moment. It was like a 5-week span, not this past year, but the year prior, where he was, Jerry J, maybe they got something here because he was thrust into it, and then not so much.
Mm-hmm.
But did Jerry Jacobs do enough in 2022 and slightly in 2023 to get a bigger contract than what the Lions would look at?
I'm not shocked here, right? But I just, when I see a move like this, I go, okay, they haven't fallen in love with all of their own guys, right? They've readily letting one of their own guys, one of their finds go, and you do that because you're gonna get better. You're gonna get better at that spot. I mean, if they had decided to keep him, I wouldn't say I would have been shocked, but whether it was, because they thought he was going to be too costly or just simply, hey, it's time for an upgrade, so be it. Jerry Jacobs will not be a Detroit Lion. Okay, Gator, 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. If you want to continue with the Red Wing discussion, we've kind of laid the what Steve Eisenman's looking at. We laid it out for you. And what's the move? What's the move? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls as we go to Matt in Oak Park. You're on 97 1 a ticket. What's up, Matt?
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
Okay.
Hey, just wanted to talk about Emmanuel Mosley for a second. I know you guys were talking about it for a while yesterday, and the big thing with him, I think, is going to be he's not going to count against a 53-man roster while he's on the PUP list to start the year, which is where I think he'll begin. And why I think that's such a big deal is when you're looking for corners and you're drafting guys, we're going to be able to get some valuable reps on some young guys, with Stephen Gilmore included, that maybe weren't being able to get reps if we signed someone who's ready to go right away. So I look forward to seeing Mosley in the middle of the year, but I think as long as he's injured, it's kind of a sneaky signing because he doesn't count against the 53.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes on like that you're right. That you could see that there is a use to bring a guy back that you expect to occupy a spot on your roster, but doesn't in the here and the now. I remember listening to some Lions coaches speak in the past, and it sounded like they were always thought we should be impressed that they could field a team. And I think it's probably more of a challenge when you're in a front office than people realize of how you use your roster spots. So I could see what you're saying.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, guys. Go Wings, go Lions, go Tigers, go Pistons.
There you go.
It's a lot of go.
Yeah. Covered all the major food groups. 248-539-9797. Okay, this is a move that would scare me. And I don't want to see it happen. And the more I thought about it yesterday on the drive home, I thought, God, that would actually kind of suck. We'll get to that today at 11:18. In the meantime, Gator, interesting note regarding Omaha Productions, which is Peyton Manning's production company.
Mm-hmm.
It appears the Manning cast is here to stay. They settled on doing just 10 games last year. Did you see what their next move is, who they're targeting, what they're targeting to do next?
I have not.
Okay. Omaha Productions is targeting Bill Belichick and Nick Saban. Now, in what role isn't exactly clear. But would you like to see Bill Belichick and Nick Saban in some sort of Manning cast type of role?
Okay. I have very strong feelings about the Manning cast. I actually watch it quite a bit, and I enjoy it. Mm-hmm. And I think it can be so much better than what it is right now. And here is my hope for the Manning cast in the future. And if they're going to do this, I think this is a great idea, but they have to do what I'm about to say. Mm-hmm. You have to have Eli and Peyton in the same room. You would have to have Bill Belichick and Nick Saban in the same room. You want to bring in guests periodically, throughout the game like they do, that's fine. But you can't have Eli in New York and Peyton in Denver while they're talking to Jared Goff in Detroit. Yeah. You can't do that. Logistically, it's just this is what they've done for 2 years. It's too all over the place. You got people talking over each other, and maybe I'm more in tune to it because we're in broadcasting.
Yep.
But I think if you've put in some production value into it, how about fly out to where the other guy is? Okay, it's one day, it's once a week, and you're going to do it 10 times in the season. You can do this. I wish that that's the case. Now, if you're going to tell me that's the case, I will tune in every week. I think that the stories and the insight that you would get from Bill Belichick and Nick Saban, I think, can be great. I think when you look at Bill Belichick and when he's in front of the cameras and microphones, typically you're not getting much because he was a coach at the time. He's not anymore, and neither is Saban. And when I watch Saban on with Pat McAfee, it's a different Nick Saban than you see typically. So I like this idea. I think it'd be really, really interesting.
So the problem is that I think with a Belichick Saban pairing, and the Mannings have managed to pull this off, and that is there is still an element of having a bit of a host. And with two guys who don't have what I would say have a lot of interesting things to say and probably have a lot of great stories to tell, I don't think they have the personality to host a broadcast like this.
I would agree with that. I'm under the assumption that somebody is there to host it, and it's not just as Bill with friend Nick, and we're going to talk football and stuff. I mean, it can't do that. You'd have to have somebody else there with them, a professional that knows what they're doing. So, yeah, I guess I've put parameters on this, but I think it can be very successful.
But if one of them had to lead or drive, my first thought was Saban's got to be the guy to do it. Like, he's got to step up and drive the conversation. And because Belichick, I just don't see him willingly opening it up, right? But I think these two would be fantastic together. If it's a third guy, that's fine too, of course. But I'm saying if one of them had to, I think it'd have to be Saban. Would have to play the role of Bill.
I mean, you're talking about some
Bill,
of the
coming up in 5 minutes, we're going to talk about what's going on in the SEC and how that affects the NFC East. Are we good with that? Okay. 5 minutes.
And I think they'd sit there silent for 5 minutes. They aren't.
Welcome back to our extravaganza here on Omaha Productions, College Football 2024.
Plenty of content is my guess, but in need of direction and some presentation skills. But it could work.
Yeah.
But would you want to see one of these for like a big college game, like a Saturday night college game? Because you've got would they be doing the NFL? It's not clear what they'd be doing.
I don't know what they'd be doing.
Thursday night football, Sunday night football.
It's interesting. What I want to see it like for, the Alabama-Texas game, if they ever meet up in the regular season. I know they're in the same conference now, but you never know with the scheduling. Would I like to see that? Yeah, I think I would.
Yeah.
I think I would. But again, I've got my parameters. They've got to be in the studio together or in somebody's house or whatever you're doing, whatever you're making it look like. They need to be in the same room.
Yeah.
Because having the delay and the talking over, it's maddening.
Especially for guys in that role for the first time.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done it. We had all COVID and doing shows from two different places. We actually got pretty decent at it.
Yeah, I mean, it was an adjustment to it for sure.
248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback. All right. In the NFC North, what scares you? We will discuss all the changes that could be happening elsewhere today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, Kang asked me a question in the office today. I want to ask you the same. Seen a lot of quarterbacks projected to be drafted in the NFC North. But let's talk about this in very practical terms. How does it affect us? What scares you more next year, the Chicago Bears with Justin Fields or the Chicago Bears with Caleb Williams?
Next year?
Yep.
Be with Justin Fields.
Yep.
Because that would mean that they could trade out at number one, really get some assets. If they stayed at number one, they're going to get great assets.
And who's more likely to be ready to win a game in September?
Justin Fields.
In October?
Justin Fields.
In November?
Justin Fields.
Long term might be their best move, but so in our best interest.
For this upcoming season.
Yes. It's for them to move on from Justin Fields and draft Caleb Williams.
Sure.
Long term, we may regret that.
Yeah.
But that's, look, as we've been around long enough to know that all these quarterbacks that feel like sure things, so many of them aren't. All right, next question. What scares you more next year in Minnesota? Kirk Cousins or JJ McCarthy?
Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
Flat out.
Yep. What scares you more, though, than this in Minnesota? Russell Wilson, Danielle Hunter, and Austin Eckler.
That.
The opportunity for the Vikings to let Cousins walk, they're one of the teams that can take advantage of this very unique circumstance with Russell Wilson. And that is, he might be willing to sign for the veterans minimum, which is $1.2 million. That idea has been floated out there that because he is owed $85 million by the Denver Broncos, actually, he might be owed more than that. That's his cap hit. But he is owed so much money in Denver, which the contract extension he signed doesn't kick in until this year, which is amazing. They signed him to an extension that they literally will never have him play under.
So from my understanding, any money he signs for gets subtracted from that $85 million total.
Yeah.
That Denver's on the hook for, in terms of their cap hit, Denver's cap hit. So
I think it's 161 guaranteed.
So the thought is around the league is, why would you help Denver out by signing a bigger contract? And if you're Russell Wilson and you truly want to go to a team where you can win a Super Bowl or Super Bowls, then you probably wouldn't be asking for too much above what the league minimum is, given that you're going to get paid this ridiculous amount of money to begin anyway.
And if they can get a decent quarterback at $1.2 million
to work with the three receivers they have,
bring back Danielle Hunter,
TJ Hawkinson as a tight end, bring back Danielle Hunter because now you have some money to do so, and then you'd probably have money left over to go out and, I don't know, you want Saquon Barkley, you want Derrick Henry, you want Austin Eckler, like you mentioned. I
just threw that name out there. Jerry Jacobs. I mean, there's a chance. Justin, the running back. Yeah.
But they can bring Jerry Jacobs too if they want.
Josh
Jacobs. What did I say? I said
Justin. I said Jerry. You said Justin. His name is Josh.
Yes, it's all the J's.
Who's Justin Jacobs?
You tell us.
I don't know. The hell's that? What happened?
At least I know who my guy is. The name that I said that was wrong is at least a person.
This is true. My bad. Josh Jacobs.
Take two and 3, 2, 1. They could add Josh Jacobs.
They could.
Yeah. Suffice it to say, there is a unique opportunity that I really don't want Minnesota to take advantage of.
I agree.
Yep.
I'd like them to stay in trouble there. Unable to re-sign one of the most underrated pass rushers in the game, in Danielle Hunter. Yeah, please don't re-sign him. Please don't do that.
Okay, I did it because this is what we do. Justin M. Jacobs is an associate professor of history at American University in Washington, D.C.
American.
Yeah.
Stoney knows him.
Justin Jacobs is the owner and founder of Come Play Detroit.
That's how I know.
Is that for real?
Yeah, he's married to a girl who used to work here. Remember Monique?
Yeah.
That's who he's married to.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for Justin Jacobs.
A beautiful family.
Justin Jacobs is also an American statistician currently serving as the senior basketball researcher with the Orlando Magic.
That's the one Gator was referring to. That's the one.
That's it.
Or were you referring to Justin Jacobs, the primary care doctor in Perrysburg, Ohio?
Definitely not.
No?
No, but maybe Jim Leland knows that person.
It's possible. Okay, so anyway, train back on tracks. There's your scenario. There's your OF scenario where Minnesota quickly goes from irrelevant to relevant, and this division, becomes incredibly tough. Incredibly tough. And I'm fine with it. Like, we've gone through years of hoping that the other team sucks so our team could maybe sneak into the playoffs. Now we're good. And when you're good, you have to beat good teams. And I'm perfectly comfortable with Green Bay's resurgence. I just don't want Jordan Love to be the next elite quarterback that Green Bay has handed the torch to. I think Chicago has all kinds of resources where if they play their cards right, and there's no evidence that they will, but if they play their cards right, they could get better quickly. And Minnesota, same thing. If they take advantage of these unique circumstances. I mean, Russell Wilson at that price is way better than Russell Wilson, who's owed $165 million.
Yeah, and I know some people think that Russell Wilson is done.
And I think it's possible he's done.
I don't. I think those people look in what he did 2 years ago with Denver and struggled mightily and did not look good. Well, last year his touchdown interception ratio was fantastic.
Yeah,
it's like 26-8.
Yeah, but there's just no way that the Russell Wilson experience in Denver was a good one. It was a disaster.
No, it absolutely wasn't. No, I mean, you compare that to the numbers he had with Seattle prior to that, and he was, the 4 or 5 years prior to that, he was averaging over 30 touchdowns a season.
And at the core, the most important number is the wins and the losses, and it just wasn't there for him, and there's a culpability that goes with him. But at that price, he becomes one of the biggest values in the league, and if I'm wrong, and he doesn't have a ton of culpability with that disaster and starts to look more and more like the old Russell Wilson, it could be just a great, great deal for a team somewhere along the line. 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback. Gator, do you hear what today is?
Well, today is March 6th.
Yeah. But you have National Day of this, National Day of that.
Right. I have not heard what the National Day is.
Oh, look, what commercial's on TV. Yes. It's always on.
Stop.
Okay. Anyway, but am I wrong?
You're not wrong,
Okay.
but you're wrong to keep harping on.
You're right. Anyway, I think you'll be very excited about what today is a national day of. We'll get to that today at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, a lot of talk to open the show about your hockey team and the trade deadline. If you want to continue in that direction, feel free. In the meantime, some Lions discussion mixed in. Gator, today on March 6th is National Oreo Cookie Day.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So I looked up some lists. I was thinking about doing a who's on top of like, the best store-bought cookies.
Mm-hmm.
And I found one of the problems with that list is there's a whole bunch of store-purchased cookies that are, I would say, not mainstream. And so you'd have like 7 cookies that you'd never heard of. But in the moment here, is it possible you could evaluate the store-purchased cookie and where the Oreo ranks?
Sure, I can give us a shot. Why not? I'm up for the task, the challenge.
Okay, great. So where would you rank the Oreo?
For store-bought cookies, I think it's always. I mean, the fact that they have so many different varieties and they're always looking to improve on it. I mean, the original Oreo is great. I'm going to guess it's probably in the 6 or 7 range.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
For store-bought.
Yeah, what would you put ahead of it?
I'm just thinking what other people would. I mean, for me,
no, I'm talking about you. I just want
for me.
your...
Oh, just mine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I probably for store-bought, it's probably top 4. I'm thinking like Nutter Butters. Love the Nutter Butter. There's a kind that is store-bought, but it's almost like it feels like they're home. I can't remember. They come in a green package, and I forget the name of it, but it's it is a store brand. I don't know if it's just germane to Michigan, but I don't think it is because I heard somebody mention it on a national thing the other day.
You're not talking about Snackwells, are you?
Not Snackwells. No, they come in
Snackwells were supposed to be the healthier cookie.
Right. This comes in it's almost like a pouch. So you only get like 10 cookies in a pouch.
Okay.
And they're bigger cookies, flatter and bigger circumference-wise. And those are delicious. I can't for the life of me remember what the name is. But yeah, Oreos are there, man. I mean, there are times when I feel like I want a Chips Ahoy because I want the crunch. Mm-hmm. But typically when I like my chocolate chip cookies, I don't want them like that crunchy. I like Costco's. You can get the chocolate chip cookies in a container. Those are kind of chewy and those are great. Love those.
Okay, so
I'm going to say for me it's in the top 5.
Top 5. I will go.
But I will also say, let me just say, make one caveat it too, because Oreos are great and they have all the varieties. My favorite are actually the golden Oreos.
So is that like the blonde one?
Yeah.
Okay, those things are like currency in the dorms. I've watched now my second kid now going through dorm life, and I notice a lot of the golden Oreos. And now, are you a double stuff guy?
No.
Yeah.
No, I like the cookie better than the stuff inside.
Okay. So there's that.
Tate's are the cookies I was trying to think of.
Okay, I've never heard of them.
Yeah, Tate. Tate.
When I was younger and didn't really give a F and would just buy anything because I don't buy store-bought cookies.
Mm-hmm.
I love the soft batch.
Okay.
Soft batch. Are they still around?
I think they are. To me, it was definitely, mass produced flavor to it. We're okay. But that's like the alternative to Chips Ahoy. Soft batch or soft.
Yes.
Chips Ahoy or crunchy.
Yes. And then in our household, our 16-year-old
mm-hmm.
that will show up frequently in our pantry, the fudge stripe. How do you feel about the fudge stripe?
All right, now Keebler is that's a whole different thing.
Why?
Fudge stripes are great.
Okay.
Because now that you mentioned it, and of course you forget about what you're forgetting about. Fudge stripes, the deluxe grams, those are probably ahead of Oreos for me. I would agree with that. I love the Keebler cookies. Yeah.
Okay, so Keebler,
the grasshoppers they make, those are great.
All right, so you mentioned a few here. I've asked you to rank them.
Well, I'm sorry that you brought up a brand that now spins off into like 3 or 4 different kinds that are all fantastic.
So, but what would you put number 1? We don't ask the easy questions. We asked the very difficult, critical question.
Tate's might be the number one. The Tate chocolate chip
God, I
cookie
gotta
might
look
be
these
number one.
things up. I've never heard of them. Gang, have you ever heard of Tate's chocolate chip cookies?
No.
If
Do
you
they
see
still
that-
make them?
Yeah.
Okay, just asking.
TATE, and they have a bunch of different different kinds, but they come in like a little pouch.
Oh, I guess I've seen those. Yeah.
Yeah, those are. But the fudge stripes are really close.
So you go Tate 1,
yeah,
Fudge Stripe 2.
yeah.
What do you got? 3?
Maybe Nutter Butter, and then Deluxe Graham,
And then Oreos.
probably Oreos. I was
Okay.
thinking here's one that I think is way overrated. Store bought. Pepperidge Farm.
Why is that?
When I was a kid, somebody showed me pepper. You see the Pepperidge. They were so overpriced. I'm like, oh, this must be delicious. And then you're like, it's okay.
Didn't do it, huh?
It's okay. It's like the thumb, but they're overpriced, so they're overrated. Where the thumb is perfectly rated.
Well, it's okay. So, do Girl Scout cookies fit into the mix? They're not store bought.
It doesn't
They're
count.
mass
That's
produced.
different.
Okay. If they were included, does the Thin Mint crack the top 5? Boy, don't look so pained.
If they were included, sure, but they're not. Okay, the tag along for me, that's the peanut butter one with the chocolate on top and the cookie.
Okay.
I like that better than the Thin Mint. Then there's Samoas. I got to be in the mood for a Samoa. When I'm in the mood for it, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
Most people, I think, would say that that's their number one when it comes to Girl Scout cookies. Maybe not. Maybe people would say Thin Mint, but somewhere there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I just wanted to get to the bottom of it on these.
Hank, what about you? Do you have a go-to store-bought cookie?
I don't have a go-to, but I enjoy Chips Ahoy Chewy. You know,
Okay.
just the chewier version of Chips Ahoy. I'm a classic kind of simple guy. I like the chocolate chip cookie, but I like it a little softer. That's all.
Yeah, there's I like ginger snaps a lot.
Do you like the the flash ones, like the ones where they throw, hey, this one has Reese's peanut butter cups in it or something? You know what I mean? Like it's not like
they're really. This one has potato chips. right?
exactly
Yeah,
whatever.
no,
Like
I get where you're coming from, but
more bits of kale. I don't know.
What, like using M&Ms instead of
Yeah,
chocolate
just
chips?
whatever. Yeah, just a little flashier, a little.
I mean, the store-bought version of those, I never feel like those are going to be as good as if you made them at home. And I guess most store-bought cookies aren't going to be as good as what you can make at home. But I feel like that's what making cookies at home is for, is to throw that extra stuff in there, not buying it at a store and it's like extra crunchy and it's not the same.
So my mom had a recipe that she got from her mom for chocolate chip cookies, and I think it had like baking soda in it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I remember distinctly making these as a kid, thinking this is kind of weird, but they were pretty good.
Imagine not a ton of it.
Mom, not a ton.
It has to be
Mama
baking powder
O'Brien.
and-
Do you guys like those Danish cookies in the tins?
I don't think I've ever had them.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm
what
talking about? The
mean.
like circular tins.
Yeah, that
and
have the
they're like 4 different.
they're like
kinds
butter
of-
cookies.
Yeah. Butter
they're,
cookies.
They're awesome. Yeah.
What's the one with the pink frosting on the top? What are those called? Like sugar cookies with pink frosting on the top.
Like the Loft House ones, or
In fact, that's it. You know what? It is Loft House, because when I was looking up lists, I saw Loft House on there.
Loft House are they're like sugar cookies. They're really light and chewy as opposed to crunchy. They're not crunchy at all. And then they have all different types of frosting they'll put on them depending on the year. Like right now, I'm sure they're getting ready for Easter and they're going to have some yellow frosting.
It'd be St. Patrick's Day with the big green ones.
Yeah, there should be some green ones for St. Patty's Day.
Gotcha.
You know what I found out I need in cookies, in almost everything actually? Gluten. I do not like gluten-free stuff. My body rejects it.
Yeah, well,
Your body rejects it.
Maybe it's just me.
because it's not as good. It doesn't taste the same.
No, because there was a one time where my wife had to go gluten-free for a little bit. And so I would try it, gluten-free pasta, gluten-free pizza, whatever. Man, I didn't know how much I needed gluten and stuff until I
You
had
want
that
extra
stuff.
gluten.
Yeah, like,
Can I get gluten on top of that?
yeah, 10% more gluten.
How do you feel about like the Lorna Doone shortbread cookies?
It's a no for me.
It's a no dog?
It's a no dog.
It's too much taste for Doug.
I mean, do you like them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What about wafers? Do they count like the?
I don't like the wafers.
Don't you?
No.
There is a brand of peanut butter wafers that are always on the end caps at gas stations. Is it Little Debbie's? Those things. Those
are good,
things can get me.
Yeah, the oatmeal cream pie, Little Debbie.
Yeah, I don't have those, but the peanut butter. What are those things called? Oh, Nutty Buddies.
That section is dangerous.
Yeah,
Don't go down that aisle.
Well, the other thing that's problem with that is that they're usually really inexpensive too. Like the Little Debbie was always cheap.
They're screaming, "Just take me home!"
Yep.
For years, Little Debbie's, you can get a whole package for like 99 cents,
and
you'd get like 12 of those oatmeal cream pies, and you cannot just have one.
Do the Nutty Buddies count as cookies?
I don't think so.
Okay,
it's like a candy bar.
All right.
To me, it's like it's a delicious.
It's one of
treat,
Doug's gas station go-tos if I'm having a weak moment. It's the Nutty Buddy.
If he's having a weak moment.
I mean, that's what it is. I typically don't eat
why
a lot of sugar.
So why is it a weak moment?
Because I typically decide that my wasted calorie input will not come from things like that. It's chicken wings and beer, man. So.
Doug hates himself the whole way home.
I really do.
You know what I mean?
He's just
Driving in the car with Doug after he's had the Nutty Buddy
God.
or the Nutter Butter, and he's like, oh,
No, I just
can't believe I
planning.
did that. Yeah, what did I do? Did I just?
Another add 10 to the Pelly ride is what it is.
Are you kidding me with this? What am I going to have to do now?
All right, 248-539-9797. Coming up, there might be evidence that a change is coming for a Detroit team. We will get to that today at 11:50. Hey, every home has a water score. Do you know yours? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, and dry skin indicate your water score isn't as high as it should be. Contact CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, to find out your water score. We'll test your water and survey your home and rank your water. If you're not satisfied with your water score, CGC can recommend the Connecticut water treatment solution to improve it. Everybody's different. Give them a call at 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Pretty good outing from Reese Olson yesterday, huh?
Yep. 3 shutout innings.
Very good. Very, very good. He is part of one of the questions. There was a really good insider Q&A regarding the Tigers that I want to get to in the noon hour. Well, Tigers have the day off in spring training. Did anybody ask if we approved of a day off? I don't remember getting asked.
They didn't ask us, no, but they do have a split squad matchups tomorrow night.
It's so funny. When I was a kid, and you tell me, did you follow spring training results as a kid?
Oh, yeah.
Did you?
Are you kidding me?
Did you care?
Yeah.
I did too.
As much as I could from gleaning from a box score.
Yeah, but I'd care about wins and losses. Did you care about wins and losses? Or were you smarter than that? Because I wasn't.
I probably cared.
Yep.
You know, I probably thought it was some harbinger of things to come.
Yeah. And I always struggled with the split squad concept. Because I'd be thinking to myself, how are they expecting to win when they're sending half their guys one place and they got half their guys another place? Now I get it, Gabe.
Now you understand?
Yeah, it took me a while, but I figured it out.
Makes sense.
Figured it out the last few years. They don't care if they win or lose.
Well, they care a little bit, but they're not enough.
No.
Because it's
and
really
by a
about
little bit,
just
if you mean
improving.
not at all, I'm on board. I don't think they care even a little bit if they win or lose. I think they care more about the individuals.
I think
and
they
how
care
they
about the
perform.
first few innings for the first 2 weeks of the season.
Well, you do get to a point where late in spring training, you got starters stretched out to like 6 innings, and they probably care that those guys pitch well. But if they lose 1-0, I guess then they're probably worried about their offensive output. But if they lose, whatever. Anyway, we'll get to some Tiger stuff next hour. Kane, do you have a friend that got the email? Is that what this is, or did you get the email?
No, this is a friend.
Okay, so you got a friend that got an email from the Detroit Lions.
Yes. All season ticket holders got this.
Okay, and it said what?
It says Lions loyal members will have the opportunity through April 15th to receive 50% off select Detroit Lions jerseys at Lions Supply, located within Ford Field. You must show your Lions perk cards to be eligible for 50% discount. Can't combine with any other offers. All sales are final.
Okay. So they're unloading jerseys.
50% off select jerseys.
Does that mean that we are assuredly getting new uniforms, which has been speculated about quite a bit?
Well, haven't they basically admitted it?
I don't know if they've actually admitted it as much as it's been speculated upon that they're eligible for them. There are league rules about it.
I mean, they're getting new jerseys. The question is, when are they going to unveil them?
I am intrigued because they did I don't think it's 100% acceptance on the helmet with the crawling lion through the racing stripes, but I think that was one of the more popular jersey unveils we've seen. Is the new helmet that they debuted last year. So, do you think they nail this thing, or?
I think they do, because really, you're talking about color schemes. Really, is all you're going to do with a jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I actually like the colors Honolulu blue and silver. I think that's great. And I don't think they're going to introduce any new color other than perhaps black. You know, you've got silver or gray or white or the blue and the black, and that's it. You're not. I mean, are we going to see a red thrown in there or a green thrown in there?
Probably not.
The yellow. I don't think they're going to do anything crazy, but I don't know if they can screw up a jersey.
Oh, I think they can screw it up. I'm just hopeful that it is, because I didn't mind. I didn't mind what they were wearing last year. But then again, it's not about, these are opportunities to capitalize and make some money, right?
Yes, which explains why that you can get the jerseys half off. Is that what it is, King?
Yeah, 50% off.
Yeah.
For season ticket holders, which sit tight, everybody, because soon they'll all be 50% off,
Exactly.
available to everyone. All right, we have a pretty big trade in the NHL, according to Darren Drager, TSN's hockey insider, with 1.1 million followers, Gator.
Okay.
Always double check.
Sure.
The Florida Panthers are adding Vladimir Tarasenko. He is going from Ottawa to Florida. Draft picks expected in return. Tarasenko, 32 years old, has got 17 goals and 24 assists and is a plus 13 for Ottawa. And the Florida Panthers get stronger. The Florida team that we saw this weekend looked pretty damn good, Gator.
Well, that's because they were pretty damn good.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty damn good team. So what did it say they gave up?
Draft picks.
Draft picks.
It's not clear what they are yet.
All right. Well, Tarasenko is not what he was. I mean, he's a long way removed. I mean, not terribly long. He had 34 goals in 21-22 with St. Louis. Last year, he had 18 goals and 50 points. And this year, he's got 41 points and 17 goals. He's on the downside of his career. He's 32, but he's still a nice piece to add. And if you only had to give up draft picks to acquire him, like Florida did, they're bolstering some more scoring punch to that team. That's a little scary.
Yeah, and you wonder, dropping him in on this on this team, how much better he might be, how much more productive he might be, how many more pucks in nets he might put. Vladimir Tarasenko going from the Senators to Florida. Okay, so if you're now the Red Wings, are you making a move to try and make the playoffs? Are you not making a move because you're not winning the East? Or do you make a move to try and counter what Florida just did?
Well, you don't worry about what other teams are doing because Florida is the best team in the East. And look, they're trying to put themselves over the top and secure that top spot. The Red Wings are a playoff team. And I don't think they have to change anything to stay a playoff team. If you want to add, what are you going to add? I don't think you add rental players unless it's a young rental player that you can sign in the offseason. So I don't think they're looking to make a move like that, like what just happened. So as much as I want the Red Wings to go for it and put the best team out there that they can have and try to ultimately compete for the Stanley Cup, I don't think this team is there yet. You know, they're going to lose some players this offseason. They'll have some money to spend. They got to re-sign their own guys like Sider and Raymond. Those guys going to get big contracts. So I think they have to be careful and have to be selective about what they do. I feel like they're going to try to move somebody on defense. They're going to try to move Justin Hall. I don't know if they'll be able to. Maybe they'll try to move Petrie, but they're going to try to move somebody because they have Simon Edvinsson.
Yep. And after talking with sources in the league today, I feel very confident that Simon Edvinsson is ready to come up and be a positive player, make a positive impact on this Red Wings season. We shall see if that's the case, but they don't want to cut anybody. All 23 roster spots are filled, and they got guys that are not only under contract, guys with term that are under contract that they don't want to just flat out release. So moving a player, and specifically a blue liner, would make some sense. And you would hope, I mean, I guess if he's going to be better than who you have and you have to release somebody, then you have to release somebody.
Yeah. But obviously they don't want to have to release it. You want to get something for somebody.
Yep.
If you're going to trade, whether it's Hall or Petrie, can you get, I mean, even if it's a 6th-round pick in return, would you do it? Because it free up the money.
Probably.
I mean, Hull makes over $3 million a year, and Petrie he'll make $2.3 million for next season.
Yep.
And Hull is signed for another couple seasons.
Something to keep an eye on. So Vladimir Tarasenko goes from Ottawa to Florida. 248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, does this crank up your sense of urgency? Do you want the Wings to make a counter move? In normal years with a team that's trying to compete, I would think you would. I would think you'd say, okay, let's go get Jake Gensel. I would think you'd say, let's go get Casey Middlestat. But it doesn't quite feel like they're good enough to do that yet, does it? Do you want to see the Red Wings make a counter move to the best team in the East? Or does this move make you want to sell? 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, so being that it's lunchtime, and I could have brought this up 15 minutes ago, I thought we'd wait because I kind of teased it for noon anyway.
Yeah.
And you'd mentioned Thin Mints, and we talked about this off the other day. It's for you.
No. Oh, boy. I'm holding it up to the camera for people watching on Twitch.
So these are the Girl Scout Thin Mint pretzels.
Okay, have you tried them?
Oh, yeah.
This sounds spectacular, and I'm I can see this being a weakness, a potential weakness.
Another weakness.
I know. They're starting to pile up.
Or just a treat.
Doug, a moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips.
I know, man. I know.
You could treat yourself.
I can. Those of you watching on Twitch or YouTube, hopefully we got a camera shot of these things. Where did you find them?
I believe Costco.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and try one.
I'm going to try. First of all, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very nice of you. Kang, would you like to try one?
I'm not a mint guy. I mean, I would try it.
I think you got to.
But if you got it from Costco, you probably got a million bags then.
There were a bunch of, they came in a box.
Oh, it was like a variety?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, not variety, but it came in a box.
Yeah.
Or all these, lunch size. Yeah.
Kang, I think you should come in here.
All right, I'll come in.
Grab. Gator, you want some?
No, I'm good, but thank you.
Okay. Wow. So for people wondering, I had a taco salad for lunch and some sliced apples. But here we go. Kang, I want you to, not a mint guy, but whoa. Now you got a bunch.
Give some to Evan.
What's that?
I'll give some to Evan and Kenny.
Evan and Kenny. All right, see what they think. Now these are tiny. These are the tiniest of pretzels.
Yeah.
But I'm very excited. Yep.
Trouble.
Those are damn good.
They could be trouble.
Yep. Costco?
Costco.
How many did you get them? Did it come like the case size only?
Well,
36 little bags?
Yeah, I don't know, something like that.
No, these are pretty damn good. Wow. That's really good.
Well, I thought it'd be up your alley, given that you are, you love the pizza pretzel. Not the pizza pretzel. You like the M&M pretzels.
Pretzel M&Ms, yeah.
Yeah, those pretzel. Thank you, pretzel M&Ms. So I figured I know you talk a huge game about the Thin Mint. If you put the Thin Mint on top of the pretzel,
it's a good combination for sure. Kang, what do you think?
They're not bad.
He's not a mint guy. So.
I'm not a mint guy, but they're not terrible. Like, I don't want to spit out, but I can't eat more than like 2. It's too much mint for me. But you guys love the mint.
Yeah, I do. Dude, these are great.
Uh-oh.
Well, another 10 minutes on the Pelly.
You gonna do like some push-ups between breaks or anything, or like jumping jacks?
Run around the building. Wow.
Gator.
Dang, man.
Hey, first one's free, Doug. After that, my man, you know where to find him.
After that, it's $100 a bag.
Yeah. I might pay it. These are really good.
He's not stopping.
Wow.
He's not stopping.
Relax, Doug. Or maybe go ahead. I've never seen this.
Doug doesn't savor anything.
No.
Doug conquers.
Oh, that's
Doug.
Really, yeah, well, these are different, man.
You're eating those things like vitamins.
I know. Yeah.
Well, that's what they are. They're vitamins.
Highly recommend. I mean, where would you rank these in terms of your snack treats? Probably not that high, would you?
Not that high, but I mean, they're very good.
Yeah, I would say that this goes immediately into, well, I'm going to buy them. That's it for sure.
I mean, I would say this. They're far below my new obsession, which is the Reese's covered animal crackers that you get at Costco.
Wow.
Those are ridiculous.
That's pretty good, man. I thought it sounded intriguing. Gator, I really appreciate it. So now I've got to buy my own case.
Yes, your own case. I think they have them in giant bags too. Maybe the giant bag or the case might be good because that limits what you're going to go with.
That's pretty good, man.
Little bags.
That is pretty good. Just stop
Well, I'm just saying, are we expecting like a adrenaline dump soon for Doug here? He's not used to this much sugar, Gator.
That's true.
You know?
It could get some sort of weird sugar rush.
It's limited. It's limited to the tiny bag. It's not like he sat there with a big bag and just polished them off. I mean, he had a little more than half a bag of those pretzels.
No, put these into the category of highly recommend. And perhaps my favorite part was the packaging I could open. I struggle so much with packaging. I swear it's gotten worse.
Someone on Twitch mentioned they've sold Thin Mint chocolate-covered almonds as well. Those are great. I think I've had those too. Those are pretty tasty.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
These Girl Scouts. All right, so right before the break there, I know the Red Wing crowd is a very passionate, loyal fan base, and we love talking Red Wing hockey, and we're 2 days away from the trade deadline. We're 50 hours away from the trade deadline, 51 hours away from the trade deadline. And Gator, did you feel like Florida came in and sent a message to the Detroit organization and to that was a bit of an eye-opening performance? What happened over the weekend?
I think it's a little eye-opening. I mean, it's a taste of the style of hockey that plays in the playoffs and what you have to do to win and advance. And this is there's a disparity between the two teams. I mean, Florida's one of, if not the best team in the National Hockey League, and the Red Wings are on schedule to make the playoffs.
An up-and-comer, babe.
Yeah.
But here's the question. Florida just adds Vladimir Tarasenko from Ottawa. Do we need to look in the mirror and say it's not worth it this year? Like, Florida was better than Detroit and just got even more betterer and is making the playoffs. Would you give up any future asset to just make the playoffs? Do we really believe that in a 7-game series, anything can happen if Detroit gets matched up with Florida at some point?
Look, anything can happen because it is hockey.
Yep.
Hot goaltenders have reigned supreme when you get to April, May, and June. We've seen it. But your question is valid. I'm not going to do something. I'm not going to give up a first-round pick for a rental. All right? I'm not like Jake Gensel, for instance. He's a rental, correct? Is he free agent at the end of the season?
I believe his contract is up. Yes.
So I'm not doing that. As enticing as that might be, and he's a really nice player, but I'm not doing that. Would I do that for someone who you would have control over for a couple of years and is playing at a really high level, like higher than Larkin level? Yes, but that's not available to them.
I feel like our desperation to see postseason hockey is skewing our better judgment.
I'm not letting it do it to me because I'll be steadfast on this. This is a playoff team right now. They're a playoff team right now. If you're going to add a rental player, how much better? I don't think I think it makes you incrementally better. I don't think it makes you tons better. So I'm not going to make a move like that for a rental player. Would I make a move for a player that I can re-sign and know that I would re-sign? Possibly.
Well, would Gensel be in that category?
I don't know. I think he puts himself in a range that you start to get uncomfortable with how much he'd cost.
I mean, is Middlestad in that range? The center, 25-year-old center from Buffalo?
Probably more so because he's 25. But again, it's even though he's the leading scorer, he's well below a point a game.
I don't want to overreact to the Florida Red Wing result. I mean, because look, that's why it's maybe important to stay out of that wild card spot and get into the and not have to do the play one of the top seeds if you're the wild card. If they can get into that number 3 spot, they could be playing Toronto or Boston in the first round. And no, I mean, they'd be on a collision course with Florida eventually. But I guess this whole thing, do you sell out this year? Do you really believe anything can happen? We talked about the stat that Florida had beaten Detroit 20 of 22 games and by significant margins going into the Red Wings win the last time out, and then Florida beats them 4-0. Like, Florida's had their way with Detroit. Your idea that they have a playoff caliber team now, but don't get too aggressive this year is probably the most sensible approach to take to the trade deadline.
I think there are 3 words to live by right now. Trust the Yzer plan. Trust it. Yeah. I trust Steve Yzerman to do what's best. They've got this team here. I think that if there are moves made, there are going to be moves made to perhaps clear a roster space so that Edvinson can come up.
But didn't both 1 seeds lose in the first round last year?
I think it can happen.
Yeah.
But how far do those teams advance? I don't know.
Well, one of them wasn't Florida one of them that upset a 1 seed? And they've been dealing with injuries and all that, if I recall correctly. 248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, phone calls, feedback. Brad Holmes, Lions GM, has probably come closer to getting a moniker that Detroit fans used to mock the Lions for. But this time it might be real. We'll get to that at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Get your lawn in shape for the summer. You start right now. Call the great folks at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's the phone number, and for a limited time, you know what happens. You purchase the full lawn program, and you get free grub control. But you got to mention my name. You don't want to wait. Get green, stay green. You're going to save some green when you prepay. You want to save that money. Here's what you do. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount. That's fantastic. You love that. And you want to get rid of that crabgrass. You don't even want to see it, right? First application is the most important for crabgrass control. By the time you see crabgrass, it's too late to fix it. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. So schedule early. Call them right now. A locally owned company for over 30 years. They have the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've used for about a dozen years now. I love what Natural Way does. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Big news in the NHL is Vladimir Tarasenko shipped from Ottawa to Florida. Red Wings, look, I mean, do they make a counter move? It doesn't seem like it would be the wisest use of resources. If they have a playoff caliber team, great, but don't try and keep up with the tops in the conference. It just doesn't seem like the best use of resources, and I don't want our hunger, Gator, for postseason hockey to cloud our better judgment. And I don't think Steve. I mean, even last year, remember when they lost those back-to-back games to Ottawa in the middle of that streak, and they sold? People weren't happy, right? They weren't happy then that they were sellers.
Well, I mean, think back to one of the players they sold was the fans liked Tyler Bertuzzi.
Okay, Pierre LeBrun, the real Pierre LeBrun, 849,000 followers.
Sounds right?
What do you think Florida gave up for Tarasenko?
Third round pick, fourth round pick.
Actually, exactly that. Ottawa retains 50% of Tarasenko's salary in the trade with Florida, and then they get a 2024 fourth rounder, which becomes a third rounder if the Panthers win the Cup, and a 2025 third rounder.
So it might be 2 third-round picks if Florida wins the Cup. If not, it's a fourth rounder and a third rounder.
Yep. Okay. I mean, that seems like a pretty good trade for Florida to me.
Yeah, I don't know what Florida's situation is with the draft picks. Are they flush with a bunch of them? I mean, they're going for it, and it's all worth it if you win the Stanley Cup.
Sure is. Strengthening their hand as we head towards the postseason. 248-539-9797. Okay, I mentioned this before the break. One of the great things about Brad Holmes, Gator, is there is always a probability that he will do something unpredictable. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that pertains to free agency, that pertains to draft, that pertains to trades, that pertains to everything. Nothing really surprises me, nor should it, with Brad Holmes. Their commitment to their philosophy means on, Dave Burkett's mock draft, he has him taking the Jackson Powers Johnson kid from the center from Oregon.
Spoiler alert.
Well, we're not going to do the whole mock draft treatment of the thing.
So I avoided it for nothing.
Yeah, you did. We talked about it before the show. I thought we're not going to do back-to-back mock drafts. We did it one yesterday. But anything is in play with Brad Holmes. And in the past...
Most anything.
Yeah, most anything. In the past, I think when you do something unconventional, the Lions will get accused of this. They're trying to be the smartest man in the room. And people would just roll their eyes at the Lions. Now he might actually have the smartest man in the room.
Well, he's had the opportunity to build the team his way, and it's his way with conjunction what Dan Campbell wants. Those two are of like minds, and it starts from perhaps a vision that Chris Spielman had that he conveyed that message to Sheila Ford Hamp, and this is what they're at. They're all on the same page. They all come from the same place. They all want the same thing. And he's had to overturn the entire roster, and he basically has. And it's taken 3 years to do it.
Yep.
So from here on out, this is where it gets interesting. Because you're no longer a team that has so many holes that you're loving the fact that you have all these first and second round picks, guys should probably be starting, and they have. Now you're trying to find players that you're certainly still looking for starters, but you're not looking for as many because you don't have as many needs.
Yeah.
So now it gets interesting to see how they supplement and complement the rest of this roster.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know what's not in play at 29. I don't think quarterback's in play. I suspect tight end isn't in play.
Well, I don't know. I mean, for what? For first round pick or in the draft?
It's for 29.
Oh, for the first round pick, absolutely, it's not in play. I can't imagine that a tight end is in play.
Is there any way linebackers in play?
I can't. I mean, a true linebacker.
Yep.
I can't imagine it. I mean, unless you're talking about a pass rushing specialist who's labeled as linebacker. I can't see that they'd be looking at what we would consider your typical linebackers.
So, and running back wouldn't be in play.
Can't imagine running back would be in play.
I mean, we talked about the Brock Bowers scenario because Brock Bowers in most mocks has gone from he's going to be top 5. He's probably top 10 too. He's going in the teens. So I've seen him mocked at 19 now. Now, I refuse to use the term he's falling because I don't think he's falling. I think it's the reality of what this player might be is just settling in.
Well, that or it's reaction to the combine. He didn't work out at the combine, so.
But if Brock Bowers happened to fall to 29, should we be surprised if the Lions took him?
Yes.
You'd be surprised.
Yes.
I would wonder why he fell to 29. That would feel like a fall. But the whole guard center thing is so in play. It is so in play.
It's absolutely in play, and it should be. I think, yeah, tight end, running back, quarterback, linebacker. These are positions that are probably out, right? Edge rusher, defensive tackle, offensive line can even be a tackle because they love versatility. If you can play tackle, can you play guard? And they love that kind of thing. And defensive back, whether it's safety or corner, those are in play.
I wouldn't rule wide receiver out.
I'm not ruling receiver out.
Maybe Holmes has got me all messed up. I feel like I can't rule anybody out, guys. Like when you were saying, like naming off positions, Doug, and Gators, logically saying, no, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that. And I'm thinking, can I imagine that? Because they went and got David Montgomery and then drafted Jahmyr Gibbs. He's drafted back-to-back defensive tackles in the draft before, in consecutive rounds, right?
Yep.
Of course, there's like within reason, you always say, but I feel like, man, Brad Holmes has got me
so
off kilter,
committed,
dude. Yeah, like I'm just.
But I'm not using the past to determine what the future is, like saying, oh, he's done that in the past, so he can do that again, like for this coming season. I think it's different. I think back in the first draft when he took the 2 defensive tackles, he needed defensive linemen because he was repopulating the entire roster. Now, this is a totally different roster. This roster is. The floor on this roster is high. The ceiling on this roster may not be as high as other teams, but the floor is so high that's where this depth is really paying off.
I actually think Kang might be right, Gator, because I'm not using the past to determine it either. I'm using it the past and what he says publicly, which is when you start reaching for positions, you start passing on what could be foundational players. I'm taking the foundational player regardless of position. And I mean, he just said that to us a few weeks ago, and I feel like we're refusing to believe him. and I fight it too.
Each draft is different. Each year is different because you present different needs and different roster situations. This team's roster situation does not call for a running back in the first round. I think it's really safe to say that.
I would say so too.
I will shoot the boot guarantee they will not draft a running back in the first round in 2024.
I think it's a pretty safe bet, but make note of it, please, people. Gators just made a shoot the boot guarantee.
We take all shoot the boot guarantees here.
Yes. I mean, what if they just decide they want to move on from Montgomery?
Then they can get a running back later in the draft when they're appropriate to take. Right now, it doesn't seem like there's a single running back that blows people away like Bijan Robinson did, or even like Jahmyr Gibbs.
I was about to say, and he did something that nobody projected. He took a running back that wasn't even the most highly regarded running back on almost everybody's list.
Well, he was number 2 on everybody's list, and he was still a projected first-round pick. Now, it surprised us that the Lions he took him when he did, because we all thought, wow, well, here's an opportunity for them to take, frankly, Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to take a running back either. But how committed is he to his philosophy? Because you know what? The thing about his philosophy is if you are so committed to it that you're going to follow it no matter what, you're actually more prone to take a player from a position that you don't think you need and people don't think you'd invest draft picks in because others won't do it. And he seems willing to do it.
I don't think they're taking a running back in the first round either. But just keep in mind, they had DeAndre Swift was still on the roster when they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs. Okay? They traded him after the fact that Jahmyr Gibbs became available to them. Yes. Because I remember everyone just said,
they traded Swift in the season, didn't they?
During the season?
I thought they traded. I'm mistaken on that. When did they trade DeAndre Swift?
I'm almost positive he was on the roster when they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs, and everyone said, well, this is the writing on the wall.
Because they got a draft
right?
pick for him, right?
But they haven't used that draft pick yet. It was a future.
Lions trade DeAndre Swift. The date on that trade, was it during the draft? April 29th?
Yeah, it was like during the draft the next day, I think.
Okay.
I mean, let's look it up to be sure.
Yeah.
April 29th.
The move comes after the Lions drafted Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, see, I'm telling you, they had 3 running backs on the roster when they drafted. Well, I mean, with the addition of Jahmyr Gibbs, they had Swift and Montgomery, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, they could trade Montgomery theoretically if they saw a running back they really loved. Like I said, I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen either. But when you act like the smartest guy in the room, and you might be the smartest guy in the room, buckle up for every single possibility. It is interesting who Dave Burkett passed on in this mock draft to take the center from Oregon. We'll get to that coming up today at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, you deserve restless sleep, so I want you to think about the True Sleep Mattress Store and getting properly fitted for your perfect sleep system. Now, maybe it's a non-toxic luxury brand like Posh and Lavish. I love mine. It's fantastic. I'm feeling great, sleeping better than ever, and no longer waking up with some aches and pains that I normally would wake. And it's pretty great. We're all unique. My perfect sleep system might be different than what yours is, which is why it's important that you check out True Sleep for yourself. True Sleep Mattress has worked their magic on me, and they've helped hundreds of Ticket listeners as well. So try it yourself. Visit one of their locations today in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket, 248-539-9797. So Dave Burkett, Free Press Lines Insider, did his mock 2.0 today, and the pick at 29 was Jackson Powers Johnson. He wrote, I had Jackson Powers Johnson going to the Steelers in my first mock, and frankly, I didn't expect him to last till 29 when I sat down to do this one. He's bigger than your average center at 6'3" 3 inches and 328 pounds. And as nasty as he was at center last year, winning the Remington Award, he played guard early in his career. With Jonah Jackson and Graham Glasgow free agents, given Frank Ragnow's health, he would be a steal for the Lions at 29. If this is the pick, I'll be reasonably pleased, but I will also have the assumption that free agency, they lost one, if not both the guys. To invest a first-round pick in an interior offensive lineman, I would say that free agency, they didn't address this spot. And that's why they do this. And a guy can come in and play at that position as a rookie. Also on the board, though, defensive tackle Tavondre Sweat from Texas and 2 corners, Kamari Lassiter and Kool-Aid McKinstry. I mean, we're not giving it the full mock draft treatment, but interesting to see those guys all there. And you know what this tells me, Gator? In the conclusions, again, their mock drafts, it's not going to go this way. Got it. But the pool of players that could be available at 29, still feeling good. Still feeling good about it.
Yeah, I feel good about it because I think, look again from a pool of defensive backs, defensive linemen, offensive linemen, and potentially a wide receiver, I think there's going to be a star player available. There always is at the end of the first round.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're lining up positionally too. I feel like I should say that. I don't know what the Lions board looks like, draft board looks like, but if there's like 5 or 6, maybe 7 guys that I would say, cool. I mean, Rakestraw, Lassiter, McKinstry, Sweat, Jerjon Newton, Jackson Powers Johnson. That's 6 right there off the top of my head.
It's defensive backs, defensive linemen, and
Chop Robinson.
Offensive lineman, yeah.
Darius
Robinson.
Yeah, it's a good pool of players to choose from.
Keon Coleman.
Somebody's going to be available.
Xavier Woods.
248.
Xavier Worthy.
It's okay, man. You're having one of those days.
Having a day.
Yep.
Having a day.
Yep. You've done the Xavier Woods thing twice now, haven't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Doug. I was just hearing you guys talking about Brad Holmes, doubling up in positions that we feel, that roster is sufficient at, or, doing things that are kind of unorthodox. And I want to throw out the idea of what if you go get Xavier Worthy and you just get 2 Jamison Williams? I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but I mean, look at what the Rams did with Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. Now, those guys aren't speed burners, but the Rams had a very proficient offense having 2 receivers that are of the same ilk, if you will. I think it's really interesting to think about Brad Holmes staying at 29 and getting another receiver that, okay, maybe he's not that DJ Chark role, but he's just another weapon. I think Brad Holmes really is into drafting just weapons.
I would agree with that. I mean, if you're going to get Xavier Worthy in the 5th round, because that's when the Rams got Puka Nacua, because I think they're taking a wide receiver at some point in this draft, and I think they're going to invest a relatively high resource in it. The crazy thing was, Mark, I don't know if you were listening yesterday, and, as you try and figure out the strengths and weaknesses of drafts, when Jordan Reed from ESPN did his 2-round mock, 12 wide receivers were selected before the Lions' 2nd pick at number 61. Obviously, it's not going to go the way Jordan Reed thinks it's going to go, but, I mean, it could be more, could be less. He might have the teams all wrong, but it speaks to a position that might get fully picked over before the Lions have their 2nd pick.
That's interesting. One thing I wanted to tell you guys about, there's a website called Walter Football. Does a really good job in media accuracy predicting mock drafts. And Charlie Campbell, the guy who runs it, he's led media experts in accuracy of 4 of the last 6 drafts. And he has had Cam Hart, cornerback out of Notre Dame, to the Lions for a month and a half straight. he releases mock drafts every week, and he said Bijan was going to go to Lions last year at 6. Now that didn't happen, but he completely sold it's going to be a running back. That's what they want. I think that's an interesting little look at 29. They're probably going to go corner.
Well, it wouldn't shock
available.
me. Yeah, it wouldn't shock me. The Cam Hart thing is something that I need to do a little bit more research on because his name is now being associated with the Lions. I didn't see it through Walter Football. In fact, wasn't he the pick at 61 in Jordan Reed's 2-round mock yesterday? And I started reading about him a little bit more last night, and I'm like, I got to do my homework on this guy because he might be in play. He might be in play.
Look, things change. You talk about fluid situations. I mean, you've got free agency that's going to start next week. That really will shape, in a way, what the needs are in the draft.
Yep.
They will address some of these. Now, some of these the free agency signings may just be one-year signings, and that means it has no effect on what you're going to draft. But some of them might be. You might sign somebody for 3 years or 5 years, and then that would have an effect on what you're going to do. So a lot has to play out. The mock drafts change all the time, and they change all the time for reasons. They changed, when they have the combine, they'll change once you see the free agent signings. They'll change again when you have the private workouts for players that didn't work out at the combine. And then they'll change again just because, hey, we're getting a week before the draft and we're hearing rumors. Things change all the time.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in. If Bowers is there at 29, you absolutely take him and would even trade up if he's there in the low 20s, high teens. Imagine 12 personnel, play action pass with a Porta blocking and Bowers underneath and vice versa. Yeah, I mean, look, that's one of those. Hey, if a guy's projected to go 19, it's not ridiculous to think he'd still be there at 29. I don't foresee him being available at 29 under almost any circumstance, but it's a general rule. A guy who's projected at 19 could go 29, and this guy'd trade up for him. You'd be a problem. Holmes is to roster development as Campbell is to play calling. I love the willingness to be unconventional, writes an unnamed texter. Again, that's why we brought it up. Previous Lion regimes would get the accusation of being trying to be the smartest guy in the room.
Well, I don't know if he's been unconventional yet. Again, I think it was being thrust into a team where you're having to change over the roster. You're going to do some different things. From here on out, I'm curious, is he going to be what would be labeled as unconventional? I mean, it's different when you're drafting at 29 than when you're in a position where you're in a top 10 and you've got the flexibility to move around.
I mean, I guess last year we took calls for days about them taking a running back and an off-the-ball linebacker in the first round. He was perfectly comfortable with it. There were a lot of people asking, what the F are you doing? So I do think there is a degree of, he doesn't care.
You and I had no issue with Jack Campbell, and I think
I did not.
We were looking at the Jahmyr Gibbs signing, going, well, this is strange. But then the shoe drops the next day, as we pointed out, that King points out that they traded away DeAndre Swift. And we know that the NFL is running back by committee.
I guess. I mean, I can't think of him doing anything. I mean, that was unconventional last year. I was cool with Campbell. The running back thing, even with the trade, people didn't understand it. I don't know how else to describe it if not unconventional.
Well, when he explained himself and talked about him being a weapon, and then you add to that what they did with Swift, it started to make more sense.
I don't think people bought it. David Montgomery, that's my prediction to be the 2023 core player that will not be with the team in 24. I really like him, but Gibbs is heading for superstardom, and you can now draft a new Thunder to go with the Lightning, build cap space. That's from Scott. I mean, we just threw that name out there kind of as an example, but
you're not paying Montgomery that much.
No, you really aren't, but you could save some cap space. But I really value the guy. I like the guy a lot. 248-539-9797. Interesting Q&A with a Detroit Tigers insider. We'll get to that coming up today at 105 here on Carson Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score a bigger payday. However you want to play, just head to FanDuel.com/Doug to bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. It's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, it's year 5 of the Iser plan. If Iser plan takes 6 years to make the playoffs, then that's a bad NHL plan by any standard. Please name one successful GM that took 6 years at one team to build a playoff team. That's ridiculous because any other GM would be fired. I know you'll point to his draft picks, but that's not how other successful organizations are built. This team is a mess if they can't make the playoffs or maneuver trades to improve them.
Well, this team is making the playoffs. So does that render everything the texter said moot?
I mean, kind of.
If Can I just dismiss it?
There have been some starts and stops, like Jim Nill in Dallas, right? He's been around there for a long time. They missed the playoffs 4 of his first 6 years. But, if it's 5, if he needs somebody that built a successful organization that got a 6-year if they didn't make the playoffs. Don Sweeney took 2-3 years in Boston. He's considered pretty good. But I would also argue that the Red Wings were so far behind when he took over.
Well, that's an excellent point.
Yep. So now, and if they make the playoffs this year, is everything he says moot? I think they're going to make the playoffs. Storm clouds are gathering on the front because Larkin's out. They've lost 2 in a row. Tough game tonight. We're in a portion of the schedule with what's on the line where every game feels like a stretch of games. Every point, all the points you get and don't get feel critical. So, yeah, I hear there is a sense of urgency to make it. Our point about, are they close enough to Florida to try and get aggressive? Probably not. And Florida just got stronger with the addition of Tarasenko. So, I went from kind of not chesty, but I thought making a bold move might be in play last week. I'm not so sure anymore.
Well, they've made 2 pretty bold moves in the last year. Trading for DeBrincat and signing Patrick Kane. Those are 2 really bold moves, right? And I think you could argue it's also quite bold to entrust the starting goaltending position now to Alex Lyon, who does not have a proven track record, but he's the guy that's getting it done right now. That's a pretty bold move.
Yep. All right. Story here that has just been posted at this hour. King, I want to make sure I see the right one here because it's just gotten posted. Pro Football Talk, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but it's a link to a USA Today story.
Okay.
USA Today is the one that broke this.
Okay.
Or it's their column.
Gotcha. All right, I followed the correct link. I'm just sorting through this as we go. Multiple teams interested in L'Jarius Sneed. As expected, the Kansas City Chiefs officially placed a franchise tag on cornerback L'Jarius Sneed. Sneed has permission to seek a trade due to the designation. A person with direct knowledge of the situation told USA Today Sports that the Minnesota Vikings, the Colts, the Titans, the Patriots, Falcons, the Jags, and the Detroit Lions have expressed an interest in the Chiefs' corner. Person told USA Today Sports on condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the situation.
Sensitivity?
Sensitivity. What did I say?
Oh, sensitivity.
I think I made up a word. Both sides have till mid-July to finalize a long-term extension or have the NFL's trade deadline to part ways via trade. Sneed's one of the best cover zone corners in the league. According to Next Gen Stats, Sneed allowed no touchdowns and a league low 4 yards per target while in zone coverage in 2023. So this is a source with direct knowledge of the situation. So I'm going to go with Sneed's agent.
Fair enough.
As the source. Agents aren't afraid to talk. Agents usually talk. It's rather self-serving. If Sneed's been told to seek a trade, one person that would know would be the agent who would probably be doing the talking on his behalf.
There you go.
Okay, so Vikings, Colts, Titans, Patriots, Lions, Falcons, Jaguars. There has been zero posturing that the Lions would do this. And do I think they would do this? Actually, I don't. But I'm not going to dismiss this as a 0.0 possibility. If the Lions were to do this, it would be a big financial commitment. It would be a huge improvement to the corner room. Like, he immediately becomes CB1, Cam Sutton CB2, Emmanuel Mosley is a backup.
Or competing for CB2, yeah.
Or I guess competing, yep. They've already told Jerry Jacobs he's not coming back. That was news earlier today. Say goodbye to Jonah Jackson, almost a certainty. would it impact any contract extensions? Not if they're worded properly and worded to the effect that none of the money kicks in until next year. But it seems enormously improbable that L'Jarius Sneed would be here on a 1-year contract.
It does, but he's been tagged, right? So what's the tag value?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't he have to agree to a new contract?
I just want to know what it is to gauge an idea of what the long term would be.
I think it was $21 million, but let me look up the cornerback tag. The franchise tag's $19.8.
Okay, so roughly $20 million. So who are the other teams that were rumored to be involved? So the Vikings, I believe is what you said.
I'm going to go ahead and say reported to be involved.
Yes.
It's the Vikings, the Colts, the Titans, the Patriots, the Falcons, and the Jaguars.
Okay. Out of those teams, none of them really inspire look who's come calling. These aren't outstanding teams. These aren't the upper echelon teams in the NFL. These are some of those teams are, playoff teams, but are they just got into the playoffs? So I guess what I'm about to say is this the possibility where Lions are kicking the tires on this, and apparently there's not great interest from teams that are better than the Lions, but if this is the reported interest, could the Lions try to get something done with him that would cost far less than what these other teams would have to offer? Is this a situation where in order for the Vikings to land Sneed, they're going to have to overpay, or the Patriots going to have to overpay? Colts going to have to overpay. Atlanta's going to have to overpay. Jacksonville's going to have to overpay. But the Lions got to the NFC Championship game, and they have the coach that everybody loves.
Yeah, here's the other variable. It's not just who's ready to win. It's who's got more money. And I'm just looking at here at money that is spoken for next year. Teams on this list that have more money in Detroit: the Titans, the Patriots, and that might be it. The Vikings have just about the same amount of money. Colts have just about the same amount of money. Check that the Vikings don't. The Colts have just about the same amount of money.
So, again, my point is that those teams might have to overpay, whereas the Lions, because the position they're in as a franchise, may not have to. And, again, this is about a trade. So the trade part
when you say overpay, you mean financially. Not in terms of compensation.
Not in terms of compensation, just in terms of what you have to pay L'Jarius Sneed. His contract is going to be, I would imagine it's going to be a bigger contract that the Vikings would offer than what the Lions, or maybe the wrong team to say, but the Patriots, than what the Lions. Now, the Lions can offer the same thing in terms of, we'll give you a first-round pick, we'll give you a second-round pick, or players, or whatever.
Yeah, but their pick is going to be worse than everybody else's in a given round. If everybody else is going to go second round, the Lions have to go first.
My point is, I think that the Lions would end up offering less than these other teams would, because they don't have to offer as much.
You're talking about less financially?
Yes.
Okay. Because it's not only it's a financial offer, and it's a compensation offer to Kansas City.
Correct. But
I'm seeking clarification.
Yeah, but if Sneed doesn't want to go to the Patriots, and the Patriots have the best deal because their first round pick is better, or whatever the case is, their package to the Chiefs is a better package. But if Sneed doesn't want to sign there, then it's not going to get done.
So yeah, I mean Sneed has to want to go to a place, and if he's seeking the most money, there are teams that can offer the most money. If he's seeking a situation where he wants to win, Detroit's as strong as anybody.
They're stronger than the other teams.
If Kansas City is seeking the highest second-round pick they can get, Detroit's position is weaker than everybody.
It is, but that's far down the list, because the first thing is that Sneed has to go to a place he wants to go to.
Yep, but Kansas City doesn't have to agree to send him there.
No, they don't, but in
fact,
the end,
I bet they wouldn't. If they're not getting back what they want, I bet they wouldn't trade him.
Then they won't. But then he doesn't go anywhere else.
I think you guys are dreaming if you think he's taking a discount on the open market. He literally told the Chiefs, pay me. Like, this is all about money.
Yeah,
he just won Super Bowls with the Chiefs. If he wants to stay in a good situation, stay with the Chiefs.
True. Yep.
So he's hitting the open market to get paid, period.
Then he won't get paid here.
then that's fine. I'm just saying that there's no discount.
Yeah, I think you're probably more right than wrong. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
A critical juncture for the Red Wings, who begin a 4-game road trip in Denver tonight, riding that 2-game losing streak. Detroit still finds itself in the Eastern Conference's top wildcard spot, but its cushion has shrunk to just 4 points. Tonight will be the Wings' first without Captain Dylan Larkin, who's out 2 weeks with a lower body injury. Derek Lalonde has promoted Joe Veleno from the third line to centering the top group without Larkin, which gives Veleno, a pending restricted free agent, a chance to earn the kind of contract extension Michael Rasmussen just earned. Here are the Wings and Avalanche here on 97.1 tonight, coverage starting at 9:15. Also in the NHL, another move about 48 hours ahead of the trade deadline, this one involving one of Detroit's divisional foes, the Florida Panthers, who have acquired Vladimir Tarasenko from the Senators. USA Today reporting today that the Lions are one of 7 teams who have shown interest in the Chiefs' L'Jarius Sneed. And Nick Saban tells ESPN the way Alabama handled its semifinal loss to Michigan in the college football playoffs played a role in his decision to retire. Quote, "We had our opportunities to win the game, and we didn't do it. And then showing your ass and being frustrated and throwing helmets and doing that stuff, that's not who we are and what we've promoted in our program." At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we're reacting to that story that just got posted on USA Today's website that the Lions are one of 7 teams that have inquired about the possibility of trading for L'Jarius Sneed. Now, there'll be teams on this list with more money. There is no team on this list that could be traded for that's in a better situation than Detroit in terms of ready to win. Now, if L'Jarius Sneed values winning and was willing to give a discount, he'd probably just stay in Kansas City, given that they've just won the Super Bowl. But every team on this list has a better second-round pick than Detroit. And if it's going to cost them a second rounder, then it very well may cost Detroit its first-round pick at 29. So it's an interesting thing to talk about. Feels like there's a couple things working against Detroit, but one big thing working for them, and that is ready to win and a coach that he might want to play for. Now, if he just wants a change of scenery and wants out of Kansas City no matter what, bang. We're your spot, L'Jarius.
It's not likely, but that's the appeal.
Yep. 248-539-9797.
I mean, if you believe the reports, how about the fact, your guys' reaction to the fact that the Lions might be involved in a deal of this player's caliber? Because we're kind of led to believe, don't expect a big splash. This would be a big splash.
Without question. This would be about the biggest splash you could make at a position that the Lions need. I mean, I feel pretty safe in the assumption this isn't happening. But we're going to talk about it if it's being reported. If they called, then they've already done more than I expected them to do. 248-539-9797. This could be another case, though, of when it's all said and done, we say the following. They only had to give up that? We've been in positions where we said that before. So you may as well ask. You may as well see if you can get them for your price. And if you can't, hey, tried. No big deal.
Took a look.
Let's go to Paul in Madison Heights. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hi, good afternoon.
What's up?
I got just a concern. My concern is, from what I understand, is that they franchised him in a way that he can look for a deal. But in return, doesn't the Lions have to give the Chiefs 2 first-round draft picks? Because if that's the case, that's an awful big lift for a guy who's not a quarterback.
I don't think that's the case. I haven't seen that reported. I've seen the second round.
I was just reading that yesterday on the CBS Sports app. Sorry,
it's okay.
Competition, but
not worried about it.
That's what I was just reading, and when I heard this, I was like, well, it's good to hear that he's doing this. But I hope it doesn't go through, because the way Holmes drafts 2 first-round picks that's a lot of equity.
Okay,
like I said, the guy's not a quarterback.
I'm gonna go through and double and triple check this, because here's the other thing: the organization that Brad Holmes grew up in gave up first-round picks all the time.
Yeah, but he wasn't making that call.
No, he wasn't making that call, but that's. He also actually
in the draft.
He also wasn't.
I'm not even thinking what he would pick at that first round pick, but what he would do with it.
Yeah, he also wasn't the man making the picks in LA. He wasn't the GM, but he learned how to build a draft board. He did a great job with that. He's obviously drafted very well. If he follows the Rams model, he will not be afraid to move on from first round picks.
Well, I would rather he sign a free agent than to trade for a guy that's going to get top dollar.
What am I missing here? Because the 2 first-round picks thing is something I remember in the past, but all I've heard is that this trade could be done for a second-round pick.
Yeah, I haven't heard. I don't know what CBS report that the caller is reading. All I know is basically everyone thinks it's just going to take a second-round pick at most, and that's the compensation. So there's nothing guaranteed. I don't know what the first 2 rounders. And I don't think the Lions would even entertain the thought of giving up 2 first-rounders for Sneed. He's not even the best corner on his team.
So the interesting thing here is I'm reading there's a story here about L'Jarius Sneed. The Chiefs told him to seek a trade, and I expect his agents to find someone who will give him somewhere in the range of $40 million guaranteed on the low end. He was outstanding this year. The only impediment is the Chiefs seeing the salary cap bump and thinking they can run it back this year. Yeah, there's nothing here about 2 first-round picks. Maybe somebody can cite us directly where he saw that.
Well, is that because somebody's making a comparison with him and who's the defensive back with the Rams traded for?
Jalen Ramsey.
Jalen Ramsey. Is that where it comes from? And he's not Jalen Ramsey.
Nope. No, but he'd be CB1 here. And
Sure, he'd be CB1 here. But again, that's where I'd go back. I'd rather, if you're going to throw $20 million at somebody, are there better options? Are you better suited to spend less and go sign Kendall Fuller or Stephon Gilmore at much less than $20 million a year, and then you don't have to give up a draft pick because they're free agents?
Yeah, this is there's a lot of moving parts in this thing because we're talking about money, we're talking about draft picks, we're talking about Kansas City having to agree, we're talking about other bidders. There's a lot here to think about.
The non-exclusive franchise tag, according to NFL.com, if the tag player, he can negotiate with other teams, but his current team has the right to match any offer or receive 2 first-round picks as compensation.
Well, which tag was put on him?
I don't believe it's the non-exclusive because they straight up told him you can go negotiate, but there's never been, as far as I've read, that you have to give up 2 first-rounders if you make a deal. And you haven't seen it either, Doug. I don't think you have it either, Gator.
Nope.
It's like, this is almost like one of those, agreement between the two sides.
I mean, the question is, can the Chiefs agree to less? And if they can agree to less, it sounds like they're willing to. But Lions fans, is this a move you make? 248-539-9797. Non-exclusive franchise. You said non-exclusive is where they get the 2 first-round picks?
Yes.
Not the exclusive.
The exclusive says it's a 1 year, but you have the sole right to negotiate with the player in the exclusive franchise, which he's been negotiating or he's able to.
All right. Well, I mean, if it's 2 first-rounders, does everybody agree that we're out?
That's a no, dog.
Yeah. Yep. I think it's a pretty safe assumption on that. 248-539-9797 if you want to get in on this. Again, the Lions USA Today report came out at this hour. Vikings, Colts, Titans, Patriots, Lions, Falcons, and Jags have expressed interest in the Chiefs' corner, according to a person with direct knowledge of the situation, talking to USA Today Sports, but only spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the situation. Okay, Tigers have the day off. Interesting Q&A with a Tiger insider. Questions about why they're not going after this guy, why they're not going after that guy, and a player that has been dubbed the darling of spring training. This guy wasn't expecting to make the opening day roster, but he's the darling of spring training. We'll get to that this hour here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. It's not clear with this non-exclusive tag if it means 2 first-round picks would go the other direction. It's been reported in multiple places that a second-round pick could get it done. So if the Chiefs and Sneed have agreed to that, okay. But if it is 2 first-round picks, that seems to change things. But I still have not found any reporting anywhere that says that a team has to give up 2 first-round picks. My man cited a story on CBS Sports. I looked everywhere, and CBS Sports didn't see it.
So what I'm seeing is generally when you get the non-exclusive tag, like L'Jarius Sneed got, he's able to go negotiate a contract with other teams, okay? And if he signs an offer sheet with another team and the Chiefs decide not to match, usually that means the Chiefs, the team that he's leaving, would receive a compensation of 2 first-round picks from the team that's giving him an offer sheet. But from everything we're hearing and reading, it sounds like Sneed and Chiefs have a deal where, hey, you can go negotiate your deal. If we can't work anything out to match that deal, then we'll trade you. And there hasn't been like a guaranteed 2 first-round picks attached to that. Right. So I don't know if there's something where the team can supersede that and say, hey, we'll take whatever compensation we want to take, which would be less than 2 first-round picks.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Mike, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's going on?
How are we doing?
Good. So about the 2 first-round picks, I believe that what it was, it's Kyle Duggar for the Patriots. I think he got that tag. I think that guy must have just got confused. I was just looking at Adam Schefter's report on Instagram. That's what it said.
Yeah, I think you're right. I always remember reading something this morning about that, and I think that now that jogs the memory. Yeah.
And I don't think we should go after L'Jarius Sneed. I don't think it'd be worth it for our team because Holmes likes to build with the smaller players to add up to a bigger picture. I think if we just go for the splash, I think that would just ruin how the chemistry and how he wants to build his team, which isn't always a good thing, but he wants to build it his way, and it's worked so far.
Everything he said tells me this wouldn't happen. Everything he has said. Now, it's being reported. It's out there. They might have called. They might have called just to kick the tires and see if there's a bargain to be had, which I can't imagine is the case. But, I mean, if I had to bet, I'd be a betting man, a strong betting man, that this is not happening. However, why not call? Did they call? Maybe. This report says direct knowledge of situation says they did.
Well, it's a team that made the NFC Championship game, and we know what happened in that game, right?
Yep.
A player of this ilk would certainly improve the team. So we're getting to a point now where maybe this is where you start to go after previous Rams models where they were willing to give up draft picks to get solid players, Pro Bowl players. And they've built this roster where there's a lot of depth, that the floor in this roster is a pretty high floor. But now maybe it might be time to add some high-end players to the mix, and this guy would definitely fit that bill.
248-539-9797. Stan is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stan.
Hey, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Okay.
I didn't catch all the conversation, but, Kang made a very, very strong point. He's not the best corner on Kansas City's team. If Brad Holmes is going to spend $20 million on any free agent, it better be somebody like Christian Wilkinson or Danielle Hunter. I mean, that's where they get the most bang for their buck because it will make any corner better that they have in the backfield.
Does it really matter if he's not the best corner on his own team if he makes the Lions significantly better?
But they can make the Lions significantly better with, what's the guy, the free agent that they're not signing right now that played most of last year? I can't think of his name. Couldn't cover anything. Jerry Jacobs. He'd make Jerry Jacobs look like a superstar if you had Danielle Hunter and Wilkinson.
That might be a bit of a strong. If you had them both, you're not going to get them both.
Wilkins.
I'm just saying, if you spent $20 million and got one of those guys and then got Newton or Sweat or Jenkins from Michigan, I mean that through the draft, that'd be 1,000%
So
better.
you don't want to. You basically what you're saying is why trade for anyone when you can sign a guy in free agency?
Yes.
I'm kind of with you, Stan.
You can get it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can get a
him being not
second
being the best corner on the team is completely irrelevant information to me. He would be the best corner here.
Yeah, he would be. But that's my philosophy right now too. Unless you bring up a different player, but I don't want to have to give up extra in addition to the money that I'm going to have to pay the player. I don't want to lose a resource like a draft pick. I got to start all over again with a new contract. I agree with that. I'd rather have Danielle Hunter than I'm not giving up anything other than salary to get. If I can get Danielle Hunter for the same price.
I mean, the question is, do you have access to Danielle Hunter for the same price? Do you have access? Does Danielle Hunter want to play here? Would Danielle Hunter come here? I mean, I hear you completely, but just because a guy's a free agent doesn't mean you have access to him. Doesn't mean the guy is asking anywhere close to what you'd be willing to pay him. Doesn't mean he wants to come here. We assume guys want to come
but I also assume that they'll know that.
Right, which is might be why they're going after L'Jarius Sneed, and you're hearing that. The other thing is, are they trying to get this done before the free agent period on Monday? Are the Chiefs trying to get it done? Are the Lions trying to get it done? Or any of these teams trying to get it done before free agency starts Monday? 248-539-9797. Nick is next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
All right, Nick.
Hey, I want you to put your conspiracy theory hats on for a second. I don't think the Lions will be out of the first round because the draft is in Detroit. They're going to want them to have a first-round pick.
Who's they? When you say they're going to want them, who's they?
And the NFL. They're going to. It's in Detroit. They're going to want them to have a first-round pick. So I don't think they're trading their first-round pick
Nick,
at all.
You think the NFL would void any Lions trade because the draft is being held here?
I'm about 60-40. Yeah, 60-40%.
60-40 that this 60% this is ridiculous and 40% that it's absurd?
No, but I think you saw the script stuff and everything. I think they
wait.
Stop.
We saw what?
The script stuff this past the past season, like that.
The commercials?
Well, not that really, but just in general. I'm just saying. I think they're going to want the Lions to have a first round pick.
You believe in this scripting crap? You believe in that?
No, not really. But
then why bring it up?
As far as the draft goes, I believe in it, not in the actual season.
Okay,
but
so what's the
draft,
point? What's the point that the NFL would want the Lions to have that first round pick? By the way, when it would be the 29th pick out of 32. What's the reason? So the fans would be excited?
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Do you not think the fans are excited to have the draft here in Detroit, regardless if they have a first round pick or not?
I do. I do think, obviously, I'm excited.
Yeah,
but I think that would make. I think the NFL would want that. So I just have like I said, I'm just throwing. It was a conspiracy theory, putting that hat on for a second.
All right. I don't like the hat.
That they've,
I don't like the hat. It sounds like a flat brimmed hat. Not involved with.
I get it. No, I was just throwing it out there. I just have a feeling that they're not.
I'll throw it right back at you. I don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, no, appreciate it. Love the show. Just throwing it out there, man.
All right. No, I appreciate it. Pedal that crazy somewhere else. Do I think there's a sentence that's uttered in NFL circles would say, it's a shame the Lions don't have a first round pick this year?
Do I think that sentence might be uttered?
If the Lions were to make a trade and give up the first round pick, do I think that sentence gets uttered once?
I don't even know that would get uttered.
It may not, but if it does, here's how the conversation goes. Lions just got L'Jarius Sneed and it cost them a first round pick. That's too bad. They're hosting a draft. Yeah, okay. Let's get to our layoffs.
What about
our buyouts?
What about Lions just struck a trade? Void it.
That's a conversation. Is not. We can't let this trade go through. Why? Well, do you remember where the draft is this year? Oh, you're right. Yeah. No. This is. You guys can't do that. I'm sorry. No good. They thought they had something. They were going to get Brian Burns. Not going to happen, guys. We can't let them give up that first round pick. What if it's a 2025
Could you
first
imagine
round
going and telling Dan Campbell, hey, look, man, I know you guys want a L'Jarius Sneed, but do us a favor. We're not going to allow this trade, but just keep it quiet. Because the way we got the draft worked out, we need you to have your pick.
No, I don't think that's. But he said, in all fairness, he said, "Go conspiracy theory. Put on your conspiracy theory hat."
This is a hat I never wear.
I don't even look at that hat.
It's like a fedora. You'll never see me in a fedora. You'll never see me.
You can pull off a fedora.
Okay, you know those captain's hats that are tall in the front,
Oh,
like
I know
the skipper wore.
I used to have one. Yeah.
Yeah, you will never see me in one of those ever. I think they're the dumbest looking hats ever. That to me is the fashion equivalent of to putting on a conspiracy theory hat.
Is it?
I will never wear it. Ever.
Okay.
Yep. 248-539-9797. I'm barely even buying that this trade is a possibility. It gets reported on, so we're going to talk about it. But I just don't see it happening.
You mean a hat like that?
Yeah, you should show that to the cameras. Gator, no, that hat I will never wear.
I had a hat like
Gator
that.
had a hat like that. If you're on Twitch or YouTube,
When I had a boat.
you gotta slide it a little bit to your left. Oh, there you go. Yes, it's a great picture of you. Works on you there, Chief. That is Gator's. Hey, tap the screen so it lights back up. It's getting dark.
You should be saying captain, not chief.
Captain. You're right.
It is captain.
It is captain.
Did you ever have anyone else on your boat, Gator? You went with other people, like friends?
Yeah.
Or
Actually,
did you make them call you captain?
You can see somebody in the background there. Yeah. Did I make them call me captain? Absolutely not. 100% no. Absolutely not.
Okay, let's get to this Tiger Insider column and who the guy is the darling of spring training. People asking, is he going to make the opening day roster? We'll get to that at 1:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. It's $150 if your bet wins. Bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and shoot your shot. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
I forgot to check to see if I was a winner.
With Mega Millions?
Yeah.
You weren't.
Well, I didn't win the big prize. I mean, I was a big winner the other day. Won $7.
So we can talk about the definition of big winner, or you can just check your numbers. Because then maybe you are a big winner. Are you checking right now?
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
No? No way.
No.
Well, try again.
I don't think I think you're taking glee in the fact that I didn't win.
No,
Anything.
I'm not taking glee. I would love for you to win. Although I hope you do it sooner rather than later. For a very strong reason. If you're going to win, I prefer you do it sooner.
I understand.
Yep.
Because of what I said.
Gator has made a commitment to paying for our kids' college. My kids' college and Kang's kids' college. Kang's 2 kids are going to cost you a lot more than the, what do I got here? 6, 10. I have 10 more semesters to pay for. Hell, with this, though, I might tell my kids to go for that PhD. Get a master's, get a PhD, stay in school for a bunch more years. But yes, so I want you to win sooner rather than later.
Okay.
So I hope you win the next drawing.
I hope I do too. I mean, we're talking nearly $700 million.
Yeah. Birchie Kid did a story. What about Quandre Diggs coming back to Detroit? He got his walking papers. He seemed to like it here, actually, and his issues were with the previous regime.
What was the coach? Yeah.
Yep. But the bottom line here is, do they need another safety? Do they want another? They got Fatima Al-Fanwood. They got Kirby Joseph. They have to figure out what they're doing with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I would imagine Diggs would be a possibility, but check it out, 971theticket.com. Okay. You mentioned Tigers mailbag. Some really, really good questions. The people that sent them in to The Athletic and the writer Cody Stavenhagen, yeah, some great questions. One of the questions was about J.D. Martinez. And Cody went so far as to write the following. The reality is the Tigers have never had any real interest in Martinez or anyone that would occupy the lion's share of at-bats at DH. Tigers want to rotate players around at the DH to get all 13 position players at bats, likely distributing at-bats to young players. I'd expect Kerry Carpenter, Mark Canha, Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green, and more to see time at DH. And if and when Justin Henry Malloy debuts, he may end up seeing more DH time than anyone. So in short, this is interesting. The Tigers not signing Martinez tells you Scott Harris and company are more focused on building for the long term than they are dead set on winning the AL Central in 2024. I mean, that's kind of a bitter pill to swallow if you're a Tiger fan and would love the idea to make a run at this division.
Well, they still can. It's just
still can.
They're not doing it by going out and spending money on JD Martinez or.
I would make the following argument to think of it this way. If they are good enough that one player puts them in the mix to win this division, then they are good enough to be close enough at the trade deadline to make an aggressive move then.
Yes.
So.
But the difference is you have to trade for somebody.
Yes.
This goes back to the whole Lions thing. And you can sign a guy in free agency. It doesn't cost you anything other than money.
But you could trade for a player at a position of need more so than just a straight DH. You could address a weakness
you've also
as opposed to a straight DH.
Yes, and it's also a different pool of players to look at because right now you're just looking only at free agents here at this point. But in a league that doesn't have a cap, where the Lions or the Tigers are nowhere near spending to the luxury tax portion of it, you can still understand why people are salty about not signing someone like Martinez or Snell.
Okay, next question for Cody Stavenhagen on his insider column on The Athletic. It's August 1st. You'll love this one. It's August 1st. The Tigers are tied for first. Javi Baez is batting below 200 and has fewer than 7 home runs. Did the Tigers release him and go with Ryan Kreidler at shortstop?
Yes. First of all, Kreidler's had a hell of a spring. And he's doing exactly what Scott Harris wants. He is seeing pitches. He is drawing walks. In 8 games, he's in the 11 at-bats. he's hitting .364. In addition to that, he has walked 6 times.
Is that 364 points higher than Javi Baez is hitting and 6 more walks than Javi Baez has?
It is. It is. So his on-base percentage is .588, which is high. Obviously, it's not going to be like that, but that's where it is right now. The point is he's drawing walks. He's seeing a bunch of pitches, and that's going to immediately raise the eyebrow of Scott Harris and go, that's what I'm looking for. I want to see more of that.
All right, here's what he writes. I don't see any way they're releasing Baez this season. If his performance does not pick up, his chances of lasting 4 more years aren't good. But Baez is still a plus defender at shortstop and has more upside in his bat than most replacement shortstops you would find. That's part of the equation, too. Say the Tigers decided to move on from Baez and eat the $98 million over the next 4 seasons. Do they actually have someone better? Kreidler is a great defender, possibly better overall than Baez. But his bat is a serious question. Kreidler hit only .225 and 222 minor league at-bats last season. Right now, Baez still is the Tigers' best shortstop.
Well, I'm just saying I understand why they could like Kreidler and him making the squad out of spring training would be if he continues to draw walks and hit like he's hit, then there's a lot to like there. As far as eating Javi's contract, he would have to be epically bad for them to just eat it. Does he end up
eating it?
Having a roster spot, because of the contract? I think to a point, yeah. I mean, the Tigers have shown in the past they're not afraid to eat some salary, but this would be
a lot of money to eat.
Yeah, extraordinary amount.
And when you have to try almost everything, like the only way you release him is we need this roster spot, and we can't. We're trying to win the division, and you being on the roster at all is hurting us.
Yeah. Now we joke about how bad he's been at the plate, right? Because he hasn't got a hit yet. He's 0 for 12 this year, and I don't think he's drawn a walk either so far in the spring. He hasn't. But was yesterday a sign? Was it yesterday when he had the line out to left? Put a good swing on a ball. Hit it. Well, I'm just saying, you're looking for anything at this point. I'm not saying he's turning it around. But is this what they're looking for? Is this a payoff in the smallest form that, okay, this is what we're looking to see. Now you got to put them together. Let's see more of those per game, more of those per week, more of those per month. And eventually we're going to see that there's a hard hit rate that is a better predictor that you're going to turn things around. Torkelson did that last year where he was hitting the ball hard, but it wasn't going anywhere. It was right at people.
Yeah.
And your patience paid off. And at the end of the season, here's over 30 home runs and 90 RBIs, and Torque figured things out. I'm not saying it's happening with Javi.
One at bat is the smallest
it's the last
sample
one
size.
I saw. It's there we go.
Gators going with one swing.
I am not going with one swing. I am simply stating that is something that if you were trying to instill any confidence in Javi whatsoever, you go up to him and you say, that's what we want to see. We want to see more of that. Obviously, we'd like to see it fall where the players aren't, but you stung it, man. That's a good sign. Let's see more of it. Now, if he goes over 50, then they got a real problem. I mean,
listen, man, you put your cleats on good today. I mean, you tied them tight.
You're right. Those are tight. Yeah. You're a big boy. You don't need to use Velcro. You got this.
Mm-hmm. Good job getting through the lunch line. Shower shoes are clean. All right, then there's this. Tigers insider Cody Stavenhagen. What are the chances Eddie Leonard takes one of the super utility spots from Matt Vierling or Zach McKinstry? Cody writes in the following, or responds with the following. Given the number of questions I get about Eddie Leonard, we may have to officially declare him the darling of this camp. And deservedly so. The guy's hitting rockets all over the field, but thank you, Thomas, for being reasonable and not suggesting he immediately usurp Baez at shortstop. I'm sure Leonard has the defensive chops to play there every day to begin with. As for Leonard making the roster in another capacity, let's remember spring training results tend to be fool's gold, and it's less of a month-long tryout than it is a very long way for players to ramp up into game shape. Remember last year when future Dodger legend Andre Lipsius hit .293 with 3 homers and people were calling for him to make the team. Leonard is putting himself on the radar, but he still seems like a long shot to make the opening day roster pending injuries. McKinstry is a left-handed bat, so he brings a skill set Leonard can't replace. Vierling is likely a more versatile defender who can offer more in the outfield than Leonard does right now. I think Leonard gets big league time at some point this season. I just don't see it happening from the jump.
Well, here's something Eddie Leonard has not done. He hasn't struck out. He had 16 at-bats, and he hasn't struck out. Now, to play Major League Baseball and to not do that is pretty – in today's baseball, it's remarkable. That will change. There we go. Stop it.
Eddie Leonard hasn't struck out.
Hasn't struck out yet. 16 at bats. Look what this guy's doing. But when they traded for this guy, he has a minor league track record of being able to hit. So I can't imagine he makes the squad out of spring training, but he's a guy to look for because he can play infield. And if you're looking for anybody to usurp what Javi Baez, then maybe you can find him.
Next question. Give me a wild card from spring training to either make the team or get called up early on. Cody writes, based on what I'm seeing, I'm going with Drew Anderson. All right, now we're done. I can't wait for baseball. Can't wait for baseball.
Did you have your fun?
We really did. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Listen, you look outside right now, we got some different temperatures going. It's going to get cold again, then it's going to get warmer again next week. It's all over the place. Make sure that your house is ready for it for the rest of the year. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling because they know what it takes to keep your home comfortable. They're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater and get a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. These guys know what they're doing. They've been around for over 100 years of combined experience, and they're the team that I trust. When I had an issue with my water heater, I called up Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they took care of it the next day. Problem with my thermostat. You know what they did? Came out the next day. They're awesome. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com.
couple things here. Tonight is senior night at the Jack Breslin Student Event Center.
Yep.
You didn't watch The Journey last night, did you?
I did not.
The Journey behind the scenes Big Ten Network show. They did a story on Malik Hall and his family and his dad who's battling dementia. And I got to tell you, you can't come away from that story and not be rooting for Malik Hall, not be rooting for his parents are incredible. His mom's unbelievable. The commitment to the dad, who's unfortunately this battle's been going on for a while, but he keeps coming to all the games, and the family is super supportive. And Malik said some great things about people not judging and just having patience with him. And I mean, it was a tough watch and rooting for Malik Hall. And all games in life. It was a tough story to watch. Incredibly inspiring, though.
Well, and
the commitment the family has to him.
It's awesome to hear the story. That's why the show.
As I deteriorate quickly, I hope my family is committed to me.
The stories are great, and how they tell them. That's why the show is great. It's one of the great shows that they have on Big Ten Network, along with what's in Joe Tiller's mouth. But I mean, tonight's going to be a special night there to honor the seniors. Also with Matty Sissoko and his story.
Yeah.
I believe this was something that started through actually Spartan Mag, that some people through Spartan Mag got together and wanted to help out and get some funds going to see if they could contribute in a way so that Matty Sissoko's family or any family members could come from Mali to see him play, because they've never seen him play. And I guess his brother, who's responsible for getting Matty involved in basketball, is going to be the first one in his family to see him play, and he's coming to the game tonight. So that's a really cool story there as well. So pretty pleased with the cherry on top. Michigan State, don't blow this game.
Yeah, I mean, Northwestern's really good. That was the other part of the journey last night. They did the Billy McKinney story. And if you look at Northwestern basketball, Doug Collins, who coached the Pistons, his son, Chris, is the head coach at Northwestern. Did Chris actually have a cup of coffee with the Pistons?
I think he may have, yeah.
Brian James, longtime Piston assistant, is on that staff. And Billy McKinney, who was in the front office with the Pistons, is their radio color commentator. And he was a legend at Northwestern, and he just had his number retired. But it's funny because, if you follow Michigan basketball, there's not a whole lot to latch on to. So you go with the Pistons, the Pistons incognito there at Northwestern. And that Northwestern team is damn good. They really, really are good. They don't have a big, but boy, do they got shooters, and they got a legitimate scorer and Boo Buie. So they're not an easy out. I mean, they're looking at one of the top 4 seeds in the Big Ten tournament. So obviously they're not an easy out.
Yeah, and Michigan State is still trying to make sure they're going to get into the tournament. This win would help a lot. And then to finish up the season with a win, it was Indiana, I think they finished up with. Be nice to get that one done. And then to win the first game that they'll play in the Big Ten tournament would be great. That gets you to 20 wins, and you might be able to avoid the dreaded 8 or 9 seed in the tournament. If you can get a 7 seed, you might breathe a little bit easier.
Yeah, if you get in that 8-9 game in the second round, you're likely looking at UConn, Houston, or Arizona. Because Purdue would likely be the other number 1 seed, and you're probably not looking at a conference foe in the second round. So you can't predict everything, but that's where bracketology is somewhat useful, is when you get into what seed line you might be on and who you might be playing. So just something to pay attention to. And did you hear what Josh Allen, the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, is up to?
I saw something that he finally returned to Twitter.
Well, he's dating Haley Steinfeld now.
The actress?
Yep.
Okay.
And they were in Paris. What's that?
Like Hawkeye.
She played for Iowa?
No, the Marvel series.
Oh.
She's the new Hawkeye.
She saw the movie?
She's in.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Never mind.
She's the new Hawkeye. She took Jeremy Renner's place?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were in Paris for Fashion Week, which I had to pass this year. But Josh Allen was getting out of a vehicle in front of the paparazzi, and he split his pants.
Oh.
And so he hightailed it out of there, and everybody was wondering why he was running from his girlfriend. And he explained via social media that it was because of a pants split situation.
See, because it was Fashion Week, he could have just kept going like nothing was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And if somebody's like, wait, you mean your pants aren't ripped?
It's a style.
Yeah.
My God, that's so 2023. Come on, man. Get with
It's
the
an
program.
excellent point.
Right, I would have just played it off like, yeah.
Could have completely played it off.
Why aren't your pants ripped?
Seriously, dude.
Why aren't you showing off somewhere? But
What are you ashamed?
that is Rico Beard, obviously, made his way in studio. What's up?
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good, man. Yeah, I didn't mean to throw you off.
No, it's quite all right. Well, you threw me off.
Are you heading up to East Lansing tonight?
Yeah, senior day. So last game up there. We'll see what happens. Unfortunately, they've hit the dreaded the new Devils money line. I mean the Devils spread. 9.5-point favorites. Last two times they were 9.5-point favorites. It was Iowa at home, Ohio State at home.
Well, that didn't go so well.
Nah, I know. So.
They lost both those games.
Right, and now for some reason they're favored by 9.5 points over Northwestern, who they haven't beaten in like 3 years. But yes, I will be there.
Northwestern's a stunningly good team.
Oh, no, they are. I mean, Chris Collins should be on everybody's short list because I can only imagine what he would do if he actually didn't have like restrictions and can actually go out and recruit real players.
Cool story with Sissoko tonight, too.
Yeah.
With his brother coming.
Yes. I think mother and brother are going to be there for the first time.
You going out to dinner with him?
No.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm not.
You got dinner plans with Izzo?
The Sissokos.
Yeah.
No, I'm just. Yeah, maybe me and Steven may go out and get a beer after.
Is that right?
That's senior night.
Right.
It is senior night.
Yeah.
Right, he doesn't have anything to do after the game.
You know, it looks 12.
Though I do like the fact that he said the pressure is off of him because he's already scored a point.
Yep.
And I was like, you know what? You're right.
That was one of the funniest pictures, the post game with him holding up the 3 like Wilt held up the 100. So funny. All right, so what do you got planned coming up next?
Mike's about to shock the world. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what time is he shocking the world?
We may just jump right into this.
Okay.
This is one where when I saw it on the show sheet, I thought he was being funny. And then I walked in and he's like, nope, I'm for real. Okay, let's do this.
Well, that'll be interesting. Anything else planned, or is that going to take up 4 hours?
No, that's not going to take up 4 hours. I also just, I want to play a little blind taste test kind of thing. I didn't do it earlier with Stoney, but just I need people to explain to me the JJ thing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he won't be an NFL player, but the way the stock is rising, and I'm seeing some mock drafts of him at 3, like, what did I miss? What did I not see? Help me out here.
So
take away where I went to school.
Yeah,
and
it's all
literally just help me out.
It's the throws that the NFL scouts want to see a player be able to make, and he can make them. He just didn't make them a lot because they didn't ask it to make them a lot. But if that helps, I don't know if it does. Yeah, I mean that's the word on the street. But
well, give us a call, Doug.
I mean, here's the thing. It's just like anything else. Quarterback stock rise all the time. I remember a few years ago when Baker Mayfield, I was like, watch, he'll be the number 1 overall pick. And this was when people are like, Baker Mayfield. Sure enough, it just happens.
Like,
guys rise to the
there's certain
top.
guys where you're just like, wait, this guy. Like every year there's this guy. And I guess you
think JJ's that guy? You think that stuns you that much?
He's this year's this guy. Anthony Richardson was this guy. He went from like 20th in mock drafts.
Well, but Richardson
and all of a sudden started rising. It was like, wait, the Florida quarterback?
Richardson had that skill set, though. That, like, at very least, very least, you're like, this is a guy who's a true dual threat quarterback. He can run, and it's all exciting what he can do with that part of it, and he's giant.
Right, but like he started off in mocks like so low, and then he just went up and up and up. It's like, wow.
Well, losing's a skill set. Winning is too.
Oh, see what it is. Yeah. Mr. 28-1 over here.
Carson Anderson, have a great show. Rico, stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. USA Today reporting the Lions are one of 7 teams who have inquired about Chiefs lockdown corner L'Jarius Sneed. Kansas City placed the non-exclusive franchise tag on Sneed Wednesday after failing to come to a long-term agreement, allowing him to negotiate with other teams. The Chiefs have the right to match any offer, or they can decline, but then are entitled to 2 first-round picks from Sneed's new team. Sneed is reportedly seeking a 4-year, $64 million deal with $40 million guaranteed. Sneed didn't allow a touchdown last year on 90 passes thrown his way. He was the only player to face 80 or more passes to not give up a single score. Red Wings at Avalanche tonight. Detroit still in the top wildcard slot in the East, tied with Tampa at 72 points with 2 games in hand. Wings and Avs face off right here on 97.1 tonight. Pregame coverage starting at 9:15. NHL trade deadline is Friday at 3 p.m. Another deal today, though, as the league's top team, the Florida Panthers, dealt with Ottawa for Vladimir Tarasenko. And World Series champion, 10-time All-Star first baseman, and Michigan State alum Steve Garvey will be on the November ballot for U.S. Senate in California. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, exactly. No pickleball discussion today. Let's get this train back on the tracks. Rico finished an amazing phone call pre-show, answering a call and saying, "What's up, chainsaw?" or caveman, right? I'm like, the hell kind of phone call we taking here 10 minutes before the show?
That's caveman.
Okay.
Frat brother, man.
We have a lot of football, but Rico, I'm excited I want to bring something up. We are 50 days from the draft, the big 5-0. And I have a declaration to make. I want to speak something into existence. And I think it's going to put a particular fan base into a bit of a quagmire, if you will.
L'Jarius Sneed to the Lions?
Oh, no. No, I've given up that pursuit. I know what I want, and I think they've given us an indication they don't see the world that way. That's okay. No, this is different. I am going to speak something into existence because I am becoming convinced that it's going to happen. And I need to know if you, the people, are going to root for this player to succeed, knowing it will make me insufferable. Either way, I will be insufferable with this player. And here's the headline today. As we sit here on a Monday, I'm taking Go Blue and bringing them to Big Blue. Because I want to tell you something. I am going to officially endorse and adopt and eventually get David, the man in that grotesque Steelers hat, that yellow, David, you look like a stick of butter. I'm going to bring David to the forefront. David will pray for this to happen the week of the draft. JJ McCarthy is going to be a New York Football Giant. I am going to be meditating under the goalposts. I'm going to be popping pads. And we're going to draft that beautiful weirdo.
See, we talked about this.
JJ's going to be a Giant. The Giants' odds to draft McCarthy have pulled almost even with the Denver Broncos. Aha. Now, here's the question.
Wait, because whenever we talked about this while you were gone, full disclosure, it was followed by the chair drop. To say Mike and JJ equals chair drop.
I'm going to say this again because I think we know. You and I know things that the average people don't. There are a lot of stupid people out there. If you actually think I would not root for a player if drafted by my team, you're an idiot. Oh, no, I'll be the biggest JJ McCarthy fan on the planet. See, I can hate his guts when he plays for the cheaters and best. Does a bunch of look at me nonsense. But if you become a New York Giant, oh, no, I'm going to throw my support behind JJ McCarthy. I'm going to start meditating. But here's the question I have. And this is for Go Blue Nation. I may start doing little look at me photos where I stand and watch Rico, David, and Kenny do the show, and I'm standing far away going, golly gee, maybe someday I get to do that. If you're a Michigan fan, are you going to root for this to happen, knowing it will make Lord Sparty, me, it'll bring me joy if JJ's good? I'll be insufferable. Or if he's terrible, which
he becomes your Tom Brady. He goes to the Giants, and he's the next Eli Manning, leads you to 2 Super Bowls.
I'll be insufferable. Because Michigan fans won't get the joy out of it because I'll be effusive in my praise of their man. And they'll know that a Michigan player has brought me immense joy. Mm-hmm. But here's the other side. Oh, if he's bad with the Giants, he becomes my whipping boy. He becomes a little voodoo doll I carry around in my pocket and just stab 50 times a day. See, this is going to be radio gold. But I'm telling you,
it's why
Big Blue and Go Blue are getting married. The Giants are taking JJ at 6. Let's go.
Hey, fellas, back there, quick sidebar. Okay. Let's turn this mic off. Quick sidebar, just me, David, and Kenny. This is what I was talking about when he was gone. I want this to happen. I need this to happen. I need this more. I'm more desperate for this to happen than a fish in a leaky garbage bag. Okay, I want this, Mike. It's a win-win because if they start winning, he has to now become a JJ fan.
That's right.
JJ is the new Eli, and he'll find some reason to still make fun of JJ. But if they lose, every Monday, yeah. Now, I'm with you. Look, it makes it when they're no longer there, like I can root for Ambry Thomas, Jake Moody until you miss a field goal, and then I don't like you anymore. But, yeah, once you move on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter where you played school, where you played as.
The odds right now, Broncos are almost 5-1 to take them. The Giants are 5-1. JJ McCarthy to the Big Apple. Michigan fans, can we find common ground? Can we both be supportive of our man? Not your man, not my man, but our man. But I'll tell you, Rigo, I've said this to you before. One of my favorite Giants of all time was Amani Toomer. He's a Wolverine. It doesn't matter to me. I want to win. I'm dying to win. My football team's terrible. But 50 days from the draft, I think the momentum for Go Blue to meet Big Blue, JJ to the Big Apple.
The only thing that would make this better.
David wants to puke.
No, David, the only thing that would make this better, the Giants move up, swap picks with the Arizona Cardinals at 4, and also give up their first-round pick for next year for JJ. Yes.
Okay,
what?
No. Whoa. Why would they do that? Who's taking JJ higher than 6?
Well, no, I mean, because.
What are you doing to me?
No, because you have the Raiders and you have the Broncos. So you may need to trade up with Arizona sits in that perfect spot.
Oh, it makes it even better. Because then I get to hold JJ to a standard that'll be almost impossible to meet. But
so, David, as you know, as they say in the good book, where 2 or 3 agree, me and you, we're 2. Kenny is the third one. We're agreeing.
I'm agreeing. I'm with you.
I agree as well. This is going to happen.
So here's what I want from the people. I'd like you to introduce me to my man. Because it's clear I don't see the world the way you do. I have no problem drafting JJ in the late first round. I think when you say second round, late first and second are the same thing because the teams oftentimes who need a QB move up from the second to take a guy to beat the other teams. All I've ever said with JJ is I don't get this whole high first round thing because you're basing it all on projection. And while the draft is mostly projection, see, I can flip on the tape of Michael Penix and make determinations of production. I can turn on the tape of Drake May. I can turn on the tape of Caleb Williams. You really can't do that with JJ. When you're only throwing the ball about 15 times a game and you don't play for Air Force, that's kind of a hard analysis. Now, are there flashes where I go, all right, that's straight up like Patrick Mahomes stuff? Yes. Are we drafting on that? It feels like it. I want you to sell me this pen. Sell me JJ to my G-men at 6. Tell me what I'm getting. Tell me how exciting this is. Or are you a rare Wolverine in the cabal? And you actually are brave enough to publicly say, I think the JJ hype's gotten a little out of hand. That while JJ's a good player, while JJ should be taken somewhere in the first round, this is getting a little ridiculous. You can do whatever you like because all I'm telling you is this is happening. Go Blue meets Big Blue. In the Big Apple.
But wait, there's more.
No. I'm taking Zinner in the second and Sandra still in the third. And I have a Go Blue revival with the G-Men.
And if he's there in the 4th round,
Corum.
There it is.
And the Giants have just brought Connor Stallions on board as an analyst. He's our late game guru.
Well, good news then. JJ's stats will go up.
There it is. I'm even going to hire a pad popper. We're going to hire the guy from the Eagles.
No.
Dom D'Alessandro. He's going to come in and pop the pads.
No, I need you before every game to go up to JJ and, yeah, there we go. Yeah.
You do understand I don't have a problem with this. I'm being totally sincere with you in listener land.
Oh, no. I know you don't.
If you don't have a franchise quarterback, your only goal in life, it's not to be a good dad. It's not to be a good husband. It's not even to be good at your job. It's to go find one. I will take JJ, and if he's terrible, I'll draft somebody next year. I got to try.
You mean I can get you to have JJ in the event that he doesn't live up to that? I no longer have to listen to 2 more seasons you talking about Brock Purdy and the slander that you give me?
Correct.
I am so for this.
Correct.
Oh, come on. I need this.
David, you look disgusted. Kenny looks confused. Let's talk here on a Monday.
I need this.
I am good with JJ on the G-Men. Now, here's my question. Would his success with the Giants and making me more insufferable anger you or make you proud of your man?
See, first off, I thought he would have a different reaction, Rico. We talked about this earlier in the week. I thought it would be chair drop all over the place.
No.
Thinking of the thought of JJ being on your team.
I'm going to tuck him under my wing.
See, that angers me because if he gives you success with your Giants, I don't want you to have that. I don't want you to have that.
David, hold on, but think about this. Let's think another sidebar real quick. Think about this. Eli Manning won this man 2 Super Bowls.
Yes, he did.
Which quarterback does he hate the most?
He still hates Eli Manning.
He hates Eli.
No.
We're having a sidebar,
You lied. You can't sidebar and lie on my name.
We can do whatever we want.
Wait a second. I hate Dave Brown more than Eli Manning.
Eli Manning, mouth breather, yes or no?
Truth.
Okay.
That's physiologically true.
Rico's on the marquee. He can go ahead and he has immunity. He can go ahead and do whatever he wants.
Wait a minute. I'm thinking Eli, he could tell you every stat of Eli's playoff games when he didn't win Super Bowls, he couldn't win games, all the interceptions he threw. Yes, I'm for this.
Come on.
This has to happen.
JJ to the Big Apple. McSizzle.
I'm going to get you a
in the
Giants
big city.
jersey for Christmas with McSizzle on the back.
If he comes in and has a year like CJ Stroud, I will hand out 20 authentic JJ McCarthy jerseys to David's church.
JJ McCarthy, closer to CJ or closer to Bryce Young?
Probably closer to Paxton Lynch, but I'm going with it. I'm going with it.
Yes.
I want to know where Michigan fans are at with this. Are Michigan fans alive? Rico,
I don't think Michigan fans want to see you happy.
And that's my question. Do
I
you
don't think
almost
they do.
want to see JJ fail knowing it will hurt me so deeply that not only is he a Wolverine, but he failed me and drove my team into the darkest abyss they've been in since the 70s?
Because right now, I think they're like the Alonzo Mourning meme where they're just sitting on the bench like, but wait, Mike's going to be happy. But wait, but JJ's going to be drafted 4th. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they don't know. They don't know how to feel because I don't think anybody expected this reaction. I wanted this reaction. I knew, and I've seen how passionate you are about the Giants. Yeah, this was a win-win.
JJ cometh to the big city. Come on, 248-539.
Go blue to big blue.
97-97. And I'm also going to bring Zinner and Sanders still. In fact, I'm telling Joe Shane, only draft Wolverines. Crazy weather. You got 73 one day, 30 the next. Power getting knocked out. When you need service on your furnace or AC, you need it now. You need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They have got you covered 24/7, locally owned over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, plenty of generators in stock. And if Mastercraft can't get to you for same-day service, take 25% off that next day visit. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, David's on Ticket Text. Rico has numbers at 2:30. Well, I wanted to do a JJ McCarthy thing here on a Wednesday. It's my Monday. By the way, shout out 3-day work weeks. These are great.
Four's not bad either.
No, they're all good. Anything but 5. The point is, after a weekend, an early part of the week of JJ buzz, the betting odds have moved, and it's radio gold. It's radio gold for this show. I think it's radio gold. I was talking to Cookies. I said, you need to bring it to John. Ask John how he would handle JJ to the Giants, knowing that his godson could either bring me joy or I'm going to verbally assassinate on a daily basis. It's gold. But I'm absolutely on board with it because here's the deal. It has nothing to do with whether JJ's actually deserving of going at 6. See, this is the dirty secret. It's supply and demand. And with the combine concluded, you know there's only 3 quarterbacks. But there are how many teams that need them? Mm-hmm. So you have to begin elevating players because if there's... Rico, I'm just a believer. There's only one position you draft on need. Everything else, you just take the best player. Need, you take quarterback. Yeah.
Until you get that quarterback.
Right.
And now you can now take the best player.
Right. He's not as good as Caleb Williams. He's not Drake May. He's not Jaden Daniels. And I think there's a massive gap. But is he the best of the rest? Potentially. Now, again, Penix has some things that work against him.
He's got the injuries. Bo Nix got the age and the family.
Right. So it's you're right.
Xavier Tillman.
3 kids, a mortgage, got to save for tuition. I am all on board JJ the Giants because it's gold. And I want to know as a Michigan fan, do you believe the hype's getting out of control? Think about this. Rico's got numbers. We're going to do a quarterback A, quarterback B. I think it'll be illuminating. David on the Ticket Text first.
As a Michigan fan, I'm ecstatic. I'll be ecstatic if he's a G-man. Sparty Mike espousing the virtues of his team's savior Monday mornings will bring me much joy.
Okay.
That is Matt in Novi.
That's right.
Wouldn't bother me in the slightest, but I'm also one of those Michigan fans that roots for Michigan State against anyone but the Wolverines. That is from Russ. I couldn't care less.
State of Michigan, man.
Couldn't care less how JJ being drafted impacts Mike. I want JJ to be great and a great NFL quarterback because he's a great kid, and I want doubters proven wrong.
Okay,
that works out for you.
Yeah, it works out for me. You don't want him to go to the Giants if you want him to be great. I'll just tell you that. We're a bad organization.
Well, it's funny you say that because this text came in. I'm here for Mike being happy because of JJ, but miss me with ripping him if the Giants squander his talents, as the Giants are incompetent.
You understand why this is radio gold.
Think about it. Once more, quick sidebar.
How many sidebars?
How bad did this man get? Brock Purdy, and he won games. I can only imagine how he treats JJ.
I just tell you, JJ better warm up that shoulder. He ain't going to be throwing it 15 times.
Mike, this country needs to cross the aisle and shake hands more often. As a Michigan fan, I'll join you, a Spartan, in celebrating JJ's success.
Guys, think about it. The 24 election's going to tear us all apart. This is my good faith effort at bipartisan politics. JJ
Wait a minute.
To the G-men.
With the 4th pick, because the Giants have moved up,
Why
Roger
do you
Goodell
do this?
walks off the stage. Mike, because the draft is here in Detroit, with a Giant hat in hand, the New York Giants have made their selection.
Yes.
JJ McCarthy, University of Michigan. JJ, come on out here.
What if I come out dressed as Harbaugh and I pop his pads on stage? So instead of doing the Goodell fake hug, which is so awkward.
No, you got to do the fake brother hug because,
Well, you don't have to worry about that with JJ. You could do the pack. He ain't a brother, so you good.
Right. Rumors, season 4.
JJ McCarthy, rumors.
Scott and Carlton says, David and Rocco, you got to get Mike a half Michigan, half Giants JJ McSizzle jersey if they draft him.
Please, no. Those are so bad. Those are the ugliest things on God's green earth. Do you buy this JJ hype, though? Do you believe? I think it's real. Because the Giants know
I think it's
they
real.
have no quarterback.
I think it's real. I don't understand it, but I do think it's real. To me, it's like Anthony Richardson last year where, you know what? This is going to happen. Makes no sense to me, but it's happening. Because remember, he started off like 20th in mock drafts and just kept rising and rising. It's like, is this really going to go? Yeah, and the Colts took him.
Because what happens is teams realize that the quarterback market, that there is no market. Kirk Cousins is going to Atlanta. Russell Wilson's going to be a Steeler. There's no one else out there. And again, if you showed me an article that the Giants wanted Justin Fields, to which I have seen none of, it's a different conversation. So the Giants or the Raiders or the Broncos, it's musical chairs. I don't think any of them are going to be thrilled taking this kid this high.
And here's
but
the funny thing.
You need to take a quarterback.
Well, no, the funny thing is those three teams that you just named keep swinging and missing on quarterbacks. The Giants and the Raiders and the Broncos keep trying and they keep failing.
The Broncos are the dumbest organization in the league. Look at all the, Paxton Lynch, paid Osweiler, drafted Drew Lock. Then they make the Wilson deal. Then they cut him with new ownership.
I think the Commanders want to enter the chat.
Rico probably wins. Let's go to Sam, 97.1. Sammy, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Sam.
Mike. Hey, Mikey. You know, this is kind of turning me on a little bit listening to you ring the Michigan bell a little bit.
Okay.
But, I'm a Michigan fan, diehard. But, this hype is just a little too much for my comfort. I would hate to see him go on like a Monday night game and just get completely obliterated like a Daniel Jones again all over. It's crazy, but this hype is just way too much, man. I'm thankful that he won the championship for us, but it's just a little too much for my liking. So
I'm with you. I'm used to it. It happens every year. I think Rico makes a great point about the Anthony Richardson thing, Sammy. It's just supply and demand. These teams don't have outs. And if you're drafting sixth, there's really no scenario to you getting McCarthy. You can't trade back up to 15 or 18. There's 4 or 5 teams that need a QB, and there's one of them. I don't believe Bo Nix is a first-rounder. I don't really know that Penix is. I don't think JJ is. But JJ of the 3, he doesn't have 2 blown-out knees. He's not 30 years old. He doesn't have a mortgage and 3 kids like Bo Nix. And again, there are the flashes. See, I think what the JJ thing is, Rico, if I take his 10 best throws or 10 best plays, do you know what you're looking at? Mahomes. Mm-hmm. You're looking at that style of full speed, on the edge, off platform, 20 yards down the field, Cornelius Johnson. And you go, wow.
But couldn't you say that for a lot of people if you took their 10 best throws?
You know who you could have said it about? Zach Wilson. I'm just making a point. He just didn't wear a fancy helmet. The whole point of the matter is I am on board with doing this because I don't have an option. I need a quarterback. We're going to go by the numbers. We've got callers.
You know what? I was going to say, because I can give you these numbers later if you want to get to the callers.
No, we're going to do both.
Okay, let's do
both. I am bringing Go Blue to Big Blue, JJ to the big city. I think McCarthy's going to be a Giant.
With the 4th pick of the NFL draft, here's Michael Valenti. Mike, go ahead and introduce JJ, your quarterback.
I wouldn't get up there if they traded up. I'd leave. I need to take JJ at 6. I cannot move up to 4. That's ridiculous.
No. We need the whole meal here, okay?
I can't.
You don't get to pick and choose.
Yes, I do.
No. 4th pick, you moved up. Not only did you swap picks with the Cardinals, you gave them their first-round pick.
David, he's got an A to B conversation. He chooses to make it convoluted with a pretend comic book deal. This man is killing me.
You're going to have to move up. He's not going to be there at 6.
You are a lie. I will bet you. Put it on the board.
All right.
Put it on the board right now.
Got it.
First bet of the first bet of draft season, 50 days out. JJ ain't going higher than 6.
Got it.
Put it on the board.
I will go get the mark.
This man. All right. John Jansen Weight Loss Club. Now listen, John Jansen McCarthy. It works. It worked for John. It can work for you. John lost 63 pounds in roughly 40 days. He did it with Ideal You. You book today. They give you a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value. Free. You book that free consultation at idealu.us. They will get you on the road to success. Book the free consultation now. Get on the very same program that John Jansen succeeded with. It's Ideal U Health Center. Go to idealu.us. Go blue to big blue. People, it's a movement. JJ McCarthy is going to be the New York Giants draft pick at 6. So my question is just, sell me this pen. I'm not mad about it. I'm fine with it. Once you put on the royal blue, I'll root for you. I don't care where you went to school. Oh, boy, you fail, my Giants. I'm going to shred you. So in many ways, JJ's the perfect pick. Now, Rico, you have numbers.
I have
because
numbers.
Because you and I are like-minded, is that I live in the real world. Like JJ going late first, I would never have an issue with it. I think it's just such a limited sample size. I don't know how you'd ever put this draft capital into them, but teams are desperate. But you have a quarterback A, quarterback B scenario you want to give the people.
I do.
Buy the number.
So quarterback A, Michael.
Yes.
Had a 72.3% completion rate threw for a little under 3,000 yards, averaged 9.0 yards per attempt, 22 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, QB rating 167.4.
Okay.
Quarterback B, 77.4 completion rating, 4,000 yards, threw for 11.2 yards per attempt, 41 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, a passer rating of 203.1.
David, any guesses to who quarterback A and B are? Rico?
This is when they were in college.
Okay, give us
their senior year.
Give us A.
A, you want the numbers again?
Nope.
Oh, A is JJ McCarthy.
Sounds right.
Okay.
Who's B, our mystery man?
Quarterback B currently resides in New England. Mac Jones.
Oh, my dear God.
You want another one?
Oh, my God. That's disgusting. Okay. By the numbers. Vomit. All right, let's go.
This quarterback, 68.3% completion rate. 4,100 yards, 9.1 yards per attempt, 27 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, QB rating of 161.2 in his senior year.
Let's hear it.
Kenny, would you like to help me out with this one?
I got nothing.
It would be Stetson Bennett.
Ooh. I knew it once he asked Kenny. Come on, Kenny.
But here's the thing. While the numbers don't tell the whole story, I get what Rico's doing. I've also seen something where McCarthy and Graham Mertz basically had the same year. See, the issue I have with McCarthy, he didn't have to do anything.
Right.
He's basically Greg McElroy. You're on a team with the best offensive line in the game. You pound the rock, elite defense, make 1 or 2 throws a game, and away you go.
Well, the reason why I picked those two is because national championship quarterbacks.
Yes.
So apples to apples. Now, here's one is the apples to oranges. 71.7 completion rate, 3,100 passing yards, 7.8 yards per completion, 19 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, QB rating of 149. That would be Brock Purdy.
Away we go. JJ to the big city. David, I hope you're ready. It's going to be an exciting fall.
So, yeah. So just for people who are like, oh, well, you know, he was on a national title team, so he didn't have to do all of this stuff. Like, well, here's other national title quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's a bad argument. Yeah. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. What's up, Joe?
Yo, what's up, guys? What's up, Mike? What's up, Rico?
What's up, Joe? What's on your mind?
Not much. A couple things real quick. So the free agent Super Bowl guys, real quick. I think I have PTSD on that. Just real quick, just off topic.
Yeah.
Like the Damian Woody, Trey Flowers, a couple other guys come to mind. I can't even watch ESPN now just looking at Damian Woody because I remember he said, I just went to Detroit because they gave me a contract and I just, I didn't care. There's a thing with me that whenever you get a guy that's already been fed, they don't care as much anymore. Does that make sense?
What are you talking? L'Jarius Sneed?
Yeah, Sneed, just other guys that are just Super Bowl winners that want that contract. It seems like they come here and they're already fed. They're full.
I'll tell you one thing I was thinking about it, and it's I'm fine if you don't want to pay to get Sneed plus give up capital, but like imagine if you were able to get Kendall Fuller from the Commanders and then bring back Quandre Diggs, all for the same price as L'Jarius Sneed.
Nice.
Not bad, right?
Nice. That sounds good. And they're hungry. They've never won.
Yep. And my deal. Joe, my deal is the same. I'm not hung up on an individual player. Would I make a run at Sneed, see what it is? Of course. But my ask of Brad Holmes is the same. It is incumbent upon him to make Super Bowl moves here and to make this team tangibly better next fall.
For sure. All right, that's my point number one. Now your topic of the JJ McCarthy thing. So, diehard Michigan fan. I love Michigan. I grew up in 80s, 90s. Barry Sanders, Isaiah Thomas. They were just my heroes. The Fab Five. That's who I grew up loving. JJ McCarthy thing, man. Every time he dropped back to throw the ball, I was scared every single time because I didn't know he's throwing a 5-yard slant, and he's throwing it 7,000 miles an hour instead of giving it that little touch. And I'm like, what is happening here? How did they win the national title with this dude?
Because he didn't have to do anything.
And I love the guy. He made it happen, but
I'll tell you
doesn't
this.
move the needle.
No, listen, and Joe, understand something. Like we can have adult conversations. I mean, first of all, they cheated for 3 years. Okay, then they go into these games. The only difference in the game is Kyle McCord made a dumb throw and JJ didn't, right? You play Alabama, you get a ball tipped, and it's the only reason your receiver catches it instead of being intercepted. When they needed to throw it with JJ against Bama, it was when they damn near lost the game in the third quarter. So, again, when you look at all of it, I am on the side of, I think it's crazy on tape to take this kid number 6 overall. But it's a business. And if you do not have a franchise quarterback, you don't have a franchise. So teams are going to overdraft, and the Giants are desperate. They made a terrible error with Daniel Jones. They know it. Now coming out of the combine, the odds of the Giants taking McCarthy is equal to the Broncos.
At least they were smart enough to realize Daniel Jones is just not going to work out. I'll give them credit for that, Mike. They didn't double down and say, we're going to surround you with more pieces. Nah, this ain't working.
Well, they made listen, that's where we sit today. Rico, you know where I'm at. Guy can't stay healthy. He was never that good, but I knew what was going to happen. You win your division and win a playoff game, you pay your quarterback. Okay, Tampa Bay's about to do it with Baker. You know, and again, we can fight people here. I think Jared Goff is certainly a better quarterback than Daniel Jones and Baker Mayfield. The point is, you're paying Jared Goff. There's no world where you make the playoffs and win playoff games and don't pay your quarterback.
Yeah, that's true. You want one more real quick, Mike?
Oh, God. Another A or B?
Another A or B.
Go ahead.
All right. This one was only a 60.5.
60?
Completion rate.
Ugh.
2,700 yards.
Okay.
Averaged 6.8 yards per pass. 22 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, QB rating of 131.7.
Go ahead.
That would be Daniel Jones.
Oh, thanks. But you know what the Giants drafted? Projection.
Mm-hmm.
Because Daniel Jones didn't have the tape.
Mm-hmm.
But they drafted what they thought he could be. It's the same thing you're doing here.
Right. So I just want to let people know these are all numbers that, he's a can't miss. Well,
is he? Mm-hmm. All right. This was uplifting. JJ's a Giant. Get ready for it. Football today and a question for Lions fans coming up at 3. Let's talk Victor's Home Solutions for a moment. You want to work with a company that their word is good. When they say they're showing up, they're showing up. When they're telling you what they're going to get done, they're going to get it done. And if you think you need a roof, know you need a roof, guys, there's only one roofer to call. It's Victor's. It's very simple. A lot of people aren't sure. It's why Victor's offers the free 21-point video inspection, and then they review the results with you. And sometimes a minor repair can avoid a major disaster. Victor's will take you through it. More 5-star reviews than any other roofing company in the state. They offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee. Guys, you'll find cheaper. You won't find better. So all you need to do to schedule that free 21-point video inspection today is call 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or you can book that appointment at victors.com. All right, David. Rico's depressing me during the commercial break. He's got like 5 quarterbacks going ahead of the Giants. I don't want to talk about it. David, music, football today. I want to start out with Russell Wilson to the Steelers. David, your thoughts?
How about we talk about Cleveland instead? Joe Flacco won the comeback player of the year. He had 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Hold on. Stop.
Not doing
Stop.
this.
No. You know what? First Cat Williams of the week for me. David, Russell Wilson to the Steelers. What happens if that happens?
So Flacco's first choice is to resign in Cleveland. Mike, look, okay, there's a report that says they're not going to get Russell Wilson. They won't sign him. I'm leaning on that. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing
David,
this, okay?
Here, let me help you out because I don't like it when people do this. In the commercial break, real quick, I gave Mike Ryan Wilson from CBS his mock draft. I'm not going to break the whole thing down. Caleb goes first. Jaden Daniels goes second. JJ goes third to the Patriots. Mike's like, oh, well, great. We get Drake May. No, Marvin goes fourth to the Cardinals. Minnesota moves up to 5 to take Drake May. Mike, you end up with Fashanu, the old tackle from.
Yeah, I end up with Fugazi. I mean, you got to be kidding me.
Okay, go ahead.
Ana Fasana, that's what you end up with.
Yeah, the Giants draft an olive oil enema at 6. Keep it going.
But Joe Flacco, according to a report, his first choice is to resign in Cleveland. Well, I don't know what other choice you have.
Yeah.
Because you didn't sign with anybody till late in the year. But is there a real QB competition in Cleveland?
It is. Because Flacco, even though he's the comeback player of the year, now I do think a lot of that was because he didn't have to go through training camp. He didn't have to go through a lot of things, so he was fresher. You don't know what you're getting from Deshaun Watson. David, after a while, you can't say it's rust. You can't say, well, he'll figure it out. It should have been figured out by now. It may go down as one of the worst trades ever. And right now, it's leaning that way that if I'm Cleveland, Joe, don't go too far. Wait right here.
Yeah.
Because we may have to bring you back.
I think you have to bring Flacco in as insurance because I agree with Rico on this. This is more than rust. Now, is there a shoulder issue, that pre-existed the final injury that took him out for the year? There was a lot of chatter about it. The bottom line is, this is it. Deshaun has to come back and look like the guy who played for the Texans, or they need an option. That team is too good to not be to get something done. So, yes, I'm with Rico. Yes.
Well, apparently there's a strong rumor here from a report that Cousins is seriously, Kirk Cousins, that is, considering moving his family to Atlanta, so much so that his report says he is looking at homes with his wife in the Atlanta area.
I don't want to speak out of turn here. I thought his wife was from the Atlanta area.
He's from Georgia, yes.
So,
he's moving to Buckhead.
Roswell.
But because of that news, they could be looking for a home anyway for after football, though.
No, they're looking for a home because they're playing for Atlanta. And look, it's a good spot for Kirk. You have the stable of backs. You have weapons all over the place. Soft division. And there's a family aspect to it.
And if you don't win anything, it's not like Atlanta's going to tear you apart.
Right. So, no, I think it's happening. I mean,
I thought it was going to be Fields.
Okay, but let's ask the question. Would you rather sign Kirk Cousins and pay him, let's say it's 3 at 120, 3 at 130, or Justin Fields on a 5th-year option knowing you're going to have to pay him? The better quarterback is Kirk Cousins. It just is.
I think the better quarterback, financially speaking, or just better quarterback? Better quarterback to me is Fields.
What?
What?
Fields had nothing in Chicago. And I do think that if you took him and put him on another team with an offensive line, with that he doesn't have to be the running back and the quarterback all at once, that you would get a better person. But Chicago gave him nothing. You had a coach who didn't really want him around. Like, they didn't help this man out. They didn't develop him.
Agree with all of it. But Cousins has been lights out.
He's safer bet. Cousins has he's got a ceiling where you're only going to go so far. But you put Fields with all of the weapons that they have
Fields,
there.
boom or bust. Cousins will be solid enough, win that division, and compete for the NFC.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will agree. All right, that I agree with. Because you're right. There's a ceiling to what Cousins can give you, and I think that's being outside of the top 5. If Fields is the guy on projection, he could be one of the great stars.
Fields could do what Hurts is doing in Philly.
So where's the market for Fields? What am I missing?
Well, everything I've read says that they thought the market was going to be better, but it's not as good as they thought it was going to be.
Because what happens is, look, I would take him. All right, I'm a team that's desperate. If I'm the Raiders, if I'm the Giants, if I'm one of these teams.
Here's the thing. If I'm Fields, no offense, I'm not going to your team because you don't have anything.
What choice do you get? I'm trading your ass.
I basically, right, but I'm just saying at this point, I would say, guys, I'd rather stay in Chicago because at least
he doesn't get a say.
This is the cold weather that I know.
What? Stay in Chicago and have no shot at a contract? That's insanity.
I'm just saying because I go to New York and it's basically Chicago of the East.
This is last chance if you're Justin Fields. You don't get to go to the sexy places like San Francisco. You go to like Commerce, Kansas, and play for that nutcase who curses at you.
But at that point, I'm saying, hey, can you work out a deal with the Raiders? Can you work out a deal with the Steelers? Can you work out a deal with a team that can actually do something?
Oh, I like that. Fields to the Steelers would be sexy.
That's what I want.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Carry on.
To the Giants, it's like, I might as well stay here.
Man, I'm excited.
David, next.
Maybe not excited for this next story here. Peyton Manning is pursuing both Bill Belichick and Nick Saban for his Omaha Productions for an alt broadcast, something that ESPN may do, whatever. Does that excite you?
They
both
could call it the Muppet Judges.
I don't want
and
that.
And put those two together and make it look like the two old men Muppet Judges.
I just don't want that. I'm sorry. Am I wrong for saying that?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be as entertaining as they think. It'll be cute the first time.
What's going to be a bigger disaster, that or Brady on Fox?
Brady on
Fox.
Because I am still amazed. We have paid Tom Brady $350 million for a job that we don't even know if he's capable of doing. That's like paying Kenny to be an astronaut. He hasn't even gone through the space program yet. And Brady, no offense, Brady has no personality. Brady is a complete weirdo. I think that's going to be that's going to make the Romo thing look like a good idea.
Yeah, sometimes less is more. I like the Manning brothers. That works. But to just keep coming out with different versions of the same thing, yeah, now you end up. It's like the first time American Idol came out, that was cool. But now you have like 20 different shows like that. It's not special anymore.
Well, Rico, let's finish it off with this because you said less is more. Let's talk about Josh Allen for a second. Josh Allen was seen getting out of a car with his girlfriend after leaving a date. People kind of destroyed him on social media because he didn't open her door. He didn't leave. He just immediately left and left her in the car. Well, he responded. Says, my pants ripped at dinner. Didn't want cheeks out. I love Paris.
Yeah, they were.
How do your pants rip at a date?
No, they were from what I read, they were at Fashion Week in Paris. So he's probably wearing some pants that were way too tight, trying to, because she's a Hollywood actress. And when he got out the car, he was used to the stretch pants he normally wears around Buffalo.
Yeah, he had a coat around himself.
Right.
So, yeah.
And it's like, pretty much.
And that is
football. Great place to stop. All right, let's get some buckets. First bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You know the tourney's around the corner. NBA going right now because, look, this is what we have. We're in the lead up to the draft. Get involved. $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager. Bet all your favorites, college or pro. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding. Michigan State hosts Northwestern tonight in a game that doesn't feel like a typical senior night at Breslin. ESPN and CBS bracketologists both have the Spartans a 9 seed. MSU a 9.5 point favorite tonight despite a 3-game losing streak, both against Northwestern and overall. Wildcats have won 4 of 5 against State, including the last 2 at Breslin. And Spartan menace Boo Buie will be playing MSU for the 8th time. He's won 4 of 7, average 17.8 points per game. The Red Wings are in Denver tonight looking to snap a 2-game skid. Detroit beat the Avs 2 weeks ago at LCA 2-1 in overtime. That ended a 10-game losing streak to the Avalanche. Here tonight's game on 97.1 starting at 9:15. And staying in the NHL, a couple of moves ahead of the trade deadline today. The Panthers get Vladimir Tarasenko from Ottawa, and the Oilers get Adam Henrique and Sam Carrick from Anaheim. Trade deadline Friday at 3 p.m. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Great to have you with us. Got some Lions for you. By the way, Beanie played the cuts there. I find it awfully interesting that if a senior class has done next to nothing, why the hell do they get a senior night?
Because they're seniors.
No, they're not. They're employees. There's no such thing as a senior employee. You're just an employee.
They're seniors.
You're employees.
No, because on your final day at the job, you get a cake and all of that stuff.
No,
you get a
not
goodbye
in this
party.
business. You don't.
You do. We gave it to Stoney, and he's still coming back.
He's not leaving. That's not what we're talking about. Listen, you're not focused. You need to focus on the prize here. They should put a velvet rope around the Spartan head tonight, and none of them should be allowed to kiss it. None of them.
Tyson can't kiss it?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. No banners. No kissy. Yeah, they want something to kiss. I'll go to the ag school. I'll put a cow out there.
Technically, they can still get a banner.
Call me. So let's get to the Lions.
So you got security around.
I would have court storming protection around the Spartan head.
Wait.
None of them should be allowed to kiss that logo.
So what you're telling me in that final substitution, AJ Hogarth goes to walk towards the center of the court, and there's two guys with earpieces in their ear. This guy? Okay. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Back away.
That's right. It'd be like Rob and Big. I'm going to go have Big Black out there. Stand there. No.
I'm going to go kiss it. No, you're not.
No, you're not. Now, you can hear. Why don't you go over
I'm AJ
there?
Hogarth. Don't care.
Here, go kiss the Magic statue outside. No. They don't deserve to kiss that logo.
Mike, they're seniors.
Nope. They're employees now. They wanted it this way.
Technically, some of them did help put up a banner.
Oh.
The ones that are there for like their 6th year. Because they were there with Cassius and they got there in 19.
So they rode his coattails.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Malik gets to kiss it.
No kissing.
He was there. He was on the team.
No. He has not actively gotten us anywhere. No. They should not be allowed. Go to the ag school.
It's a tradition.
Go get a donkey out there.
It's
they want to plant one on that.
Mike.
Nope. Nope.
So you're just ending the tradition right here.
Yeah, I'd end that and I'd end the tournament. I'm done. There's a sick part of me that hopes Northwestern beats them tonight. Jack Mancuso. I can't do it. All the folks see, this is the thing, and I know I'm wrong. Let me repeat, I know I'm wrong for this. The psychological shift in I would never have said that pre-NIL. I would have said they're seniors. No matter what, they've tried. They've done their best. But now, nah. You're an employee. You're a line item. You don't do your job. I ain't celebrating nothing. Get out.
But even employees might get a goodbye cake.
Not all of them deserve it.
They still get it.
Disagree. Been plenty of people left this building without a cake.
They got those crystal paperweights. You've been here for 25 years. This is that.
Yes.
You almost killed Mike. Right. Hey. You're fired. Take this block of glass.
Right. Here's your Odyssey coupon. There you go. You're good.
Here's a picture of a toaster. So I get a toaster? No, it's just a picture of one.
Right.
All right. Well,
here's your gift card.
We'll get to. You're going to be up there tonight.
Yeah.
You're going to be up there, so Boo Booey can tap that ass.
I'm not guarding Boo Booey.
I'm being serious. I don't care what team you root for. There's been a guy who's been a killer. Like as a Yankee fan or a Tiger fan, certainly Jim Tomei was a Tiger killer. Paul Konerko, Tiger killer. Boo Booey is the Paul Konerko of college basketball. Boo Booey has absolutely clapped their cheeks for 4 years. It has been unbelievable what Boo Booey has done to my team.
Oh, the other person in college that did that, I just embraced and said, you know what? I'm going to make you my godson. That was Michael Penix Jr.
400 yards by halftime.
Wait, but let's go back to his first game at Indiana. Let's go back to
what was it? Was that the one where it was like 24 passes in a row?
Yes. And they couldn't stop him.
Kenny, all-time wings killer. Your lifetime.
All-time wings killer, Tyler Johnson recently. I mean, he was on those Lightning teams that just score. Thanks, Ken Holland.
All right.
That's my lifetime.
All right. David, ultimate Steelers killer.
Oh my God!
I know, just
Vontaze Burfict. He just killed. He just destroyed us every time he defensively. And then he literally killed Antonio Brown.
I was just going to say it.
That changed the
conspiracy theory. That was actual brain damage on that hit.
You know
AB was never the same.
I actually went back and rewatched that because I thought people were making fun. Like, something did happen.
Something happened that day.
He destroyed our team.
And I know I'm not a neurologist. I'm just telling you, the man was never the same.
Yeah, he was never the same after that. That's when he started getting really
But then offensively, Tom Brady just always beat us.
I was just going to say.
Always beat us.
Brady was your...
Can a superstar be a killer, though?
Hell yes.
Yeah, because people beat Tom Brady. They eventually will beat him. We never beat him.
Patrick Mahomes.
Ooh.
I can't argue.
I mean...
You know it. I mean, like, if you're a Bills fan, Mahomes.
Like, no, trust me. Because the anger that you have, I've just not played it well here. But yes, in the Super Bowl, guys, run the ball, get this first down. Do not give this ball back.
Don't let this man beat us.
Oh, you can't score with 2 minutes left in it. 2 seconds is too much.
Boo-booey. Yeah. I know. Look, college basketball's never been worse. I know less people have never been interested. But I'm telling you, this Boo Booey.
When Boo Booey said he was coming back for another year, I was chair throwing. I was like, are you serious?
Like, you got to go back to your childhood, David, and you're playing Super Mario Brothers. You remember when you'd get the magic star and the music would kick on?
Yeah.
When Boo Booey knows he's playing Michigan State, it's magic. It's magic star. Boo Booey starts glowing in the dark.
Yeah.
You know who's going to be the new Boo Booey? And I want to bet. It's Fletcher Lawyer. Why? Because every state game is personal.
Yep.
Dude was 6 for 38. Played MSU, 5 of 6. Let's ride.
Fletcher, it's not my fault your brother's arms are short.
Right. But everybody was like, he's horrible. I was like, not against Michigan State. He will all of a sudden have a resurgence like never before.
Serious question. They lose tonight. Are they out?
No.
Okay, they lose tonight and lose the opener of the Big Ten tourney.
If they lose tonight, they lose to Indiana, and they lose the opening to the Big Ten tourney. Now they're sitting waiting to see who won their conference tournaments.
Jesus. I mean, you know what the problem is, too? It goes with the expansion talk. Like, think about this. MSU after tonight could be sitting at 17-13 and has like one road win. They're, quote, safely in.
No, because the thing is their net rating.
Oh, take the net rating and put it where the sun don't shine.
They went from 24 to 22 after losing.
That's why I don't respect the net rating. Basically, play a bunch of teams, beat none of them, get credit. That's Fugazi.
That's America.
I don't have to go along with it.
See what happens when expansion happens? Now anyone can get in.
Oh,
not
man.
anyone. But you know what?
Watch it. Watch it. They don't deserve anything this year.
Well, but here's the thing.
I'm just saying.
Hopefully we'll get 2 teams from the stadium.
His team could beat Oakland, though. That's pretty cool.
No, we can't.
Yeah, I believe you could.
No, you couldn't.
No, we can't.
No, you can't. Oakland, OU, top seed in the horizon.
2 words. Greg Campy.
I got faith.
2 more words. Choke job. How many times they go into this conference the number 1 seed all the time? He don't win the thing.
This year's different.
That's all right. Watch. He'll run into like the beast of the Norsemen of Northern Kentucky, and he'll get kicked right in the crotch, and they'll go home.
Youngstown State's going to take us right to task.
That's impressive. Like, is there one school you don't know?
No.
No. Like, you just kind of casually threw that out there like that's actually
They got
correct.
a cool court. All right, listen. We'll get to the topic at hand.
You know who actually has a pretty good court? Ball State. Not bad.
Random, but okay. Yeah. We will get to the topic at hand. I'm sorry about that, but when Update Jesus brought up Boo Booey, like a shiver went up our spine collectively, and I know Rico's going up there tonight.
You know what? He may be allowed to kiss the floor.
That's what Boo Booey. You know what? Boo Booey should do the Jalen. He should just put his ass right on the Spartan head because he owns us.
Booey, go ahead. You can kiss it. Go ahead.
You'll have to look that up, Kenny. I know that was way before your time, but Jalen basically wiped his boo-boo with the Spartan logo.
It was him and Juwan, wasn't it?
Oh, Juwan would never. He's a classy guy.
And he'll be back next year. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Look, it's time to hit the road in style, and Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads, and Hamilton Chevy has them all. From fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs, they've got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great inventory of the 2024 Chevys. Selection is best right now. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. For details, you tell them Rico sent you. You drive away in a new vehicle. There's more vehicles you can check out at HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's ride.
Hi. In an instant, an auto accident can put you in the worst financial position of your life. You got to have the right lawyer who's going to make sure the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Feminini and his team, they've been making insurance companies pay for 30 years. They're going to help you with your injury case. David is ready to speak to you personally right now. If you call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, go to getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. No big deal, but the Giants are going to draft JJ McCarthy, and I'm all for it. If you want to hear why and all about it, hey, it's there on the rewind. I've also canceled senior night at Michigan State. So let's get to
Except for Boo Booey.
Except for Boo Booey, who's going to rub his boo-boo on the Spartan head. So let's do this. We are 50 days. We are 50 days from the draft. And Rico and David came up with a tremendous question here. Because I think it really depends on the type of fan you are. But you're 50 days out. And we want to know if you have centered in on either a position or a player that 50 days from tonight, the Lions will draft, that you want them to take. Now, obviously, I think it's incredibly dangerous to ever lock in on a single player, unless you have the number one pick. Or maybe a top 5 pick. Yeah, perfect. I think it's all about positionality. But I would love to know from you, the Lions fans. And shout out ESPN's Bottom Line. I can't believe this made it. Must be a real slow news day. Jerry Jacobs will become an unrestricted free agent. Let me show you my surprise. News. Let me show you my surprise face. So, look, like for me, I haven't even centered in on one position on the field. Rico, I've just been about its best player overall with parameters. But if you want to know where I'm actually warming up to, let me give you something creative. Because I know everyone will say edge or corner or have a player. I think it's the offensive line. I actually think with pick 29.
Make your strength stronger.
And plan for Ragnow to not be here. I think I would draft a guy with center guard capability. My man BB. But just draft a guy who could play guard in his rookie year. Learn from Frank, maybe even moonlight here or there. I mean, and then
let's face it, they had lineups with 7 and 8 offensive tackles out there.
10 O-linemen and Goff eligible. I actually have warmed up to taking the best interior offensive lineman in the draft with center capability and moving it on down the line. Is that crazy?
It's not crazy. It's practical. It makes sense. You're going from a position of strength and you're making that strength stronger. I wouldn't be angry. For me, I realize I'm probably going to be in the minority on this because I think a lot of people are going to say you got to go out there, you got to get that lockdown number one corner, you got to do something on the defensive line. It does not have to be an edge rusher. It'd be nice, but you have to bring in some new pieces to that defensive line to really make it stronger. Because here's the thing. If your D-line is stronger, people, your secondary gets better because they're going after the quarterback. You don't have to blitz. You could play more zone. You could drop 7 into coverage because your front 4 is getting to the quarterback.
Rico wants D-line in the first round and address corner in free agency. Is that what I'm picking up? All right. People, I want to know where you're at. Is there even a position that you have kind of locked in on and said, you know what, I want the Lions to take X 50 days from now? And if there's a player, don't be afraid to bring it up. We all know.
I think the player is a little difficult at 29.
It's impossible
because you don't know who's there. Attached. Are they going to move up? Are they going to move down?
Listen, but I hear all the other shows making this mistake, and their little hearts are going to get stepped on. You can get attached to a player, but you are not going to get that guy at 29. It never works out this way.
Can't get Xavier Worthy?
I mean, if you're the Chiefs,
that's just not going to be fair. He goes to the Chiefs. David and I were talking in the break, like, seriously, tell me how life ain't fair, Patrick Mahomes. Here's your gift. You get the fastest man ever to the NFL Combine. It's going to be a Chief.
David, have you locked in, or are you still in the evaluation phase?
No, I have definitely locked in, and since you all have now said it, I've locked in on an actual player. I know you guys are going to laugh at me.
He's doing exactly what I said not to do.
But it's Nate Wiggins for me. It's Nate Wiggins for me, the cornerback out of Clemson.
He's long.
And that's why I like taller defensive backs.
He's like 6'3", isn't he?
He's 6'2".
Yeah.
So I'm a fan of taller defensive backs and then his speed. Yeah. And I've always loved the way he covers. I've watched him a lot last season and this past season. He went into this season actually being the number one corner. That's what people thought he was going to be. And then some things happened and other corners jumped up there, but I like Nate Wiggins. So if you want to just go position, I'm fine with the position, but I like that
fine.
player.
Listen, I just want to know from people, the combine's done, you've seen the mocks, you're kind of getting prepared for free agency, and of course free agency changes. But when you start to look at this, Brad Holmes has already shown you he's going to take the best available guy. I told you in our Mr. Lions pageant last week before I left for a few days, our man Cooper Beebe, like if you told me they took him at 29 or if you told me they took the kid out of West Virginia who's played center, I actually am getting on board with that. And I'll address the defensive needs with veterans in free agency. See, that's where I think me and this fan base are going to go to war over the next 50 days. Is I want to hit free agency, get a corner and an edge rusher, and then Holmes can do whatever the hell he wants in the draft. I wouldn't say two words.
I've been consistent for the last now going on 3 years. Draft somebody on the D-line, whether it was Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. Go get some more help for Hutchinson. Really, you look at your Super Bowl teams, Mike. They were able to get to the quarterback with 4, drop 7. You make the opposing quarterback's life so miserable when you can get the pressure with 4 people. When you constantly got a blitz, it's feast or famine. When you hit, you look great. You look like the Lions did when they played the Broncos. Not the Broncos. Well, the Broncos and the Buccaneers in Tampa. You just hit the quarterback nonstop. But when you miss, it's wide open receivers. It's touchdowns. It doesn't look good. You leave somebody, Vilder out there, ball bouncing off his face mask. He shouldn't even have been out there one-on-one with IU.
And again, Rico, for me, no matter what they do, I'm just a big believer you take a corner in the second, third, fourth round. Like, I don't care. If the dream sequence of landing, and again, they're not going to get Sneed. It would defy who they are. I want it. Even if I got Sneed, even if I paid him $100 million, I would support taking a corner in the second or third round. You must have options. You got to have an understudy. You got to have pieces. Like if in the third round they took Mikey Sanderstil and they wanted to improve their slot coverage. What do you think I'm going to do? Critique it? No. So I'm just saying, veteran, I want the edge in the corner in free agency. And then Holmes do whatever he wants in draft. He's earned the right in the draft. I don't think he's earned it with free agency.
See, here's the thing. I think if you try to get the edge rusher in free agency, you're going to end up overpaying for
him. To hell with it. It's not your money.
No, I know, but like the really good ones are locked up for a long time, whereas in the draft, you can go and find your next guy.
You know who John brought up, and I loved it? I mean it. I'll bust John's balls when he has a bad opinion, which is often, but I will support him when he has a good one. John has identified a player that I think the average fan doesn't pay a lot of attention to, but I think he'd be a rock star here with Detroit. Christian Wilkins, Dolphins. Christian Wilkins next to Aleem McNeil, that's an incredibly active pair of defensive tackles. And John knows ball. And that, you don't have to get an edge to get better.
No, but see, the one that I thought he was going to say, but I would, Cass Texon, Michael Owinu. Bring him here. He could play multiple positions on the offensive line from this area. So, yeah.
And in a year, you could put him at right and you move Sewell over. Decker's gone. So, yeah.
That's the thing fans don't realize. Everybody thinks Taylor Decker's still 25 years old. He's not. By the time you go to negotiate with him, he'll be 31 or 32. I got to go check. The point is, I think the handwriting is on the wall where Ragnow and Decker probably aren't going to be here for long. And Sewell, hey, he's the best right tackle in football. He's got potential to be the best tackle regardless of side orientation in all of football. Well, guess where you're putting him? You're moving him to the left side. Mm-hmm. And you're going to pay him a better part of $22 million a year.
Unless, Hendon Hooker's not a left-handed quarterback.
Hendon Hooker never plays in my universe.
Can't wait for those shows.
Please stop.
Taylor Decker will be 31 this season.
Okay. And again.
But he's a young, spry 31.
No, he's not. He's battled so many physical elements. Taylor Decker's a warrior.
I know.
But you got to be careful paying left tackles into their mid-30s. And let's face it, any extension you do with him is going to be 4 or 5 years. You know what the comp would be? Tyron Smith. Hey, he's an all-pro when he's there. Name how many weeks Tyron Smith was actually healthy for the Cowboys the last couple of years. I mean, it's just, it's fine. I told you. You want to go to war, Balake? I'm going to be at war with this fan base this offseason.
All right, D Nice.
Yeah, Jay Quellen. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your calls. Some ticket texts. Got a football today. I tell you, we got somebody up for the Xavier Tillman Award in the 4 o'clock. Lots to do. Northville Lumber.
Xavier's married.
Well, the player at 4 has been laying the lumber, that's for sure. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex decking and railing than Northville Lumber. They covered 26 football fields with the product they move. They can do it because it's all in stock. They can do it because it's all in their warehouse. Whether you're a builder, you're just a do-it-yourself, or anything in between, Northville Lumber's got you covered. So all you need to do, they'll introduce you to a Trex Certified Pro. Call Northville Lumber today, or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, on the ticket text, we'll get to your phone calls. Just, 50 days from right now, which is nothing, especially with March Madness in between. You're going to have the Masters, Tigers opening day, the Florida Derby. How about the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes? Let's talk about it. The point is, so much. A Wings playoff push. By the way, Kenny, breaking news. Red Wings have traded for Casey Middlestat.
That is absolutely untrue.
Okay, good. David on the ticket text, 50 days out, have you begun to lock in on a dream player with the first-round pick, or is it still, hey, just take this position, or are you just like, look, this side of the ball?
Maybe you still just got the hangover from making it all the way to the NFC title.
I think people do, especially when I find out while I'm away enjoying my life that pickleball was discussed on this show.
The people wanted to hear about
I don't care.
Apparently, there's professional referees and tours. Circuits.
Care.
Expand your mind.
No. David.
You keep this up and you'll never kiss the Spartan Shield.
I've won as much as the seniors have. I have as many career three-pointers as Matty Sissoko. David?
Lions need to stay where they are and take Chop Robinson. The guy I want most is Zinter, though, later on. Take the starting right guard role as a rookie.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it. I think that's a different way of saying what I'm saying. See, I'm doomsday prepping for Ragnow walking out that door. But the fun is, if you got a guy who's got a little bit of experience at center, you can start him at guard with the ultimate goal of moving him to center when I truly believe this is Ragnow's last year.
And see, I'm okay. Normally, I don't do the cookies draft and stash, except for this time. If you can get Zinter, bring him in here, let him heal up in Allen Park, get him ready for the offensive line so that next year he's ready to go. That's the only time I'll do the draft and stash.
Strength in the O-line or the D-line is what I want for the draft. That would be a great call. Someone else with a name, Tanner Bordolini, ran a 4.94. I want him to play guard and or center for my team.
And he's also Italian, so you do get bonus points for that. Get a good Bordolini in town.
Rico nailed it. Go D-line. D-line makes the secondary better. The pick should be Powers. The O-line would be better than last year. Bring Glasgow back and give Jackson's money to Fuller and Hunter.
See, here's the only thing about the O-line over the D-line. Yes, you'll be able to score, and it'll be fun to watch the Lions because touchdown plays and fun. You have to be able to stop people. You got to give Aiden some help on that line. I don't know. So that Houston can become the third defensive end. Like, you need help. You need more people because your secondary's better, your linebacker's better, your coverage is better. You got to be able to stop your opponents. Yes, when you're playing a bunch of scrubs, you can go out there and you can blow the teams out. But when you play the good teams, and this year you're going to be playing a lot of good teams, you got to be able to stop them in that fourth quarter in that 2-minute drill.
Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
It sounds like somebody stole my thunder there. I wanted Zach Zenner.
Okay, tell us why.
Well, because he can play both, like you were saying, guard or center, and he's a beast. I mean, that guy, strong as can be, got some good technique, got good footwork. Guy's a beast, and I love to have him.
Yep.
And like we've all said, Frank Ragnow ain't going to be around much longer,
No.
and I think he'd be a perfect fit.
No, and I think the identity of this team is it's forged by the O-line. I think it's totally appropriate. The Cowboys did it for years. Strength on strength. You know, the Niners have done it with the D-line. And I'm with Rico, by the way. I wouldn't say two words if they took a D-lineman. But you're not winning a Super Bowl by drafting a rookie D lineman at 29. Rico's right, is that at 29, I take a guy that I can put in the mix. But it is about signing a veteran, a stud in free agency or trading. See, this is the other thing that I get upset about is people act like trading is not an option. No, it is. You are trying to get to the mountaintop. If I had to take pick 29 to go get the player I wanted, I'm doing it. Me. Now, Brad Holmes, who knows?
Right. But, I mean, I'm trying to think.
What?
You can get a good D lineman. I'm trying to think of the Chiefs D lineman. They got late in the draft.
Karlaftis?
Yeah, Karlaftis.
Yeah, okay, but hold on. Let's be very fair here. They have Chris M.F. Jones.
But
come
no.
on.
But what I'm saying is you got Aiden Hutchinson, the number 2 overall pick, that he should be able to fill that Chris Jones role that you can take lesser guy later on in the first round.
Get Christian Wilkins and take a D lineman at 29.
Fair.
Call it the Rico plan. I'll be a subscriber.
Okay.
But you get my point.
Yes.
I need a dude. I don't need someone I got to teach how to play football.
Correct.
David's disgusted with that take.
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right, let's go to Wayne, 97.1. What's up, Wayne?
Hey, fellas. Hey, I'm a big Sparty fan, but like the previous caller, I like to get Zach Zenter, too. You know, he's just got all the techniques, and, you know, we'd have to work him in there a little bit, but we got some guys getting a little older, so what do you guys think on that?
Here's what I want you to do. I got no problems with Zach Zenter. He's a hell of a good football player. But you know what I want you to do? Step outside the box of familiarity here. I want you to, next time you're bored, go look up Cooper Beebe. I want you to look at my man from Kansas State who's played every position on the line, and he is the meanest SOB in college football. I just want you to have some other names you can talk about at the water cooler. I get it. You know, Zinner played at U of M. We all know him. Respect. But, man, there's some other – this is a really good offensive line class to me. There are some drafts you look around and you go, wait, they just took that dude? Now, this is a really good O-line class.
O-line class, a lot of quarterbacks, a lot of wide receivers.
Not enough quarterbacks for my team because I'm taking JJ at 6. It's not at 4, Rico. Man, you know what?
And you probably see like about 7 or 8 wide receivers go in the first round, which is good, Mike, because if there's a run on receivers early,
that helps
that's good for you.
No, it helps the Lions too.
Oh, it helps the Lions as well, because then your offensive lineman and your defensive lineman will just start falling.
Think about it. Between receivers and quarterbacks, you could see 11 in the first round alone.
And then the top 2 O-linemen, so that's 13.
Right. You start stacking the positions you wouldn't take anyways. You're right. And tight end, like Bowers.
And then the next thing you know, there's Pork Chop Robinson.
Done.
Waiting for you.
No sweat, same game parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or you already have an account. You get bonus bets if your same game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. Same game parlays, perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score a bigger payday. However you want to play it, you're with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. With FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present, Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. really can't repeat what Rico just said to me. David, I'll fill you in during the break, but this man is foul. He is out of hand today.
It's topical.
Music, football, immediately. Wow.
Well, Mike, we're talking free agent signing. Free agency starts next week. So Sports Illustrated came up with a list of the worst free agent signings for last year. And then I want to top this off with some of the worst free agent signings in the NFL for all time.
I have a great guess for the all-time.
Okay.
Allow me one guess when we get to that portion.
I will.
Go ahead.
We're going to start off at number 10, Andrew Wiley, offensive tackle for the Commanders. Commanders paid him 3 years, $24 million. He was 29. He struggled to protect Sam Howell in the 15 starts last year, allowing not one, not two, not three, 9 sacks. Yeah.
It's disastrous. The only one that was probably worse was the Giants paying Kevin Glowinski. Guy got benched in like week 6. He was so atrocious. If you can't start for the Giants on the O-line, you're a real ass.
At number 9, running back. Why, David?
Because we don't pay running backs.
4 years, $25.4 million. Miles Sanders goes to the Carolina Panthers.
We called it when it happened last year.
Yeah.
That was an atrocious signing. Miles Sanders wasn't even the starter in Philly. Boston Scott had shown more.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth Gainwell had shown more. I never understood that move for Carolina. Ever.
I didn't either, but Carolina wanted a playmate for Bryce Young, and they thought, what better? You bring in Sanders, and he's going to help you out because he can catch it out the backfield.
We want to help Bryce Young. Cutscene. Why is Chuba Hubbard running the football? Go ahead.
At number 8, David, what's the position that I don't want to pay?
Wide receiver.
3 years, $25.5 million. Juju Smith-Schuster, wide receiver, New England Patriots.
See, this is another one we talk about, right? Like, and we're going to get plenty of things wrong. But some of this stuff is so obvious when a player is done. Juju was done. If you can't flourish in Kansas City, you're done. Mm-hmm. Like, it was such a dumb move.
But New England was desperate. Belichick was trying one last time to win, and I just need a name. I can fix him. No, you can't.
Trust me, you can't.
At 7, offensive guard, Nate Davis for the Chicago Bears. 3-year, $30 million deal.
Oh, my Lord.
They brought him in to invest in the offensive line to protect Justin Fields, but he had a rough first year due to injuries and inconsistent performances.
It's a good thing they got $100 million cap space because, boy, howdy, they got a lot of work to do on the O-line specifically.
At number 6, right here, 3 year, $33 million deal. Cameron Sutton, cornerback, Detroit Lions.
I have a bit of an issue with that.
I do as well, but go ahead.
I just think it's unfair. The man was not brought here to be the number one corner. The partner in crime blows his knee out 4 plays into returning. I don't know, Rico. I'm not telling you he had a great year or a good year, but he was miscast as a lead corner. I still have faith Cam Sutton's going to be good if we bring in a real lead corner.
He's actually one of 2 people who have a problem with this. Not my list, it's Sports Illustrated's list, but yes.
Okay.
For him to come in and be the number 2 corner, I think that you would have got a great deal on him, but he got moved over to number 1.
And it was bad.
Not his fault. He did his job. He didn't do it well at times, but he did his job.
Mike Evans is still running.
Yes, he is. But he comes in at number 6. At number 5, James Bradbury, corner, Philadelphia Eagles, 3 years, $38 million.
It was dumb.
The
reality is they got him from the Giants. He was on a bloated deal. You got the best out of him. I don't understand why you would pay him and extend him. And again, the whole defense was bad, and they had Patricia calling plays. But yeah, Rico, that ended up being disastrous. That secondary was horrible.
Yeah, 1 interception, struggled in coverage all year long. At number 4, wide receiver. You're going to like this, Mike. 4 year, $44 million. Alan Lazard, New York Jets. I'll just leave it at that.
Quarterback died 4 plays into the year. Now, let's be fair. But again, this is the problem when you let a 40-year-old quarterback run your organization.
For $11 million a year, he recorded 23 catches for 311 yards and 1 touchdown.
Hey, he had a better Jets career than Galladay had as a Giant. I'm just saying.
That may be foreshadowing, folks.
Oh, come on.
At number 3 is Draymond Jones, interior defensive line, Seattle Seahawks, 3-year, $51.5 million. They needed run stoppers. It was an area of concern. However, Jones had only 4.5 sacks, and the Seattle defense got worse in 2023.
Oh, and yesterday they just released both starting safeties, Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs.
Yes.
Things are going great.
At number 2, which I think is number 1, but it's number 2, but I understand why number 1 is number 1, but I disagree with. At number 2, quarterback, Las Vegas Raiders, Jimmy Garoppolo. 3 years, $72.7 million.
I don't need to add anything.
Yeah.
It's a good thing he's good looking because I'll tell you, he can't play football.
Yeah.
At least he's got an opportunity to do some like glove commercials or something.
Maybe you get him on a broadcast. But yeah, at number 1, worst free agent signing, Javon Hargrave, 49ers, interior defensive line, 4-year, $84 million. I don't agree with it, but here's why. Because they said his productivity fell from when he was with the Eagles, and he's got that hefty price tag. He recorded 7 sacks and 14 quarterback hits last season, but it wasn't what he had with the Eagles.
No.
But he makes a lot of money, and that's why.
I could probably quibble with that one, and I would certainly, I do have a bit of an issue with Cam Sutton. I just think that's being a bit unfair.
Those were the 2 that I had a problem with.
All
now,
right.
all time, if we got time, David?
Yes.
All time.
All right, all time. Give me one guess. Albert Hainsworth.
Albert Hainsworth. David, you got a guess?
No, that's a pretty good one, though.
Number 1.
Albert Hainsworth, straight up,
7-year, $100 million contract.
He went from being one of the best players in the league, got paid, and said, you know what? I don't care.
Yeah.
He openly just stopped trying.
Yep. Yeah, left the Titans. You thought, okay, this is going to be something.
One minute he's stepping on Andre Girard's head. The next, he ain't even trying out there.
Yeah, David, I do have a guess. Nandi Asamoah.
Nnamdi
Eagles,
Asamoah.
2009 or 10. Yeah.
David at number 7.
He went from being awesome to terrible. Why?
Different
the scheme
system.
Didn't fit.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Giants, Kenny Galladay.
Yes. Giants, Kenny Galladay comes in. Mike, you want to take a guess?
I don't know, but they're going to put that contract on Dave Gettleman's grave.
Number 2.
Oh.
Number 2. 4 years, $72 million. Yeah, I remember when he was didn't he opt out of the game? He was playing for the Lions, and all of a sudden he just went to the locker room and just was like, yep, I'm not going to be here anymore. Adam Marcelletta, number 3. Nick Foles, number 4. Le'Veon Bell to the Jets, number 5.
I don't have an issue. I can't believe Adam Archuleta got paid that much money.
I forgot about that.
And here's one for you, David. Antonio Brown to the Patriots, number 9.
It would have worked out. He lost his mind.
Well, you kind of need your mind.
Fair. That's actually, I've heard that. That's actually true.
And there's some older ones. Andre Rison at number 8 to the Browns.
Alvin Harper to the Bucks.
Yeah, that didn't make the list. Franco Harris going all the way back to 84. Seattle. He went from 1,000-yard rusher to they rushed for 170 yards in 8 games.
1-yard rusher.
Yeah.
Wow.
And C.J. Jackson to the Chargers is number 6 to round out the list.
And the best part, he goes to the Chargers. He doesn't even start for $100 million. Goes back to New England.
Mm-hmm.
They just released him. How does J.C. Jackson go from being so good to out of the league? 2 years. And he's young.
Got rich. Yeah.
Okay, then.
No. Here's the thing. Here's what I found out, Mike. Some guys really want to be in the NFL, and they don't think about life after. You want to get drafted. Some people want to wear the Hall of Fame jacket, so they work hard. Some people just want to make it in the league. Once you get the paycheck, I've achieved my goal. I'm done. I can pull an Albert Hainsworth. What else is there for me to do? I'm rich now. So, a little bit of editorial.
Tremendous.
That is your Blitz, 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Michigan football has hired a familiar name as general manager. Sean McGee spent the last 2 seasons as chief of staff for the Chicago Bears. He was director of player personnel, then associate AD at U of M from 2017 to 2022. Prior to his first run with Michigan, McGee was director of player personnel at Navy. Connor Stallions, the former recruiting analyst at the center of U of M's sign-stealing scandal, was a student assistant at Navy the same time and claims his role involved directly assisting McGee. Crucial moment for the Red Wings, who start a 4-game road trip in Denver tonight. Detroit is nursing a 4-point lead in the Eastern Conference wildcard race. Wings will be without Dylan Larkin, who's out 2 weeks with a lower body injury. Hear the Wings and Avs right here on 97.1 tonight, starting at 9:15. And college football's early signing period is moving up 2 weeks to December 4th through 6th. That'll be just before the transfer portal opens on December 9th. Officials have tabled the decision on a proposed third signing period during the summer. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind, including I'm going to speak it into existence. I'm going to play the role of LeVar Ball. JJ McCarthy is going to be a Giant at number 6 overall. We're bringing Go Blue to Big Blue. Out of the weekend, people, into the middle of this week, right here, right now, essentially the Giants and Broncos have the same odds to take JJ. And I'm all aboard because I don't have a quarterback.
I don't shake hand across the aisle.
Yeah. My effort at bipartisanship. I wanted to bring this up because it's yet another reason the sport of college football and college athletics at large is dead to me. Did you guys see the Nick Saban piece? Rico, I know you did. I don't know if Kenny and Kenny's nodding yes. Okay, I'm proud of him because normally he sees Nick Saban and he just starts cursing. But I want you to listen to this. And again, I have no problem if you take pride in the fact that you beating him in his last game. That's not what this is about, Michigan fan. I'm talking about the sport at large because what Nick Saban talks about is every reason I have grown to actually start to loathe college athletics. So this is a long-form piece on ESPN that you can read about how in 3 days they got to Kalen DeBoer. But Saban was upset not only with the way his team played against Michigan, but he was disheartened about what happened afterwards in the Rose Bowl, the article says, in the locker room and back on campus when he met with players. He says, I want to be clear it wasn't the reason, but some of the events contributed. Saban said of his decision to retire, I was really disappointed in the way the players acted after the game. You got to win with class and lose with class. We had our opportunities to win. We didn't do it. And then showing your ass and being frustrated and doing that stuff, that's not who we are. But once back in Tuscaloosa, right here is the reason this whole sport is just dead. I thought we could have a hell of a team next year. And then maybe 70 to 80% of the players you talk to, all they want to know are 2 things. What assurances do I have that I'm going to play? Because they're thinking of transferring, and how much money are you going to pay me? Our program was built on how much value we can create in you and your future and your personal development, academic and athletic, in graduating and developing to an NFL career on the field. So I'm saying to myself, maybe it doesn't work anymore. That the goals and aspirations are just different, and it's just about how much money I can make as a college player. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that's never been what we've been about and why we had success through the years. Just think about this. Where the hell does a player get off? 99% of players. There'll always be a 1% that I think has a right to ask that question. If you are Caleb Williams, you have a right to say, I want assurances I'm the starter here. Mm-hmm. Okay? If you are transferring to Ohio State and you are, pick a guy. Yes. But the point I'm making is 99% of players have no right to ask that. How much are you going to play? I don't know. How well are you going to play? You going to handle your business? Are you going to be a flunky? Are you going to show up on time? You going to do the things that need to be done? You going to beat the guy next to you?
I don't think we talked about it on the show, but I remember it was about a month or so ago, Mike Locksley, the head coach of Maryland.
Oh, your boy.
Said, yeah, a fourth string back came up to him demanding $100,000 for next year.
And that's the other thing.
And promptly, Coach Locksley, there's the door.
The blood's not even dry, and I respect Locksley for it. The blood's not even dry on the end of the season. You lost in the national semifinal. And by the way, some of you brain surgeons effed up the last play. That's why Milroe looked so stupid on it. There were two players wide open on the damn play. The point I'm making is, Saban leaving the game is the same reason that people like me are leaving the game. That it's just like this recent thing while I was out of town for a few days, this Dartmouth decision. Now, I still have to go through some of it, but basically Dartmouth men's basketball has won a ruling that they're going to be able to apply to the local union. Okay, we're done here. I mean, we're done here. So just be done with it. Like, you know what I don't need? A government cheese version of the professional leagues. That's all this is. Rico, it is. Because in the absence of actual employment, why should a fan really invest?
The fan's going to invest because it's history, it's tradition, it's the colors, it's the uniform, it's the pageantry. All of that stuff doesn't go away. Now, the actual players and how they, what they, they're worried about. Yeah, that's different. That's changed. Like I said, when Locksley is saying, my fourth string running back is coming up to me demanding $100,000. And he's like, son, you're fourth string for a reason. Like he couldn't come out and say how bad he was, but yes, it has changed. The mindset has changed.
But there's no contracts. That's my whole point, Rico. With contracts, it fixes some of this.
It does, but
I can invest in you if you're going to be here, and if you're a mercenary, I don't need to bother.
This goes to what I've said, and this is why I think the NCAA is going to go bye-bye, because the NCAA could have put a stop to this.
Yes.
They wanted chaos. Once they lost, they said, fine, do whatever you want. You didn't want to listen to me. And they just let the guardrails go.
You just nailed it. No, you just nailed it. I think before we kick off the season this fall, you're going to have some serious traction. The power conferences are splitting from the NCAA.
Why do you think that the 14-team playoff got pushed through and the guarantee, I don't know what you hear when we talk, the guaranteed spots, Big Ten is guaranteed 3 spots, no matter what. Mike, when you look at the 14 teams, 9 teams are guaranteed a spot who didn't have to win anything. But you have a spot in there. Why? Because they didn't want the Big Ten. They didn't want the SEC to walk away. The ACC and the Big 12 realized we're no longer Batman. We're Robin. We'll just take our 2 guaranteed spots and go in the corner.
Especially if you're from the ACC with what happened to Florida State this year. And by the way, it was the right move. I know that Costa's going to be upset I said that. Jordan Travis dying ended their season. I can't put you in with Bobby Fosenbacher at quarterback. It just can't happen.
But see,
whatever his name is, Kenny, don't shake your head in disapproval. Bobby Booby Maker, whatever his name is, I don't know. No, the guy stinks.
I like the fact that, okay, here's the thing. At least with the 12-team playoff, it was the 4 conference champions get to bye, and then we're going to go into a pool of all the other teams and take the top 7 plus a group of 5 team, the welfare team.
It's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen. Everything you said is right. Rico, the money, someone's going to whisper into their ear, if you 2 break away and we just get rid of the filler, you can make even more money. They're breaking away. And college football, as you know, it's going to be totally dead.
I think we got really close to breaking away with the Big Ten and the SEC.
I don't think they're going to for a year, Rico. One of your scumbag friends in the TV executive world will whisper and nibble on their earlobe, and it's over.
You got 1 year because the contract is up at 2025, and that's when this new playoff is going to happen. Now, I got a feeling they're going to really take care of the Big Ten and the SEC this season. They're going to get a lot of favorable calls because they don't want to upset the apple cart. Because if they walk away,
he wants to take your head off. David, go ahead. No, don't do the Jean-Luc Picard rubbing your face. Talk to the man.
It's because, Rico, I hear and I understand everything you're saying, but the minute you say tradition, I stop listening. No offense. It's because there's no tradition anymore.
There is tradition.
If the players don't care about the tradition at the school, they're going there to get paid, then I don't care about tradition. If there's tradition in college football, then why is USC and UCLA in the Big Ten? Why is Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC?
David, that's not
traditional.
They're still going to play each other. It's just under a new.
But that's
all
not
they
tradition.
did was change the masthead on the top of the letterhead.
There is no tradition anymore. It is the NFL. It's all about the color and the logo on their head.
There is tradition.
That's what I'm watching for.
Okay, when Central Michigan takes on Western on a Tuesday night, that's tradition.
No tradition. I don't care about it. They don't care about it.
Here's the other thing. Listen. I am psychologically okay if my NFL football players don't give a rip about my community. They don't care about my city. They play for pay, right? There is something that is totally asinine about college-aged young men not even being remotely affiliated with the school. Pro teams are a football business. Mm-hmm. Schools are schools. It's something I'll never wrap my mind around. Now, if you give contracts and if I recruit you and the finances are a big part of it, but you're signing where you actually want to be, I can re-engage with this. But this stuff, Saban's commentary, that is as damning as it gets.
But, I mean, a lot of it, too, Saban's not blameless because Saban went the role of grandfather at the end of the season where he didn't do Nick Saban-like things when players would screw up and he's patting them on the back. That's okay, son.
I think he knew he was done, Rico.
He did.
He knew he was done.
He did. And you know who else knew that? The players. So Saban became a substitute teacher. And we all know when you got a substitute teacher that you don't respect, you do whatever you want.
I don't blame him for leaving because I look at it. I'm Nick Saban. I've got, 7 national titles? Hold on. I don't even know your name. Why am I re-recruiting you? Oh, your feelings are hurt. I'm not doing
this. Now, see, that's the problem. I do agree with you. I know you think that I'm trying to ruin this.
It's a good bit for the show.
I know, but the whole contract thing, because if you have a good game, don't show up to my office and say, hey, we need to renegotiate.
No, that's what Roberto does. Yeah. I made a good song. You don't get free lunch.
Right, because when you fumbled the ball twice and dropped 3 passes, I wasn't calling you into my office saying we need to renegotiate. So, yes, I like the fact that you can do the 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year deal.
Something, man.
And once we're done, we're done. If you sign a 2 year deal,
that's it.
Then yeah, I got to renegotiate with you after your sophomore year, not after your 3rd game as a freshman.
And if I recruit you and I know the terms going in, that allows fans to re-engage, but it allows coaches, wait for it, this is a novel concept, it allows coaches to coach.
Yep. Yeah, it's why Chip Kelly said, I'm happy. I knew I didn't want to do this, and I'm actually happy taking a demotion being the OC at Ohio State because all I got to do is coach. That's Ryan Day's job, to be the concierge and make sure everybody's happy.
That's all. One segment on it. I wanted to get your reaction. I just thought Saban's comments were really interesting, and it sucks. I mean, I am sad when I see legendary coaches leave the sport because whether you love to hate them, hate to love them, they are central to the sport. Great college coaches are bigger than the program, and we're losing it. We got guys leaving Power 5 programs to be coordinators. Rico, read something.
Planet Fitness is home of the judgment-free zone, and anyone, and I mean anyone, can go there and feel comfortable and work on your fitness goals. So guess what? You don't have to be one of these people who look like they've been juicing up. You can go in there just as you are and start working out, because at Planet Fitness, they care about you and they want to make sure that you are comfortable. And if you're short on time, no problem. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And right now, you want to join and get a PF Black Card. And what does that get you? That means you get the hydro massage chairs, total body enhancements, and access to over 2,500 locations worldwide with unlimited guest privileges for $1 down and $24.99 a month. You got to hurry because this sale ends on March 15th. So you need to hurry into Planet Fitness right now, and you get that PF Black Card, $1 down, $24.99 a month. Head over to your local Planet Fitness right now or go online at planetfitness.com.
All right. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. But that's a debate for another time. What's not up for debate? The eco-friendly, most comfortable mattress ever made. It is the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, we'll get to the people in a moment. David, a few of the ticket texts coming in. And again, guys, I know. I don't want to be old man yelling at clouds, but I know
there's old man yelling at me.
No, there's a lot of people that agree with me. Let's not make this like I have some tinfoil outer space laser theory. College football and college basketball are largely fugazi right now. And I mean, Nick Saban's what's wrong?
What you just said. I was thinking of an interview I saw.
Yeah.
And how the reaction was to that.
Pretty sure the whole free world was. David, go ahead.
Nick Saban didn't work for free, so there's nothing wrong with the players asking for money.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Stop. Please. Try to listen to what we're saying. No, David, I'll tell you, as I get older, I get pissed. I spend a lot of time, we take our time talking through these things. It's not flippant. It's not void of context. And then you go to the ticket text and you get idiocracy. But it has electrolyte. No. I want the players to be paid. But what I don't want is just this collection of mercenaries. There is no structure. There is no sense. It's the equivalent of Rico and I showing up on a daily basis and determining what we get paid based on the quality of yesterday's show. That's not how it works. Yes, Kenny.
That was such a false equivalency, though.
I know!
Nick Saban, legendary head coach, third string safety. Not the same thing.
Guy who has not tied his shoes, greatest coach in the history of the sport. That's what, Kenny, I was not upset at you. It's people. That's really what this comes down to. We are sliding so far back as a society intelligence-wise. David, try again.
The entire NIL thing will continue to destroy college football, and I hate it. I wish college football was the way it was back in the day.
It's not the entire NIL. It's what Mike just said. You have to have some structure with this because players should. Because when you see the networks are paying the schools hundreds of millions of dollars and the $1 billion TV deals that they're making, and the players are getting $600 to be in a video game, that's not right either.
But it's not the responsibility of EA Sports. It's the responsibility of the schools to be paying these guys.
Right, and the school always goes, well, we can't pay you. Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can because tuition's gone up 300% in the last 30 years, you pieces of human refuse.
Oh, no. Here's the dirty little secret. Fox, in joking about Caitlin Clark, trying to get her to stay and play one more year at Iowa, basically told everybody they came up with an NIL package to get her not to go to the WNBA because she was making Fox so much money. Yeah. All of her games were one of the highest rated games that they said, what if we just pay you? Not Iowa. We'll give you some of this TV money, Caitlin.
Listen, while I have a serious disagreement about being the all-time leading scorer based on the fact that Pistol Pete did not have a three-point line and did not play his freshman year because freshmen were ineligible to play, it is not the same record. Caitlin Clark is fantastic, and I'll tell you, she's a hell of a lot more fun than basically anyone in the men's game. Well, but the record is not the same. No. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not. And we also, but here's the thing. The women's game is so much more popular. You can name off her, Angel Reese. You can name off women's players. You can, Mike, because you watch games. The average person couldn't tell you two players on Houston or UConn who are the top teams in the nation.
What about Caravan?
You only know about Zach Edey because you live in the Big Ten footprint.
Men's college basketball has not been in a worse place in a long time. You probably have to go back to the 70s for it to be in a
You know the one person that most people can name you, and he plays on a hot garbage team, and he has a famous dad, is Bronny James.
Wow, good pull. But he actually stinks too. David, go ahead.
Don't tell his dad that.
I'm sorry. He's not good, Rico.
Uh-oh, he's going to tweet about you saying you can't say that about my son.
Some loudmouth host in Detroit says something about my son.
No, but it's not personal. I've watched the games. He needs to stay in school.
No, you're right. We believe you're right. We're with you. It's LeBron is the one that says
he needs to be able to kiss the Trojan floor on senior day.
He just needs time. It's not.
And by time, 5 years.
It's okay. I'm not going that. I'm just saying. Progression and growth is not linear. Sometimes I'll let it go. Fine. But I ain't drafting him in the first round.
I mean, he'll have a better career than Marcus Jordan.
Or Marcus Taylor.
Okay.
That's not saying much, Rico.
Look, we're trying to stay positive. Coming up at 4:45, Kelvin Torbert.
Hey, his kid's coming.
Hopefully his jumper isn't broke like Daddy's.
It's not. His jumper's
Does his kid shoot it on the way down, too?
The famous shot that ended the streak. When they went back and saw, no, he didn't release the ball.
That's right, because he took 7 seconds. Up and down. Now I'll release it. Yeah. Yes, David.
I'm so sorry.
I know you're not.
Mark in Northville says, I think a big part of the no school loyalty mercenary mindset is the AAU and travel teams. They aren't connected to their middle or high school, so why would they be in college?
And they're not learning how to play ball. That's not a shot at the good people who are involved with AAU. It's a shot really at parents. Because you heard Jamal Crawford say this this weekend. Jamal, former NBA player, great scorer. Jamal Crawford's deeply involved in AAU. And he said it. It's not the kids that are the problem. It's the parents. They all think their kid's going number one in the draft. They don't want to learn. They don't want to learn the game.
And maybe that person is right because I do think that AAU ruined the NBA because AAU created the super team because they all played together and said, one day we'll all get together and play in the NBA together. And there's also no loyalty because, David, you could play on my AAU team this weekend and next weekend Mike can see you playing and now you've left my team. And I'm like, David, what are you doing over there?
Sounds like college football.
Yeah.
Let's go to Damon, 97.1. Hi, Damon.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Damon?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Listen, I know it's a different subject. I'm going back to the free agency with the Lions.
No problem.
And I think personally, when Brad Holmes started out with his first draft, he went to the trenches, offensive line and defensive line. If he can do that with his free agency and pick up Mike Emmanuel from the Patriots, if make a splash and get Christian Wilkinson, could you imagine what we could do in the draft by filling in the gaps? I don't mind getting a cornerback in the draft after that, man. Like that first pick, and then get Zenter in the third. You pick up another defensive player for the line in that second round. I'd rather do that to get Sneed, but that's just me.
No, and that's okay. So, Damon, understand something. I am not married to one player. I'll continue to say this. Whenever news breaks about the best players positionally that fit this team, we're going to talk about it. And I am usually the guy who wants to have that, George Steinbrenner approach. We're going to go after it. But, Damon, if they go out and let's say it's Kendall Fuller, let's say it's Christian Wilkins, I'll never knock those moves. But it is all about free agency for me. Largely with the draft, Damon, he has carte blanche to do whatever he wants to do. He's proven he knows what he's doing with the draft. You know what he hasn't proven? Free agency. Mm-hmm. So I need to see that. I'm with you. If you want to go out and get Michael Onwenu, fine. Strength on strength. Jonah out the door. We're bringing in a guy who's got flexibility. We know
from here, so he may have a little more pride playing here.
Or more of a reason not to come back here. He knows the roads and the gray skies.
Put him on a 97-yard field, he'll flourish.
Oh, man. Little Caz Tech humor for everybody.
Enjoy.
Got a hell of a math program down at CT, don't they? Measure twice, cut once, David.
Oh, I hate y'all.
Just had to happen. Hey, Hungry Howies knows nothing better than some pepperoni pizza. The question is, well, which type? Is it the classic cup pep or the savory original? You know what? F it. Put both on the pie. You solve problems right there. Pepperoni duo. They'll put them both on there, classic cupped and the original. Not to mention 100% real mozzarella cheese, fresh dough made in-house, and your choice of flavored crust. All for $9.99. It's March. You know what that means. It's time for some pizza, time for a couple libations, and time for some college hoops. It's Hungry Howies, the pepperoni duo, $9.99. Only at Hungry Howies. I want to start out with Russell Wilson to the Steelers. David, your thoughts?
How about we talk about Cleveland instead? Joe Flacco won the comeback player of the year. He had 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Hold on. Stop.
Not doing
Stop.
this.
No. You know what? First Cat Williams of the week for me. David, Russell Wilson to the Steelers. What happens if that happens?
So Flacco's first choice is to resign in Cleveland. Mike, look, okay, there's a report that says they're not going to get Russell Wilson. They won't sign him. I'm leaning on that. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing
David,
this, okay?
Here, let me help you out because I don't like it when people do this. In the commercial break, real quick, I gave Mike Ryan Wilson from CBS his mock draft. I'm not going to break the whole thing down. Caleb goes first. Jaden Daniels goes second. JJ goes third to the Patriots. Mike's like, oh, well, great. We get Drake May. No, Marvin goes fourth to the Cardinals. Minnesota moves up to 5 to take Drake May. Mike, you end up with Fashanu, the old tackle from.
Yeah, I end up with Fugazi. I mean, you got to be kidding me.
Okay, go ahead.
Ana Fasana, that's what you
Right. Yeah, the Giants draft an olive oil enema at 6. Keep it going.
But Joe Flacco, according to a report, his first choice is to resign in Cleveland. Well, I don't know what other choice you have.
Yeah.
Because you didn't sign with anybody till late in the year. But is there a real QB competition in Cleveland?
It is. Because I Flacco, even though he's the comeback player of the year, now I do think a lot of that was because he didn't have to go through training camp. He didn't have to go through a lot of things, so he was fresher. You don't know what you're getting from Deshaun Watson. David, after a while, you can't say it's rust. You can't say, well, he'll figure it out. It should have been figured out by now. It may go down as one of the worst trades ever. And right now, it's leaning that way that if I'm Cleveland, Joe, don't go too far. Wait right here.
Yeah.
Because we may have to bring you back.
I think you have to bring Flacco in as insurance because I agree with Rico on this. This is more than rust. Now, is there a shoulder issue, that pre-existed the final injury that took him out for the year? There was a lot of chatter about it. The bottom line is, this is it. Deshaun has to come back and look like the guy who played for the Texans, or they need an option. That team is too good to not beat, to get something done. So, yes, I'm with Rico. Yes.
Well, apparently there's a strong rumor here from a report that Cousins is seriously, Kirk Cousins, that is, considering moving his family to Atlanta, so much so that his report says he is looking at homes with his wife in the Atlanta area.
I don't want to speak out of turn here. I thought his wife was from the Atlanta area.
He's from Georgia, yes.
So,
he's moving to Buckhead.
Roswell.
But because of that news, they could be looking for a home anyway for after football, though.
No, they're looking for a home because they're playing for Atlanta. And look, it's a good spot for Kirk. You have the stable of backs. You have weapons all over the place. Soft division. And there's a family aspect to it.
And if you don't win anything, it's not like Atlanta's going to tear you apart.
Right. So, no, I think it's happening. I mean,
I thought it was going to be Fields.
Okay, but let's ask the question. Would you rather sign Kirk Cousins and pay him, let's say it's 3 at 120, 3 at 130, or Justin Fields on a fifth-year option knowing you're going to have to pay him? The better quarterback is Kirk Cousins. It just is.
I think the better quarterback, financially speaking, or just better quarterback? Better quarterback to me is Fields.
What?
What?
Fields had nothing in Chicago. And I do think that if you took him and put him on another team with an offensive line, with that he doesn't have to be the running back and the quarterback all at once, that you would get a better person. But Chicago gave him nothing. You had a coach who didn't really want him around. Like, they didn't help this man out. They didn't develop him.
Agree with all of it. But Cousins has been lights out.
He's safer bet. Cousins has he's got a ceiling where you're only going to go so far. But you put Fields with all of the weapons that they have
Fields, boom or bust. Cousins will be solid enough, win that division, and compete for the NFC.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I will agree. All right, that I agree with. Because you're right. there's a ceiling to what Cousins can give you, and I think that's being outside of the top 5. If Fields is the guy on projection, he could be one of the great stars.
Fields could do what Hurts is doing in Philly.
So where's the market for Fields? What am I missing?
Well, everything I've read says that they thought the market was going to be better, but it's not as good as they thought it was going to be.
Because what happens is, look, I would take him. I'm a team that's desperate. If I'm the Raiders, if I'm the Giants, if I'm one of these teams.
Here's the thing. If I'm Fields, no offense, I'm not going to your team because you don't have anything.
What choice do you get? I'm trading your ass.
I basically, right, but I'm just saying at this point, I would say, guys, I'd rather stay in Chicago because at least
he doesn't get a say.
This is the cold weather that I know.
What? Stay in Chicago and have no shot at a contract? That's insanity.
I'm just saying because I go to New York and it's basically Chicago of the East.
This is last chance you if you're Justin Fields. You don't get to go to the sexy places like San Francisco. You go to like Commerce, Kansas and play for that nutcase who curses at you.
But at that point, I'm saying, hey, can you work out a deal with the Raiders? Can you work out a deal with the Steelers? Can you work out a deal with a team that can actually do something?
Oh, I like that. Fields to the Steelers would be sexy.
That's what I want.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Carry on.
To the Giants, it's like, I might as well stay here.
Man, I'm excited.
David, next.
Maybe not excited for this next story here. Peyton Manning is pursuing both Bill Belichick and Nick Saban for his Omaha Productions for an alt broadcast, something that ESPN may do. Whatever. Does that excite you?
They
Both
could call it the Muppet Judges.
I don't want
and
that.
And put those two together and make it look like the two old men Muppet Judges.
I just don't want that. I'm sorry. Am I wrong for saying that?
Yeah, I don't think it'll be as entertaining as they think. It'll be cute the first time.
What's going to be a bigger disaster, that or Brady on Fox?
Brady on
Fox.
Because I am still amazed. We have paid Tom Brady $350 million for a job that we don't even know if he's capable of doing. That's like paying Kenny to be an astronaut. He hasn't even gone through the space program yet. And Brady, no offense, Brady has no personality. Brady is a complete weirdo. I think that's going to be that's going to make the Romo thing look like a good idea.
Yeah, sometimes less is more. I like the Manning brothers. That works. But to just keep coming out with different versions of the same thing, yeah, now you end up. It's like the first time American Idol came out, that was cool. But now you have like 20 different shows like that. It's not special anymore.
Well, Rico, let's finish it off with this because you said less is more. Let's talk about Josh Allen for a second. Josh Allen was seen getting out of a car with his girlfriend after leaving a date. People kind of destroyed him on social media because he didn't open her door. He didn't leave. He just immediately left and left her in the car. Well, he responded. Says, my pants ripped at dinner. Didn't want cheeks out. I love Paris.
Yeah, they were.
How do your pants rip at a date?
No, they were from what I read, they were at Fashion Week in Paris. So he's probably wearing some pants that were way too tight, trying to, because she's a Hollywood actress. So and when he got out the car, he was used to the stretch pants he normally wears around Buffalo.
Yeah, he had a coat around himself.
Right.
So, yeah.
And it's like, pretty much.
And that is
Great place to stop. I want to start out with Russell Wilson to the Steelers. David, your thoughts?
How about we talk about Cleveland instead? Joe Flacco won the comeback player of the year. He had 13 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Hold on. Stop.
Not doing this.
No. You know what? First Cat Williams of the week for me. David, Russell Wilson to the Steelers. What happens if that happens?
So Flacco's first choice is to resign in Cleveland. Mike, look, okay,
right,
there's a report that says
John
they're
Jansen
not going to get Russell Wilson. They won't sign him. I'm leaning on that. I'm not doing this.
Again, it worked.
I'm not doing
David,
this, okay?
here, let me help you out because I don't like it when people
John's
do
kept
this.
it off.
In the commercial break, real quick, I gave Mike Ryan Wilson from CBS his mock draft. I'm not going to break the whole thing down. Caleb goes first. Jaden Daniels goes second. JJ goes
try to get you
third
the
to the
same
Patriots.
result. You
Mike's
lose up
like,
to 40
oh, well, great.
pounds
We
in
get
40
Drake May.
days.
No, Marvin goes
Free
fourth to the
consultation
Cardinals.
right now at IdealU.us.
Minnesota moves up to 5 to take Drake May.
IdealU.us.
Mike, you end up
And
with
again,
Fashanu,
free
the
body
old
composition
tackle.
analysis.
From,
Yeah,
I end up with
$150
Fugazi
value.
Fugazi. I mean, you got to be kidding me.
Okay, go ahead.
Ana Fasada, that's what you
Right. Yeah, the Giants draft an olive oil enema at 6. Keep it going.
But Joe Flacco, according to a report, his first choice is to resign in Cleveland. Well, I don't know what other choice you have.
Yeah.
Because you didn't sign with anybody till late in the year. But is there a
Hey, David, couple ticket texts and then just a brief reset as Rico is going to be the guest of honor at an event that shouldn't take place tonight. I will explain momentarily. David, what do you have?
Rico talked about how good Fields can be elsewhere, or someone saying Fields will be a good running back wherever he ends up. Can't play quarterback, though.
That is not true, not fair, and I'm going to ignore that.
Yeah.
And it's a tinge racist, I have to tell you. It sounds like a lot of 1976 commentary.
Right.
It does.
The reality is the man can play quarterback if you provide him with weapons. Can I just add this? 2 years ago, when he single-handedly carried the Bears in the second half of the season, name the best offensive player there. Look, I don't like the fact that if you acquire Fields, you will have to pay. because he's in the fifth-year option. But make no mistake about it. The man has played quarterback collegiately at a very high level, and then he went to a terrible franchise with a
never supported him,
with a staff that didn't want him, got fired, hired defensive coach. Look, he's a reclamation project that's worth a chance. To say he's a running back is just, it's stupid.
Yeah, he's not a running back. He just may not be a great quarterback. That's fine to say.
But you know what? Let me see him with an offensive line, a real running back, and some wide receivers. You know, stuff that quarterbacks have.
The basics.
Right.
Rico calling Belichick and Saban the same as Statler and Waldorf killed me. LOL.
I mean, he's not wrong.
He isn't wrong at all.
Why is it that everyone, like Rico was saying this during the commercial break, like they got Ron Rivera up on ESPN talking about the Commanders pick? It's a little bit tough considering they fired your ass 10 minutes ago. Why does everyone who loses their job in the NFL immediately get a TV gig? Like, who has ever sat in their recliner and said, damn, I really wonder what Ron Rivera has to say about this?
Because you figure, they're going to give us some type of insight. They're going to give us that nugget. They're going to tell us what really happens behind the velvet rope. No, they don't.
No, because then they'd have to out their friends.
They want another job. So they're just going on there. So hire me because
Nick Saban just said how much he hated the sport. Great, let's put him up on TV.
Well, you should have seen him introduce him. They went through his resume, and every team he got fired from there. Hey, he's sitting right here next to us. Like, oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough. Someone else says, hey, David, Kirk Cousins or Russell Wilson to your Steelers? Death, not an option. Who are you choosing?
Cousins.
Kirk Cousins.
But it's not an option because he's going to Atlanta. You're getting Russell.
But see, here's the thing about Russell, though.
Danger Witch.
I'm not a Russell fan. But you could sign so many more people because the Broncos are paying his salary next year.
But what does he sign for? Like, I know he could sign for the league minimum.
I think that he will sign for the league minimum, Mike, because if he signs for anything he signs more than that gets deducted from what the Broncos are going to pay him.
The players' union erupt. That's the only thing I think about. It's the old A-Rod principle. They won't let him take nothing.
No. They approved that deal. So it's set up that if you let me go, the players' union are saying, wait, so you're going to get $39 million from the Broncos? Yeah. All right, go ahead and sign for $1 million.
David, here's the reality. All right?
That's a great life to have.
Oh, it's tremendous. David, Russell Wilson, 1 year. Come on.
No, I'm good.
But
what are you going to do?
I'll just go with Kenny Pickett.
Think about all Think of all the money you could bring in other free agents, and you can draft a quarterback next year.
First of all, they don't sign free agents, big name free agents. So what are we going to spend the money on?
Well, you have it on.
We don't do that in Pittsburgh. We get minimum guys.
Well, guess what? They go buy those sandwiches you put fries on.
Romani Brothers.
Yeah, that.
Those are disgusting.
They're very dry
because they got fries on.
Okay, let's just keep it going.
There's some here.
I wanted to bring this up.
Yeah.
I have a bit of an issue. Now, not that Rico's going. I know this is a very enjoyable evening. He is the grand marshal of tonight's festivities. This is a big deal for him. Rico will be headed up to senior night at what used to be the Breslin Center. It's now become a play palace. So I have a question, and I don't want to ask Rico because he'll be upset, but I think asking David or Kenny is far more appropriate. Should a senior class that has accomplished nothing actually be awarded with a senior night?
They're technically seniors, so.
David, the tradition at Michigan State, when you're a basketball player, every class that had gone up there had produced a Final Four. This is a class that has produced nothing but some of the worst basketball of my lifetime. 13 losses a year. They're soft. They're not good. I would rope off the logo. They should do what they do in the locker room where you're not allowed to stand on the S. They should not be allowed to kiss the logo.
Yeah, this is the first.
Is this a sidebar? Am I allowed in?
This is a sidebar.
Come on in.
No, this is the first class since Izzo pretty much started building that they haven't won anything, right? So I wouldn't. Yeah, they don't deserve it.
Yeah, this is probably the first class that really didn't accomplish.
That's it. No tradition. You will not kiss the logo. I don't think they
hung a banner.
You will not kiss the logo.
No Big Ten, no Big Ten championship.
Nothing.
No Final Four.
13 losses a year minimum.
Technically,
haven't entered the tournament ranked ever.
Technically, like Malik Hall was on the last Final 14, but he wasn't. He was on the bench.
Thank you.
No, Mike.
So they don't deserve a senior day. And then
I just
said thank you. I said thank you.
Before people text in and say, "Oh, well, blah blah blah." Yes, but it's a tradition.
No,
and you still have to allow that. As a matter of fact, the Big Ten Network is actually doing like I think an hour-long segment on all the seniors that did that, starting from
They
Sean
should have
Ressberg.
security. They should have security around the logo. We've heard so much about court storming. Security around the logo. And I get all the former great players who have won something up there. They should be the security.
You want logo bouncers is what you want?
Logo bouncers
Could you
tonight.
imagine the video of Steven Izzo getting arrested because he got too close to the logo?
Not arrested. But it's Kevin Willis boxing him out from kissing the logo.
I mean, but if you get to Mike, if you got bouncers, the bouncers can escort you out.
Andre Hudson and a taser.
It's a bunch of Uncle Phils.
Right, that's right. Throwing them right out.
Right outside the Breslin.
Kenny Goins is back. We get Al Anagagne in a suit with an earpiece guarding the logo tonight.
Nah, see, I think Al just needs to be in a cutoff shirt. That's more intimidating.
Cut off flannel like Ronnie Coleman. Put him out there.
They're like, why is Walker flying by my ear as I walk in the Breslin?
Steve Smith's kid tries to kiss it. Yep, T-shirt cannon.
Davis, you got to let Davis. Come on, man.
I ain't got to do nothing. The standard is the standard. Now, if they want to kiss something, I'll go over to the ag school. We'll get a cow or something, and they can plant one on old Bessie.
The standard
you are not kissing that
The
logo.
standard is they're a family, and not all family members turn out to be successful.
Yeah, well, this family's dysfunctional.
You know what? No, I'm saying occasionally you may have the one sibling who's a lawyer, and it's a doctor, and it's an accountant, and then you have the one who, let me give me 5 minutes, and I can tell you about this great scheme I got to get
Will you be
rich.
kissing the logo tonight?
No.
Okay.
Many times the parents get blamed, and maybe Izzo should be his senior day.
Oh, no. Did you hold on now? On a serious note, did you hear his comments?
I did. Yes, I did.
You can tell he's starting to hear it. He's starting to feel it because he's doing the unsolicited. And nobody said it's your last year. Nobody said, like, Tom, it's okay. This is a bad product. You're responsible for it. It's okay. You get paid like $5 million a year. Chill. Fix it. Mm-hmm. But if you walked away, I'd tip my cap. I wouldn't be mad because he don't look like a man who's having a good time. And Lord knows, as fans, us watching it.
I think he sees what we see. This is a team, a program for the last 4 years that did not do what they were supposed to.
Back me on this, and I'll bail you out. If they lose to Northwestern tonight, you need to guard the logo. If you lose a third straight game as a 10-point, hear me now.
I cannot walk on the court.
You
Mike.
can. Remember the
Security.
picture. Remember the picture of Sparty and Javon Ringer guarding the logo.
Mm-hmm.
That's you. I need you in a Sparty costume. Play security.
Sparty, come with me.
Right. You and Johnny Spirit. If they lose if their last 3 home games are a loss to Iowa as a 10-point favorite, a loss to OSU as a 10-point favorite, and a loss to shorthanded Northwestern as a 10-point favorite, you have a duty to the listeners of this radio show and the Spartan fan base. You protect that logo. No one. No kissy. Get out. Now, if you want to let the kid who dresses as a waffle kiss the logo, let him. He's done more than these seniors.
The waffle kid. I don't think
Guard the logo.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
Put the bat signal up.
Okay. You should come up there and help me.
Man, I got better things to do than watch that nonsense. Call up your boy, John Garaval. You get him up there, guard that logo.
Gotcha.
Be the first time in his career he boxed anyone out.
What's X doing? Maybe I can get him. Oh, no, he's actually doing stuff for your Celtics.
I'll tell you what he's probably doing. Only person who's been busier is Cam Newton and Nick Cannon. Thank you, David. You know what? While I can't control that there is a senior night tonight, I want to speak something better into existence. And it is my attempt at bringing the family together. We're going to do it next. I have a draft proclamation I'd like to make, and I think if you're a Michigan fan, you're going to be very interested. We will do it next. Rico, protect this house tonight. They lose to Northwestern. I don't care if you get arrested. I'll bail you out. No one kisses that logo. They lose Northwestern.
All right. I don't want one of these. Who this? No, who this?
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Right.
All right, 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Lions are one of 7 teams who have inquired about L'Jarius Sneed. Lockdown Corner is reportedly seeking a deal similar to the richest ever at his position, currently held by the Packers' Jair Alexander. 4 years, $84 million with $30 million guaranteed. The Chiefs placed the non-exclusive franchise tag on Sneed Wednesday, meaning they'll have the opportunity to match any offer. If KC trades Sneed, they'll be owed 2 first-round picks. Sneed was the only defender in the NFL last season to not allow a touchdown pass while facing 80 or more passes. The Lions also aren't tendering restricted free agent corner Jerry Jacobs, ending his 3-year run in Detroit. He posted a career-best 3 interceptions in 2023, but lost his starting role late in the season to Kindle Vildor. And with 3 trades in the NHL today, Vladimir Tarasenko to the Panthers, Adam Henrique and Sam Carrick to the Oilers, and Alex Winberg to the Rangers from the Kraken, plus the Red Wings starting a tough road trip while on a 3-game skid, Detroit fans getting a little restless with less than 38 hours in until the trade deadline. But Derek Lalonde says you should trust the Yzer plan. Wings and Avs face off on 97.1 here tonight, starting at 9:15.
And for the record, I did not do that. That was David Hull. Do not put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beatty Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Hey, real quick, I know for the Hockey Elite, don't worry, we're going to get to you guys later in the week. The trade deadline on Thursday. I'm not going to try to spit shine a turd here. Obviously, the team's got their ass kicked a couple of times, and now Dylan Larkin's hurt. Let me just ask Kenny if I'm looking at this the right way, okay?
It's all the Patch's fault.
It's, okay, that probably started this. But here's my question. And we'll get to my topic in a minute, but this is important. Kenny, if the only move they make is to somehow free themselves of Hall or Petrie, and they bring up Evanson, who, by all accounts, anything you read, anything you hear, he's ready. He's ready to not only come up, but he's ready to come up, be a second defensive pairing guy, and be a plus player. Would you view that as a trade deadline acquisition?
Yes, that's essentially buying. You've upgraded your defense. That's all that I wanted them to do in the first place. So if they can
but they got to get
that,
somebody to take one of their defensemen.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be Hull. He has just a little bit more value. I mean, Petrie looks like he's a turnover machine. That guy stinks.
Alrighty.
But yeah.
But look, I'm not going to go crazy about going all in. And look, before I left town, we were cruising. Everything was great. Then they put the dumpster company on the jersey. They've lost a couple in a row, got destroyed by Florida.
Lost their captain for
Larkin's
2 weeks.
hurt for 2 weeks.
The patch curse, man. It's a real thing.
The curse of the patch. I want to speak something into existence. And I know while I was gone, Rico and David and Kenny and Stoney all took turns slandering me. But now that I am back, the hottest name coming out of the combine is one JJ McSizzle, one JJ McCarthy. And the betting odds are almost even for the Denver Broncos and my New York Football Giants to take your savior, your goalpost meditating, pad popping, real weird kid, JJ McCarthy. And I have to tell you something. Many of you thought it would upset me, or it would be a point of stress for me, or consternation, or no, it's the opposite. I am telling you right now as we sit here, I believe in my heart the New York Football Giants will take J.J. McCarthy at number 6 overall. And I have no problem with it. Not because I think J.J. should be drafted there. No, I think it's absurd. The fact is he doesn't have the tape to be drafted there. And if you're going to do this bit where you go, well, what do you think? You're smarter than these teams? I'll tell you one thing. I'm smarter than the Denver Broncos. I didn't draft Paxton Lynch. I didn't pay Brock Osweiler. I didn't draft Drew Lock. Like, you guys act like these teams are brain surgeons. If they were so damn good, they wouldn't go through quarterbacks like Kenny goes through toilet paper.
It's the reason why they keep picking quarterbacks year after year,
Right.
draft after
So
draft.
just understand something. This is supply and demand. There's 3 quarterbacks. So these other teams like the Giants, the Broncos, the Raiders, Atlanta, they all need quarterbacks. Well, JJ, look, in fairness, JJ's not 30 years old with 2 kids and a mortgage like Bo Nix. JJ doesn't have 17 torn ACLs like Mike Penix. And JJ, if I put his 10 best throws together or 10 best plays, sure, it's jaw-dropping. The problem is most weeks he looked like Air Force's quarterback because he didn't have to do anything. Bottom line is, if you don't have a quarterback, you better get busy getting one. Mm-hmm. I am totally good if the Giants do this because this is radio gold. If he's good, you get to hear me say nice things about JJ, and I get to have a good football team. And if he's bad, I'm that evil little kid in Indiana Jones Part 3, and I'm stabbing that voodoo doll left and right. This is going to be awesome. Rico, I am bringing Go Blue to the Big Blue. We are bringing JJ to the big city.
I need to know,
who's with me?
Is this Big G approved?
No.
Okay.
No, if you think I don't like JJ McCarthy, oh boy.
Now, if you'd have told me Big G approved of this,
no.
I'm with you, Mike.
No, my dad's in a very dark place right now with his football team. My dad is realizing something, and it's hard for him. He's realizing they're a bad organization, that this hope is not warranted. Mm-hmm. And I've tried to explain to him that's what Lions fans dealt with for so many years. Like, no.
And by so many years, you mean 60?
Roughly. Don't give them benefit of the doubt, Dad. But I wanted to know from Wolverine fans.
I want this to happen. I'm not a Wolverine fan.
We all do.
I want this to happen, Mike, because
buddy, if JJ's on the board at 6, I will personally announce the draft pick in downtown Detroit.
Because Mondays, I won't say a word. Nothing.
Oh, it'll be great.
Because Monday is just it would be the highest rated shows, especially like after a late Sunday night game and you get hammered.
And JJ looks like Ryan Leaf out there. Oh, man. But here's my thing. I want to ask Michigan fans something. I want to know if we can have a moment of honesty. And if you truly believe what you're saying, there will be no repercussions. I'm not angry about it. But has the hype gotten a little ridiculous? Let's just be honest with each other. Anytime he needed to throw the ball, I generally was nervous. I don't understand how a quarterback with such limited tape is getting this hype, but Anthony Richardson did the same. So I want to know what your view of it is. This is your quarterback. This is your guy. I want to know, JJ the Giants, is this the movement? I'm on board.
No, I think this is the movement.
And
Mike.
I'd root for him. Like, these people who think I wouldn't root for the kid are out of their mind. Amani Toomer is one of my favorite Giants of my lifetime. He was a Wolverine scumbag, too.
Quarterbacks are a scarcity. He left the combine. He already had the groundswell happening. He left the combine. And, Rich Eisen has him personally on the set, pimping him to everybody else in the league.
Well, that's because Rich Eisen, you know what? I'll leave it alone.
And it's
talk about bought and paid for.
He's going to be quarterback number 4. It's just when does it go? But yeah, your Giants then came out and said, we're done with Daniel Jones. He's quarterback number 4. So unless Penix or Bo Nix does something on their pro days,
nah.
You're up next.
Okay. So here's my question.
Wait, is number 9 retired? Can he wear number 9?
I don't know that the Giants have had a number 9 ever.
Okay, so I was just curious because that means
we'll unretire it.
Under the goalpost.
Let me call my dad. I'll see if Spider Jones or Bobby Douglas wore number 9. Homer Jones.
Before every game, he'll be under the goalpost meditating.
Listen, I will personally donate. We'll put a chalk outline. We'll put a meditation outline underneath our goalposts for JJ. Here's my point. Maybe the way I put it for Michigan fans is this. Post-combine, is JJ McCarthy overrated or underrated? Because the reality is he's rising into this top 10 somewhere. I don't think he gets past the Broncos at 12. And I'll say it to you again. Where you get drafted is not an endorsement of your talent in many cases. Positional scarcity is real. These teams reach for QBs all the time. All the time. Because you have to. If you don't have a quarterback, you're going nowhere. Look at David's team. They do not have a quarterback. The Steelers will go nowhere until they get one. Period. The rest of the team is good.
Ironically enough, what do we tease Kenny Pickett for? Same as Jared Goff. Little hands, right? You see what JJ's hand measurements were?
I don't care. Are they tiny? Uh-oh. Listen.
Same.
Do I endorse him being the number 6 overall pick? No. I endorse him being the number 6 overall pick as a radio host who's a Giant fan and a Spartan in a Wolverine town, and it's Radio Gold. And frankly, I'm never going to knock a team for taking a QB because, again, what outs are there? That's where I tell Lion fans, like, you don't have to love everything about your quarterback, but be thankful you have one. Otherwise, you're me, and you get a goofball who should be making pizzas in his leprechaun agent at quarterback. That's what I get. Tommy Cutlets? Daniel Neckbrace? This is what I have? JJ McCarthy, roll it. He sucks. I'll have fun burying him. He's great. It's the ultimate in hilarity for me.
It is.
I don't care he went to Michigan. I want to win. If JJ McCarthy professed his love for Satan, I'd still take him if he helped me win. I don't care.
Except rookie quarterback hit rates, put it this way, C.J. Stroud is rare.
Unicorn.
Okay.
And do I think JJ's going to work out? No.
Most of the time, you're going to end up getting the Will Levis, Bryce Young, hopefully not Mitchell Trubisky, but that would be funny.
That was tough. Mitch Trubisky's a tragedy. He's awful.
Maybe he'll be okay like Trey Lance was.
No, you shut your mouth. JJ's going to be the savior.
Oh, he's
New
Zach
York
Wilson.
Giants football. No, I want to know, do Michigan fans think he's a little bit overrated after the combine, right? This idea of him moving into the top 10, or is JJ underrated? That the fact is, it's no question he should be a top 10 pick. Sell me this pen. I'll be your Huckleberry at 6. I'll take him. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
Guys, Specs at LTU is waiting for you. Why? Because classes are going year-round. You don't have to wait till the fall. There's classes starting every other month. So you need to go over to the website and be curious. LTU.edu/specs to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to learn about radio, TV, graphics design artists. Specs at LTU can help you out. Your instructors are going to be people who work in the business like yours truly. So what does that mean? That with our hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
America's favorite place to watch football and sports for that matter, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, the best viewing experience, 6 pools, 3 levels, the perfect view of the biggest screen and biggest outdoor sports book on the planet. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. David, quickly, I'm going to pause Ticket Text. The people want to speak on the movement that is go blue to big blue. The JJ movement. Look, I don't control the hype machine. I give you my thought process. I've never had an issue if you told me a team would trade up out of the second to take him in the late first. It's appropriate. It's fine. He has physical tools. Not mad. Whatever's going on right now, I feel like I'm not in on the joke, but I also understand positional scarcity, and I'm telling you, the Giants have definitely made a determination. They're out on Daniel Jones. There's no quarterback available to them. If they sign Russell Wilson, I'm done.
But you've seen this every year, Mike, whether it's there's that quarterback that it's like, really? Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson's the one.
Mitch Trubisky, Trey Lance. Like,
every year.
Like, really? Trey Lance played in one game. And you're willing to risk it all.
Based on projection.
Projection.
I think there has to be a balance of projection and production. That's my problem. I can turn on the tape and make a determination if I'm an NFL team. I got 800 throws from Drake May. I got 800 throws from Jaden Daniels. I got like 8 from JJ. Right. It's a problem. Now, maybe, stylistically speaking, I always said this about JJ. I mean, this is not a new take from me. The biggest mistake he ever made was going to Michigan. If he had gone to Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin would have cut him loose, and you would have known right away.
Ole Miss or any Big 12 team.
Yeah, and let me change my words there. It's not the biggest mistake because he won a bunch of games.
He won a title.
Yeah, they cheated their way to a natty. They got it done. God bless. The point I'm making is, from a numbers and evaluation, maybe it's going to work in his benefit we don't get to evaluate him. Because how do you knock the unknown? He has tantalizing ability.
And that's why I said, to me, it's almost like that Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, like, but trust me, he's going to be good.
And it usually doesn't work. That's the point.
Doesn't.
But I understand if teams got to do it, and I think the Giants are going to be the one. I will tell you, Will Birchfield is very upset at me. Let's go to the people. I want to hear what they have to say. We go to Raymond to lead off the 5 o'clock. Hello, Ray.
Hey, Mike, welcome back. Hey, Rico. Happy Wednesday afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I've been actually kind of on the same train of thought for the last several weeks. I'm actually kind of glad you brought this up. I think JJ is the perfect fit for the New York Giants. Now, I'm not saying that as he's going to be some great superstar, but the one thing that I think sometimes we forget about these NFL teams, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that they care more than anything about money. And when the Lions drafted Aiden Hutchinson over Kayvon Thibodeau, I personally believe that a lot of it had to do with the jersey sales. And so I could see JJ being, in New York as this, guy that's going to be able to sell, jerseys, in the New York market, big name.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's kind of the angle I approach it with. Now, I mean, does he have all the intangibles that you're looking for as far as a guy that can buy time in the pocket, can escape if needed, can create the extra second, kind of like Patrick Mahomes? Yeah, and that's what is making him just a tad bit overrated. But at the same point, I think you look at a guy like Brian Daboll, who's coaching literally for his life right now, who had Josh Allen in Buffalo that was able to make him work and make him into a top 5 QB. So I wouldn't be surprised if you had JJ sitting on the bench, maybe the first few games, no matter what quarterback you had start in the season, unless they had him start in the season, and he could just learn the system and then, come on maybe the second half of the year, or you just play him the full year because they'd just be under tremendous pressure.
But you are saying it's gotten out of control. It's overrated. That you're fine if you said, hey, late, middle, first round, but come on. Top 10?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
But I think he's got tremendous potential to be the best QB out of the draft, but again, you're taking shots at the top of the draft. You have to. If you're Big Blue, you've got to get out of that rut.
Yeah, no, and that's, Raymond, you just nailed it. That's the whole thing. And whether you're David with the Steelers, you're a Raider fan, you're a Bronco fan, you're a Giants fan, if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a chance. So the JJ McCarthy thing is real in that, what are my outs? Like, guys, my thought process on this. If I'm not taking a quarterback up high, I'm not taking one at all. I don't think this whole, I always get in this argument. Doug and Scott do this every damn year. Well, we could take Bobby O'Connell in the 4th round. And I'm like, no, how many years you guys going to do this bit? It doesn't work. There's one Russell Wilson and one Tom Brady and a sea of Giovanni Carmazzis. Enough.
There's only one Brock Purdy.
Rat. And he ain't no good. How'd it work for you in the Super Bowl when you needed to throw from him? Let me help you.
Well,
no.
Yeah, Chris Jones kind of does that.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Tom Brady would have made a play. Patrick Mahomes would have made a play.
Hey, by the way,
Patrick Mahomes doesn't have to face him. He can't hit Patrick Mahomes in practice.
No, you know what I'm saying.
Tom Brady was at the track Saturday.
Oh.
Go up and say hi.
You should have seen.
Hell no.
Get some
Tested
inside
his 40
information.
time.
Yeah. It was 25 feet from me, but I have no interest.
Tom, do you know who I am?
No, that's not how this game works.
Tom, do you know who I am? He's
Tommy,
like,
Booby, baby.
Hey.
I'm not a Pats fan, and I hate U of M.
Hey, T.
What's
Sizzle.
the conversation there?
T. Sizzle, come here for a second.
Are you
Let me
enjoying
holler
the
at you.
ponies?
And he beat your Giants. No, he didn't beat your Giants.
No, he did not. Don't take that from me.
No, Eli, undefeated.
That's what you could have said.
No, you say nothing, and you let the man enjoy his life. Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev?
Yo, what's up, guys?
How are you, sir?
Not too bad. Welcome back, Mike, Rico. You guys are the best. Actually, I got my wife listening to you guys now. But anyway, about JJ. Yes, you guys are the best. About JJ, I am a Michigan fan. Just give me 60 seconds and I'll hang up.
Take your time.
He, in the top 6, top 10 is ridiculous. I'm thankful for him and what he's done. But at no point in time during watching, and I watch every game, watching him have I gone, that's a Michael Penix. That's a man amongst boys out there.
Yeah.
He has the intangibles, but he's going to need a lot of development in order to have, they're going to put him out there right now. He's going to get tore up 4 or 5 picks in one game. And then I'm going to have to come on here and listen to Mike talk about Rico's 49ers and about how, we can't get our quarterbacks out of the used DVD bin at Walmart.
Kevin, you do understand why this is gold for me as a radio host, that if we take him, if he's good, it's gold. If he's bad, it's gold.
Kevin,
But you have to root for him now. Now you have to root for him.
I will.
And that's going to be nice.
I will.
And Kevin, I am waiting for this.
Oh, I know.
I know it.
Kevin, listen. It doesn't matter where you go to school. Once you are a member of the New York Giants, I'll root for you. But, if JJ's bad, I'm going to have that voodoo download every Monday.
I'll come in here with stats. Player A, player B. Player A threw 4 picks.
Thanks. Let's go to Nathan, 97.1. Nate, what's going on, buddy?
What's happening, guys?
How are you, sir?
Hey, man. Mike, you and I go way back to the AM days.
Correct.
But I got to say, one thing you did say, though, literally had me spit out my Zingerman's turkey sandwich here.
What?
When you said Rich Eisen's bought and paid for, it made me laugh.
But hold on. It's true. The man damn near broke down in tears about Harbaugh. I mean, for God's sakes, Nate, get a grip.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, I'm going to tell you a story about a young boy, sports fan from New York.
Okay.
Born and raised. He fell in love with a school here in Michigan.
Yes.
His name is Rich Eisen. Oh, and also Mike Valeni.
Yes, but now hold on. Does Rich have the resume I have that I will skewer my alma mater?
No, I mean, no, not nationally on TV. That's not his bit. That's not what he does for a living.
Right. So his bit is essentially to be Gus Johnson and be a puppet for the school.
Yeah, we all remember make plays.
Hey, man,
Truth.
you got to do whatever pays the bills.
I
right?
hear you, but I just don't have to respect it. Now, what do you got on JJ?
JJ, man, that's my boy. But I'll tell you what, every time that dude would drop back, I'd wet my pants. I never had faith in him. Like, I still, right now, pinch myself going, we really won the national championship with JJ as our quarterback? Like, I never had faith in the dude. Loved watching him play when he would run. Like he's fun to watch, but man, you just never know what you're going to get. It's like when the carnies put together the rides. Is it going to work? Is it going to fall apart?
Oh, wow. Guy with bad dental care running the tilt-a-whirl.
Hey, what is
Nate
that?
Wins.
It's a bag full of screws. They were extra.
Yeah, and look, Nate, you know what I know. He's going no later than 12. This is happening.
It's the weirdest thing, man, because like at the start of this season, whenever they were talking about him, I said to a bunch of my buddies, I said, 3rd round, 4th round at best. That's the best I could see for the guy. Now we're talking like top 10 in the NFL draft. Are you kidding me?
It is. I know.
And Nate, he may even crack the top 3.
Read.
That's not just me.
Read and go to East Lansing.
All right. For those who are unaware, T-Mobile calls themselves the Uncarrier Network, which is fitting because they just unexpectedly unintended their price lock guarantee for their new customers. Who wouldn't be unhappy with a company that undoes its own promises unchecked? If you ask me, that's pretty uncool. If you are unimpressed with the Uncarrier and uncomfortable with a company that says one thing and then unapologetically does another, it's time to unlike and unfollow and then switch to Xfinity, whose whole home Wi-Fi wired internet service and speeds and reliability are unparalleled. Unjoin the Uncarrier. Switch to Xfinity today. Now through June 21st, new customers can get started with a 150 megabit per second Xfinity internet for less than what you pay for T-Mobile home internet. It's all for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Switch today. Go to Xfinity.com/TMOFax. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Effective to new customers after 1/17/24. T-Mobile's price lock will only reimburse your last bill if you terminate service due to price increase.
Get green, stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service for a limited time only. You purchase a full lawn program, you receive free grub control, and remember, just mention my name or the show. I don't care. You can say I hate the guy, but I'd like my lawn to look nice. They'll take care of you. Despite the snow, the cold, the crazy temps, bottom line, first application for the crabgrass control, it's the most important one. If you see the problem, it's usually too late to fix it. So get on board. Have Natural Way come out. All professionals, right? No hobbyists out here. And they have a custom tailored solution for your lawn. So all you got to do is call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or simply go to naturalwaylawn.com. We have breaking news here at 97.1 The Ticket. Former Kansas State and South Carolina head coach Frank Martin will be hosting at 6 p.m. today. Rieger's new hairdo. This is the first I'm seeing it.
Yeah. Welcome back from vacation,
Good to
Michael.
be back. A little long weekend. You know, after football, I live my life again. It's a weird
you
concept.
look good. You know what's weird?
Talk to me.
Every time I walk somewhere, people that usually have seen me in the past,
Yeah.
They all give me the same look that you gave me.
But I was proud of you because I've been asking you to do that for years.
Yes. But I always forget. I'm like, why are they looking at me so weird? And then I remember, oh, yeah, I should.
Here's my suggestion.
Yeah, what do you got?
I think you got to grow the beard out. I think Jeff's best move is going to be the Shaquille O'Neal. Beard, bald. The Rick Ross. Beard, bald.
Yes, I agree with you. In fact, what I'm going for,
it's there,
is the intimidation factor. I spent my whole life, 48 years, a pushover, right? I feel bald with the facial here. People at least give me one glimpse and say, like, that guy's kind of a badass.
I think the other thing you need to incorporate, all jokes aside.
Diet jet black, you're in the money.
Yes.
Wow.
Brian Wilson, San Francisco Giants, shoe polish beard.
Oh, yeah. Remember that, dude?
You need to incorporate, and it's hats.
I would agree, yes.
No, just because you can't, that in the winter, bad. And that in the summer, you're going to have to put sunscreen on it.
Of course.
It's going to be a problem.
Here's the downside. So I thought it was pretty good.
It's not bad. Don't let anybody mess with you.
I know, but when you look at me straight
look at half
on.
of the goofballs at this station. Are you kidding me?
I would agree with you, but when you look at me straight on, it looks pretty good. But then I did this podcast with
you've
Wojo.
got a Kevin Durant situation.
Yeah, like, here you go. You want to see this? Look at this.
Yeah, don't do that.
The profile is horrifying.
It is.
It looks like the back of I got a big back brain. Yeah.
I think we mix in a couple of hats. I think we've got to.
This is my life now.
No, you're
For the rest
good.
of my life, I'm mixing a couple hats.
No, you're good. You need, Mama was calling. It was time.
It was. It felt good. It felt invigorating.
David's
freeing.
next.
Yeah, David. No, David's fine.
No, he got Bijan.
You have no idea. I'm not fine.
Look down.
No,
look
I
down.
don't want
Let me see.
to.
No, don't.
Let me see what you got working.
David, don't.
I don't want to.
How does Kenny's hair? Kenny always wears a hat. How does his hair look?
Because Kenny only does his hair when he's hammered and in public.
Look at that. Kenny's got a little.
Oh, Kenny has flowing locks.
He does.
But that's for dough, not for show.
You know what
Kenny
pisses me off?
saves that for the money-making opportunity.
You don't get that for free, honey.
By the way,
yes.
Rico has agreed he is going to guard the logo. If they lose to Northwestern tonight, there is no senior night.
Let me ask you this. First of all, you're a 9.5-point favorite.
Doesn't
You're not
matter.
losing this game.
Really? Signed Iowa. Signed Ohio State.
I know. There's no way.
This team is not good. I don't know if you're aware of that.
If you play like you did against Purdue, you played rather well, I feel. You're not going to lose
And
today.
if you had hair, you wouldn't be bald. I don't want to hear it.
That's a valid point. But
I actually want them to lose.
I do have a question.
I don't want them in the tourney because I don't want to even have to dedicate a moment of my trip.
Oh, stop.
No, seriously. You know what I don't want to have to do? Concern myself with it in Vegas. I'm going to be working out there. We're going to do the show. We're going to have a great time. I'm going to watch games. I don't want to dedicate 2 hours to being angry about MSU.
Some of my favorite Mike Valente moments was when you were on the air against Middle Tennessee State.
And I stayed on until, 7 o'clock?
I remember.
Doing a post show.
My daughter was just born. I had to give her over to my wife so I could go outside and celebrate. I was so excited that you lost to Middle Tennessee
State.
State.
You had every right to. By the way, JJ's a Giant. I hope you're ready.
Oh, we're going to talk about JJ right at 6 o'clock.
He's a Giant.
Do you think he's going to be a good pro?
Go blue to big blue. And I'm actually calling my friends who work for the Giants, and we're going to
advise them.
No, we're creating a meditation chalk outline underneath the goalposts. And
get that sponsored.
Oh, absolutely! This is going to be exciting. We're hiring a pad popper. We're doing it all.
You really don't want him, though, do you?
Sure, I do.
Oh, you do.
If you don't have a quarterback, you get busy getting one.
Is he going to be a good quarterback, though?
Yes.
Oh, he is. Oh, see, I agree with you. Your radio partner doesn't agree.
No, he's going to be. I don't think he'll be good, but I don't care. You got to try.
Okay, all right.
It doesn't matter. You got to try.
Well, we're going to talk about that at 6 o'clock. Right at 6 o'clock,
JJ's
JJ McCarthy.
a G-man. It's going to be exciting.
I don't know.
The great legacy of Michigan Wolverine Giants like Jumbo Elliott, like Amani Toomer, like Mario Manningham. I'd say Tyrone Wheatley, but that really didn't work out.
Not really.
The point I'm making is, if you play for my team, I'll root for you. I don't have to like it.
Will you buy a jersey?
Oh, God, no. I mean, if you let us to a Super Bowl, I've already said the children of Detroit are going to be running around in Giants JJ jerseys. I'm donating 20 authentic jerseys to David's church.
20. Well, nobody says you're not a charitable dude.
We're gonna make it happen.
You imagine, and don't announce it. Just have somebody from the church say, "Oh man, our life is so much better, enriched now." It's unbelievable. This guy in a trench coat just came in with 20 JJ McCarthy jerseys. Gave them all to the kids.
I'm here. I'm here for the community.
The work of God, Mike Valeni. It's amazing.
Thank you so much.
Can you put that in the brochure of the church?
What's coming up next?
We're going to talk a little JJ. Also, there is a former Detroit Lion that is trying to get a deal with the Washington Commanders. This guy was really impactful. At 7 o'clock, we talk about others like him. I'll explain at 7 o'clock.
I don't mind it. The other thing I did, and I'm hoping, like I know Rico's in the car and I don't want to hurt his feelings. I'm hoping Boo Booey goes up there.
I heard he's questionable today.
No.
That's what I heard.
Oh, we were
Northwestern's banged up. You're
David
9.5
said it
favorite.
earlier. We're like, Boo Booey's going to clap cheeks tonight again. He's going to drop 35. All-time Spartan killer. Like, if he plays great tonight, the topic tomorrow is this dude is basically Paul Konerko of college basketball.
Yeah, well,
This dude
Nelson Cruz was another one.
Jim Tomei.
Oh, Jim Tomei. That dude's got 60-some homers
That
against the
dude
Tigers.
would have one hand on his cup and still hit the ball 480 feet.
You know who's a great Michigan State killer for you? Nick Stauskas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Blowing
Remember when he was
kisses to
blowing
the crowd,
kisses at the
whole bit?
Breslin? Oh, that's some of my favorite moments in life.
I got no problem with it. All right, good
to
talk.
see you.
Don't let anybody
Take
break
care.
your balls
Thank
about
you.
it.
I
Good
appreciate
haircut.
that. Take care,
Elevate
everybody.
your driving experience, Miranda.